Do you think we're okay? Do you think we're okay? So how many of us think we need revival in the educational sector in Nigeria? Yeah, awesome. And that's why we are here. That's why we are here. So, like I said earlier, that I can assure you that you are in for an amazing time, a very impactful time at today's, event, because we have carefully selected guest speakers. I said again, I'm going to say that again. Carefully selected guest speakers, that are going to pour out from their wealth of knowledge this morning. And I'm so sure that, you're going to leave here impacted from what they're going to be saying today. While I come back for a proper introduction and a proper recognition, let me just, refresh your mind. I know you must have been seeing the flyer everywhere. Let me just refresh your mind on the guest speakers that I'll be having, today. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be having Victoria Oladipo. Can you please put your hands together? Thank you. Let's do it together. Please, let's do it together. Let's work together this morning. So we're going to be having Victoria Oladipo. We're going to be having Oluwaseun Kayode. It's beautiful that we're also going to have a spoken word presentation. Oyeyemi Adeoye is going to be here also. Thank you. We're also going to have Praise Mba Nali. I hope I got that correctly. Please put your hands together for her. We are also going to have Julius Ilori here, to come also talk to us, about Revive, on how we can revive the educational sector in Nigeria. Then, of course, the convener himself is also going to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Erioluwa Adeyinka. Can you do that louder and better? Thank you. We also have panelists and judges. I don't know if you already know that we're going to have several pitches, pitch contest right here. So many amazing prizes to be won. So you want to look forward to that. So some of our panelists here and judges, we have Sunday Daniel. Put your hands together for him, please. We also have Omolola Likbede, and then Olatomiwa Olusesi. Please put your hands together for all of them. Thank you. All right, there's one more person we have not recognized this morning, and that's the compare, the host of this event, also known as the Master of Ceremony. Please put your hands together for Praise Ganiyu. You will do that. No, that's me. So you have to do that better and louder. Thank you. Thank you. Like I already said, it's my honor and delight to welcome you to the very first edition of the Festival of Change. So you're in for an amazing time. So with no further ado, we want to move straight to what we have here, which is the opening remark. I want to be sure that the convener is in those all already. Can Doinsola please confirm that for me? While we wait for the convener to come give the opening remark, this is a brief announcement. Like I already said, we're going to be having, please listen carefully, we're going to be having two pitch contests, right, today. There's one for the third circle contest, and then we have the Festival of Change contest. For the third circle contest, the contestants are already picked. But good news, there is a room, right, there is room for contestants that still want to contest for the Festival of Change, right? So what you're going to do is just to come up with ideas on how you think the government, business, and the development sector, can do something just to revive the educational sector. So if you know that you can do that, you can come up here and give us ideas on how we can do that. Please reach out to Divine at the back. Divine, please, can you wave? So you can look at the back, you see Divine at the back. So if you want to join the Festival of Change contest, please see him. Amazing prizes to be won. I would not tell you. It is when it's been announced you will know that, oh, I missed this. So please, there's still room if you want to join, right, the Festival of Change pitch contest. All right, like I already said, with no further ado, let's move straight to what we are here for. It is time for the opening remark. Please, if you may, with a standing ovation, right, and a round of applause. The person to give the opening remark is none other than the person that brought us here, which is the convener of the Festival of Change. Please, with a standing ovation like I already requested, and a round of applause, please put your hands together for the Erioluwa Adeyinka. Can you do that louder? Thank you. Thank you. Till he gets here, please, can you keep clapping? Can you keep clapping till he gets here? Do that better. The louder, the faster it gets here. The louder, the faster it gets here.
Yeah.
All right.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's the Festival of Change. We have had a very long time to prepare for this, and I'm really glad that it is finally happening. So, thank you so much for coming. So, before I start, please, could you please applaud yourself for coming to this event? So, I want to start by saying that what we are doing today is very significant, personally to me as an individual, and also because we are trying to make history here. By organizing one of the most inclusive spaces that we're ever going to see, as young people across all generations, including everybody from different parts of Nigeria, to discuss ways we can revive education. And ideate about ways we can revive education. So if you are thinking about Festival of Change and why Festival of Change, why are we even doing this Festival of Change? It is actually Festival of Change in mindset. So what we're actually trying to do is to see how we can change the mindset of people towards some of the developmental issues and challenges that we face on a day-to-day. The Festival of Change started because we wanted to create a space for bright minds to ask questions and think critically about the ways we can improve the social structures that we face, that we have in our society. So we wanted a space where young people and all generations, adults, an inclusive space where people could come together and begin to ask different questions around how can we actually reimagine the challenges and the opportunities and every issue that we have around us. The keynote that we are going to be listening to today and every single thing that we are going to be doing today are not necessarily meant to give us answers, but they are meant to give us a direction towards how we should be thinking. Many times when we have spaces, we assume that people who are up here are the only ones who have answers to our challenges. But today we want to reimagine this and twist it a bit, that everyone has something that they have in their heart. How about we actually say things that can instigate you to think more and actually begin to re-innovate and reimagine some of the challenges that we are facing in education. And as we have said that the theme of this event is, what do we need to do as the business sector, as the government and the development sector to revive education? Because the government in terms of public policy, the business sector in terms of entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship as a focus on this conference, and the development sector at large, because we know that education is in a state of emergency, as it has been declared by the African Union. So what we have realized is that we cannot have an education that is supposed to serve people in the future, and the only people who are going to be designing that are just specific set of people. To design the future, we have to bring people who are going to be in that future. That's why even if you look around, you will see a lot of young people and people of different, stages in life. To be able to ask them, what kind of education would you like to see? What kind of change would you like to see in education? How should we be thinking about education in terms of public policies? Also, one thing that I have always argued is that any successful society that we have seen, think of any developed nation, 3 things make any nation successful. Any of the developed nations that we see today, 3 things actually define them. The first one is the government in terms of policies, right? People actually do this whole jackpot thing because of the policies that we have in some countries. The second thing is the economic or socio-economic of that country. People go because of businesses. If a country is booming business-wise, a lot of people will go, right? And the third one is the education. A lot of people migrate based on the basis of education. So these 3 pillars, policy in terms of government, economy, and education, are one of the 3 successful pillars to actually make any nation successful. Think of any developed nation that you know right now. Think of any leading nation that you know right now. They have these 3 things unlocked, for them. So that's why it's important that we actually come together as young people to create a world of our deepest longing and think about how we can bring business, government, and the development sector to actually reimagine the future of education. During this festival, like I said, we'll be exploring public policy, business, and social entrepreneurship. And why we are doing that is not just talk about politics or to talk about policy. We already know that. What we are going to be doing is we are going to be challenging us to say, can we reimagine these policies? How should policy look like? Right now, I don't know if you know, but there is a committee in the National Assembly trying to actually revamp or review the current constitution, right? And they're actually working on that. That's what they are doing, right? But what about us? How do you want to reimagine policies? How do you want to reimagine all of these challenges that we are facing as young people? Also, what mental model should we be exploring? Many times when we come to spaces, we just want to, share our stories. But how about we put principles around some of the things that we think about? How about to create mental models and, mental frameworks and guidelines and principles that can actually allow us move from a question to actually have more guiding question. So today I invite you to join me to begin to see how we can reimagine education together, to begin to ask ourselves, what are the ways that we would actually reimagine education? So everyone here is a contributor to this conference. And also, to just let you know what the outcome of this would look like and what success would look like for us, is that at the end of this conference, we have note takers and observers around. People would ask you questions outside of how you think we can revive education. There will also be artistic ways to actually write things that you think that we can use to revive education. And all of this will be turned into a publication. And the reason we want to make this publication, we're also going to make this publication in different formats, meaning written formats, video formats, all form of formats that exist. And the reason we want to do that is that we can use this as a tool to influence policies. We can use this as a tool to influence both public and private sector. To be able to say, young people came together on the 7th of September at the University of Lagos, Julius Berger Hall, and asking the question of how we can revive education. And this is the outcome of that. Right? Before today, we've actually had to ask younger people, 5, 3, people in the ages below 10, how they also want to revive education, the kind of change they want to see, and they have actually also shared. So asking and bringing together everything that they have shared and everything that you have shared today would really make this publication very, very important. So please, your contributions are very important. And as long as you have registered, your name will be written as a contributor of this publication. So you can always use that publication to also advocate for policies as it relates to your organization. Finally, I want to say a big thank you to everyone for participating. Do not forget that we are trying to create a world of our deepest longing, so your participation is very, very important. Use the hashtags, and to just let me reiterate, the hashtag that we are using today on social media, and even when you make this post on LinkedIn or wherever you want to make it, is hashtag FOC2024, hashtag Revive, and hashtag Festival of Change. And I want to announce to us that this is going to be a yearly event. So we are going to also have another one, and we are going to be able to track and maintain the progress of every contribution that you have said today. In 365 days, we'll actually reimagine how much of progress have we made concerning these things. Also, there will be a lot of contributions and questions that will be asked. Like I said, there are booths outside where they will be asking you questions. Please participate and enjoy. And finally, I want to end this by saying that how we think is the bedrock of any society. The way we think about any single thing determines how successful we are going to become as a people. But one thing that we have realized is that because of the industrial education system that many of us have been through, meaning the education that we receive prepares us for the industry, the labor market, right, as we all see it. So today, what we are going to be doing, and what I want to challenge you to do, is to begin to reimagine the structures that we have. Allow yourself to think. This is not the space where you should think that any thought is not appropriate. Every kind of thinking is accommodated and appreciated in this space. So we want every single person to share every of their opinion without feeling like there is a barrier. Because if we are saying that we want a festival of change in mindset, that means that we should be able to appreciate every kind of thought. So there are no bad questions to have. What we want to do is that by the time you leave here today, you are more curious about development. You are more curious and you have more questions than you came with. But those questions, in the process of answering those questions, in the process of doing research to find answers to those questions, you are able to get answers that will suit you. So at the end of today, when everybody leaves this hall, we want to achieve two goals. The people who are facilitating this space also have questions. You also, you have questions, so that we all have learning questions that will guide us from this place. That is only when we are successful. That after today, we can continue, and for the next 2-3 years, you can see I'm still trying to answer this question that came out of the Festival of Change. So please don't hesitate to share those ideas. Be okay for us to get, feedback and criticism. People will ask you questions back, right? So if someone says they have an idea, you cannot say it is a bad idea. You cannot say it is a good idea. All you just have to do is to ask them questions. And those questions, we believe that they are going to be guiding lights to help them, create our world of deepest longing. So once again, thank you and welcome to the Festival of Change.
Thank you, Arioluwa Deyinka. Please, can we do that louder and better? All right. Awesome. I think a fantastic job on why we are here and how that you should engage in whatever we are going to be doing this morning, right? How that the Festival of Change is about the mind. We're about to shape our mind. We want to just, change the way we think, right? So that we can be able to influence policies that can revive the educational sector in Nigeria. And it's so beautiful to know that this will be turned into a publication. Who is excited about that? I'm super excited, and I'm really glad to be a part of it. So he's saying that if you're a participant here and attendee, you should be excited that you're going to be part of this publication wherever or how far it gets to. All right, so we are moving straight to the very first keynote speech we have in this morning. All right. We are moving straight to the very first keynote speech we have in this morning. And our very first speaker is a fierce woman with a strong desire to democratize political education, so much so that she established an organization that, furnishes individuals with engaging and easily accessible materials to foster the comprehension of politics. That organization is Learn Politics. I don't know if you had, come across it anywhere, but we no further ado, ladies and gentlemen, our very first speaker, please put your hands together for Victoria Oladipo, and she takes us at the very first keynote speech for today. Do that better as she comes off stage, please.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Okay, I want us to smile more, right? So, good morning, everybody. As you said, I'm Victoria Oladipo. I'm very passionate about politics and policy, and I'm very much happy to be here because I'm passionate about education too. And in my journey of meeting young Nigerians that are, what is going on with our government? What do we do? What happens in the government? I've realized that we do not know that we have a role to play in politics and policy, right? So I'll be speaking here from the mindset of politics and policy. Also, I would also want to say, as someone that has grown all my life within a school environment, my parents own a school, so I understand in the terms of business sector, as someone that has taught before, I understand what it means when we talk about the education sector. As someone that is actively involved now in education for neurodivergent children, I understand what we actually need to do to revive. And that is why I like the theme of today. We actually need to revive education. What should you do? Whatever sector you are you a business owner? What can you do? Are you just a mere citizen? What can you do? How do we start thinking about policies for education? How do we start thinking about what we need to do? Right? So it's an honor to stand here this morning to address an issue that is very, very paramount. And this theme comes at a time when we need to think about what education is. It was just yesterday I was reading in the news that the Minister of Education had he denied ever saying that the WAEC and NECO age that was turned to 18 2 weeks ago is not meant to be. So it's not going to be, right? And I was having this discussion with my parents. I was telling them that I don't understand how government officials think about these things, and I do not understand how they expect us to open they expect our policies to be welcomed in their policies to be welcomed in open ends, and it can't happen because every day we wake up as Nigerians and you see a new thing. I will just tell you something. On Wednesday, when they increased the price for fuel, right, I started panicking. And this is not me. I love Nigeria so much. But for the very first time, I'm like, what am I doing in this country? Because that kind of thing coming to my ears at that point, it just turned me to panic. I entered the bus 400 naira in the morning. Going back home in the evening, I'm going to enter it for 700 naira. And that's the kind of thing that happened within all sectors in Nigeria. So I'm going to be giving examples of how this has happened. And I'll be using the 2024 budget for us to understand what it means, right, for the policy sector for education in Nigeria. Now, let me see. Over the years, the Nigerian budget allocation for education has been way below UNICEF standard. So UNICEF has said that your education budget should be 20% of your GDP and about 15% of your yearly budget. But let's see what has happened in Nigeria. The 2024 budget allocation provides 1.5 trillion for the federal ministry and 81 billion naira spread across other ministries, departments, and agencies. The allocation provides about 7.9% of the 2024 budget, a bit higher than in previous years. That means in previous years we've had less than 7.9% of the budget. And the provision is for UBE, that's the Universal Basic Education, is 11.5% of the total allocation. So out of that 7.9% budget, 11.5% of it is for UBE. UBE is the basic education. And we have 32.1% goes to TET fund. So if you are coming around into this hall, you are going to see some buildings that have TET fund in them, right? And TET fund is the tertiary education fund, where the government fund researchers, they fund people that submit several concept notes or briefs, as you might know, and determining to make a change in the research sector in Nigeria. Although I'm very much an advocate for more research funding, but I also want to tell you one more thing. Then 56.24 of that 7.9% goes to other ministries, departments, and agencies. I did a research earlier in the year that talked about how this budget allocation affects our JAM scores. So if you see the percentage of the JAM scores this year, less than 30% people had over 200. And if you are very familiar with what happened within that sector, I found out that in 2011, since 2011, JAM has been remitting revenue to the federal government. And the federal government has not and has never given JAM any money, right? So I was making a case for why and how these budget allocations can affect your input or your output as even basic citizens of Nigeria. You think about it, your normal public schools, right? Your public schools do not have well-equipped laboratories. Talk about computer, and JAM is majorly computer-based tests these days, right? In my time, I wrote the paper pencil test. So JAM is majorly CBT, and the average Nigerian student can barely use a computer. So this is how this budget allocation at large affects students, a normal citizen. So I'm saying this because when we think about us talking about policies, when we think about us, what can we do better for education in Nigeria, we need to think about it is that it trickles from up down, right? And we can go from down up to at the same time, but for majorly in very crucial sectors like the education sector, we need to understand that this trickles from up down. If the government is not funding education very well, say for example, many states have free basic education for many for students, that's from nursery to primary schools. But in the long run, you start to think of it, we still have a lot of out of school children. Nigeria has like a raging number of out of school children, and despite the fact that state government still provides free basic education for children. So you think about these things and you say, what can we really do? As a person in your home corner, what can you really do? First, to the government has to recognize that education is not a cost. So when we think about it, we say, oh, we are putting 24 billion naira in education, it's too much. No, education is an investment. And we need to think about it that way, that for every citizen of Nigeria that gets educated, it gets better for us. It gets better for us. And that is why I started what I'm doing right now. In political education, I believe our politics will be better if people are educated about it. We are not just going to raise up every 4 years and go to the polls to vote. But before we get to the polls to vote, we need to understand that this thing we are doing, this thing we are participants of, we need to understand that it is not just for us, it is for our larger good. So education is not just a cost, but investment in the nation's future, which can be achieved through efficient policy reform that prioritizes quality education over quantity by updating the national curriculum to incorporate 21st century skills such as digital literacy, critical thinking, and problem solving. One of the things that I would like us to know is that over the last 2 days, if you are very familiar with budget and tracker, they track the nation's budget and put, okay, what actually did this money go for? And you will realize that most of the funding that have been put in certain ministries, departments, and agencies, they are, for example, say for a church is collecting a contract to build a road. It doesn't make sense. Or you see a restaurant collecting a contract to build bridges. You know that these people are just siphoning the money, right? And we need to think about it that if you check, I was reading other papers in 2 days ago, and they were saying something about the number of bills that have passed through the National Assembly since the inception of this government. I will tell you that over 80% of bills that have passed through the National Assembly are for the establishment of one institution or the other. And you think about it, okay, we have UNILAG, we have Yabatek, we have FC in this Lagos alone, we have LASU, we have LASPOTEC, like we have these schools in Lagos. Then you are not saying, let's build this school, let's build this school. The problem is not that we don't have enough schools. The problem is that the schools do not even have enough equipment to even gather and carry students in. When you write JAM and you are trying to write post-UTME too at the same time, the school might not give you the course you want, one, because they probably did not have accommodation for you. The school might give you another course because, oh, that you are probably not good enough for that course. We don't have major and minors in Nigeria here where you do something like, I did a political science and international relations as my BSc, and we'll say, okay, political science major, international relations minor. We don't have it like that. They taught us everything once and for all. Do you get? And you will see somebody in another country, oh, they have a music minor, and maybe they are doing a medicine in their major. Like, how does it combine? But it just sees that these countries actually provide quality education for these people. Nigeria must actually meet the global standard by allocating at least 15% of the annual budget to education, ensuring that these resources are transparently and efficiently used. It's not enough that we are allocating money to the education sector. It should also be that this money is transparently and efficiently used. Furthermore, teachers' development through training and remuneration and fostering a culture of lifelong learning is crucial. Before you ask any child, do you want to be a teacher in the future? You probably would never. In this day and age, you probably would never. But you could see, oh, I want to become a doctor. Oh, I want to become a lawyer, or every other, an engineer. Different names for people. But for many of us, we don't even want to become teachers. One, because they do not even care for a basic teacher in Nigeria. There is no care for them. There are no incentives for them. If you are working in a public school, you operate on civil service model, and they tell you that the reward of a teacher is where? The reward of a teacher is where? We can enjoy on earth. We don't have to wait till heaven before we enjoy it. And every time I think about it, I'm just like, teachers are the one that teach people to become. Every other day there's ASU strike. ASU is complaining they are not paying them salary. ASU is doing this, ASU is doing that. But teachers need to be remunerated and effectively, right? And a nationwide initiative to improve school infrastructure, particularly in rural and undeserved areas, should be accelerated through public-private partnerships to provide learning tools and environment. This is one of the reasons why I love this Festival of Change conference. We need to think about it. It's not just for the government now. I've brought it down to us. What are you doing in your corner to ensure that every child gets educated? What are you doing? The economy might be very tough and everything might not look like it ought to, but I just need us to think about it. What can we do in our corners to ensure that everybody gets educated? Well, I also want to speak to the aspect of neurodivergent children. As I think about it, as someone that grew up in a very, very rural and remote community, I think that we need to consider the fact that there are a lot of people that are not like us, but they are like us. I know this might sound like an oxymoron, but we need to think about it. A lot of people they are not suffering. They have autism. They have ADHD. For many of us, we will not even discover that the reason why we have our learning disabilities is because is until we become bigger, we understand that, oh, you were probably autistic as a child because you know that your focus is just one particular thing. Maybe your hard skills were over and above, but your mathematics skills are very, very bad. We need to also look for how we are going to include those children. Those children don't have to wait till they get older. They don't have to wait till they are bigger than they are to understand that these things actually affect them as a person. Similarly, businesses must recognize that they stand to benefit immensely from a well-educated workforce. If you are very familiar with Twitter, over the last 1 or 2 weeks, there have been a lot of complaints about Gen Zs. How many of you are Gen Zs here? I'm raising up my hand because I'm Gen Z. So a lot of us, they complain that, oh, Gen Zs, they do not come to work in time. Gen Zs, they do not, once they are tired of work, they resign. My dear, the workforce does not even allow me to stay somewhere. Do you get? And when you think about it, for businesses, if you are investing in education, we need to think about how this investment in education actually provides a better workforce for us. If you work with people, you understand the essence of education in them. For many of the things you will do when you eventually get to a workspace, you probably never learned it in school. But because you went to school, you can actually perform better at your workplace. I studied international relations, and nobody taught me that I have to write a concept note or how to write a brief. When I get to work, I write briefs for fun now. But because you went to school, you know that you can, and thank God for the advancement of artificial intelligence that can help us and guide our thoughts sometimes. We need to think about these things this way. When businesses invest in education, they get better people in their workforce. We also need to think about something. Nigerians are heavily taxed, so we have the problem of multiple taxation. I was reviewing the Finance Act of 2022, and it said that for larger businesses, they have to pay a certain amount to the ITF. How many of you just received your ITF fund? I don't know if you did internship in the last 5 years and you're just receiving your fund. Okay, over the week, the ITF just released funds for certain people. I know of people that finished school 3 years ago, they're just collecting their IT funds last week. And if you think about it, businesses are taxed heavily. I think 5% of large businesses of their annual income should go to the ITF. It is not a bad thing, I'm not against it. But how long do people have to wait till they are paid for their internships or for their IT? So we need to think about it as business owners. You can demand to know where your tax is going to. Your taxes, you will pay these taxes, of course, but you need to know where it's going to. The government needs to be accountable for you for how they spend your own money. You pay these people. And they can, business owners can also support through corporate social responsibility initiatives that fund scholarships, build schools, and fill funding gaps, and offering skills and vocational training through internships, apprenticeships, and vocational programs that align with the 21st century workforce need. I'm very, very, very conversant with what many organizations are doing these days. We have ALX that are providing free training. These free trainings are free, but do you know that they are heavily funded by some people behind the scenes? You can take them for free, but they are heavily funded. Or like All School that is teaching tech skills now these days, we have people that are sponsoring people to actually go there, right? That's one of the things that business sector can do, particularly those in the tech sector, and they must support education by providing access to technology in classrooms, supplying computers, internet access, and digital learning platforms to schools, ensuring no student is left behind, especially in this digital age. So I want to ask you this one question. Just ask yourself this question as I leave this stage. What am I doing to revive education and to revive the education sector in Nigeria? With the little I found myself, how am I volunteering to teach children in rural communities? How am I supporting with my business? How am I using my school to actually achieve the SDG 4 quality education by 2030? What exactly am I doing to revive education in Nigeria? Thank you very much.
Please put your hands together for Victoria Oladipo. Please, can we do you better? Thank you so much for that impactful session. I mean, it was enlightening. Would you agree with me? Would you agree with me? Would you agree with me? I think I will have to talk to Ariolua to do some exercise this morning. I know it was cold. I know it rained this morning. Can we please be upstanding? We need that energy. Okay. Okay. Can we be upstanding? Can we be upstanding? Can we do that? Or would you promise me that you will come alive? Would you promise me you will come alive? All right, so please, I want you to walk around to 5 persons and just welcome them once again to this program. Can we do that quickly? Quickly, leave your seat. Welcome 5 to 3 persons. Don't welcome the person beside you. If you're at the front, go to the back. If you're at the back, come to the front. Welcome 5 to 3 persons and say welcome once again to Festival of Change, the very first edition of the Festival of Change. Can you tell that person, have you been enlightened from the very first keynote speech? Do that louder. Some persons are still at the front. Okay, now. Some persons are still at the front. If you're at the front, please move to the back. If you're at the back, move to the front. Welcome them with a warm smile. Ask for their name. I'll come to you and ask that person, what's the name of the person you met? So ask for 3 to 4 names. 3 to 4 names. I'm going to come to one of you and ask for their names from you. I think I will start from you. You've asked for their names. You know, 3 to 4 names. Can we do that? So do you know 3 to 4 persons' names now? Aha. Okay. Thank you. You can move back to your seats and please take your seats. Thank you so much. I think we'll be doing that at intervals so that this place can be lively a bit. I know it's a conference, it's education, but we are not in the classroom, right? We are not in the classroom, so we can be, lively a bit. Please, once again, in absentia, put your hands together for Victoria once again, please. I mean, I didn't know that there are several, sides to education, but just listening to her, we have a lot of things to do. Amongst the things she talked about, she said, what stood out for me is education is not a cost. It's a what? I love that. Woo! That means we're in class. I said we are not in class, but that means we're here. So education is not a cost, it's an investment. And I love that Ariolu already said that this is going to be a publication. I think politicians really need to know that this is not another budget that you just need to place a cost on. It's an investment. And she said something quite interesting. She said, for every citizen that gets educated, it gets better for us. And that's so true. So all right, so we're moving straight to the next keynote speech again for today. Are you ready for more? Are you ready for more? Are you ready for more? All right, so our next speaker today, another fierce, intelligent lady is here to also pour out from her wealth of knowledge. She's an experienced professional with expertise in project management, also in strategic analysis and legal practice. She holds an LLB from the University of Lagos, the prestigious University of Lagos, and has trained at the Nigerian Law School. This beautiful woman, not just intelligent, she's beautiful as well, has led initiatives in non-profit, corporate, and venture capital sectors, including roles as campaign co-coordinator for Youth for Global Goals and also vice president for AIESEC. She has worked with several companies like Shell, Boston Consulting Group, and Open Capital, and she's currently a venture capital trainee at Dream VC. Her skills include project management, strategic planning, and stakeholder engagement, and she's also dedicated to mentoring and driving positive change. Are you ready for our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen? I don't think you're ready. Are you ready for our next speaker? Please, with a resounding applause, please put your hands together for Praise Umbanali. Do that louder. You have to do that better because she bears my name, so do that better and louder. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay. Can you hear me? Is this fine? Can you please put on? Okay. Good morning, everyone. So just like we said, my name is Praise Mbanali. I currently work in the management consulting sector. I currently work with Open Capital. And yeah, so my keynote speech today is going to be based on the theme of today's event, being what the government, private sector, and the development sector need to do to revive education. So I'll be focusing on education in sub-Saharan Africa, but using Nigeria as a case study. I think here we can all agree that education is very important. It is very pivotal to the growth of any economy. I mean, you need skilled persons to operate in the private sector and different sectors of the economy. So during my speech today, I hope to answer three key questions. So the first being, what's the problem with the education sector in Nigeria today? The second question being, how did we get here? And the third question being, what the government, private sector, and development sectors need to do to revive the education system. So, starting with the first question, what is the problem with the current education sector in Nigeria? And yeah, I'll be looking at some of the key issues that I believe are the problem with our educational sector. The first being the out-of-school children crisis. So just like the previous speaker said, we have a large number of out-of-school children in Nigeria. It is estimated to be between 10 to 20 million, but definitely over 10 million by the UNICEF. And this age or this number applies to children within the ages of 5 to 14. We can say there are different causes for the number of out-of-school children in Nigeria, ranging from poverty, early marriages, child labor, cultural biases, many of these problems being very prevalent in the northern region. And we can say even in the northern region, the problem of education is not just limited by these causes that I've mentioned, but we also have the issue of Boko Haram. Boko Haram basically meaning that Western education is forbidden. So one of their key, will I say, goals is to ensure that Western education doesn't spread within the region. So that is a major problem. The second problem being the quality of education in Nigeria. So even in some areas or even where education is guaranteed, we also have an issue with the quality of education. So according to the World Bank, less than 20% of Nigerian students who have finished primary school education can read proficiently. And that is an issue. If you have about just 20% of students that have read, or rather that have completed their primary school education not knowing how to read, I believe that's a serious issue. So we can attribute the issue of quality education to various factors, such as having limited qualified teachers or learning materials, having an outdated curricula, and yeah, this has led to a very low literacy rate. And this quality of education is affected not just by the quality of teachers, we also have the issue with, will I say, the infrastructure. So you have educational, or rather, you have overcrowded classrooms and limited resources. And I think this just brings me straight to the second point, being infrastructural gaps. Many schools in Nigeria, particularly in rural areas, lack even the most basic infrastructure. So we have issues such as lacking functioning toilets, clean water, electricity, and good classroom structures. Like you have students taking classes in very dilapidated structures. According to the UNICEF, about 40% of Nigerian schools lack adequate sanitation facilities, and this creates a barrier to attendance, particularly girls' attendance, because you need sanitation due to the nature of girls. And I must say, these problems are not exclusive to Nigeria. They apply wide, like they apply to the broader sub-Saharan Africa. A report by the UNESCO states that about 50% of primary schools in rural areas in sub-Saharan Africa lack access to electricity. And I know we all know how important electricity is, even in this modern age where we have a lot of technological advancements that even impact the educational system. I would say then, moving to my next point, one of the problems we have in the educational system in Nigeria would be the funding shortfall. So currently, the education system in Nigeria, the education sector in Nigeria budgets or allocates about 67% of the public expenditure to education. And this is a low percentage. The UNESCO recommends that about 15 to 20% of public expenditure is allocated to education, and we don't have that in Nigeria. So this is a major problem, and this problem is not just about the funding. The funding impacts things because you need funding for different things. So you have issues of poor teacher salaries, inadequate school supplies, and stalled development projects. Because like I said, you need money to do things in the education system. It's not just about money. The money has to do things. And yeah, this funding shortfall, it stalls educational reform efforts, and these problems have also been worsened by corruption and bureaucratic inefficiencies, because even the 6 to 7% doesn't achieve what the 6 to 7% is meant to do, because we have issues with corruption and people just being inefficient in their roles. And I would say finally, the problem with the Nigerian educational system would be gender inequality. I would say the problem of gender equality is not new to many of us. We've heard it over and over again. And gender inequality is one of the barriers to education in Nigeria. It's a problem. Okay, yeah. So gender equality is not just a problem in Nigeria, it's a problem that is faced around sub-Saharan Africa. So you have issues of girls not having access to education due to various reasons, such as early marriage, gender-based violence, and cultural norms that prioritize the education of boys over girls. And this means that you have millions of girls, both in Nigeria and sub-Saharan Africa, that are excluded from education. Education is very important. So imagine just being, by reason of your gender, you are excluded from having this very fundamental thing. So using Nigeria, or focusing on Nigeria, this problem is even more predominant in the northern region of the country. Sometimes you have the ratio of girls to boys attending school being about one girl to 2 boys, or in fact in some instances being as high as 1 girl to 3 boys, which is very bad. So I'll say then this moving on to my second question I hope to address during this speech, which is, how did we get here? I mean, today's lecture is themed revive. Revive meaning that you can revive something that has never had life. So it means that we got here somehow. Like there was a time when education was good, or at least better than we have it today. So let's take a brief walk down memory lane, looking at the golden era of education in Nigeria between the 1950s and the 1980s. So in the 1960s, 1970s, Nigeria was once hailed as a beacon of excellence in Africa when it comes to the education sector. At that time, you had different universities established. You had the University of Ibadan established in 1948. You had Ahmadu Bello University established in 1962. And you have the University of Lagos, where we are currently, established in 1962 also. And these were among the best universities in Western Africa and the continent. At that point in time, you had public education being very well funded, and you had primary and secondary education being very well accessible. I mean, we had, for example, the Chief Obafemi Awolowo introduction of free education in the Western region during that point in time. So in 1955, you had free education in the Western region. And then you also had the launch of the universal primary education in other regions of the country to ensure that every child had access to primary education. And finally, you also had the government's investments, not just in the education of children, but also in the facilitators of the education, being teachers. So you had initiatives or teachers training, such as the advanced teachers training colleges, which helped produce very qualified teachers to deliver the education that we needed. So yeah, I would say that was the good time, will I say, of the educational system in Nigeria. So moving on to the decline, I would say from the 1980s to present, we'll see that the educational system in Nigeria started to, will I say, unravel in the 1980s due to, will I say, issues or factors such as economic mismanagement, corruption, and the structural adjustment programs. So the structural adjustment programs happened in the SAPs. They happened in the 1980s and 1990s, and this was imposed by the IMF and the World Bank due to, following the collapse of the oil prices in the 1980s. So the SAPs called for reductions in public spending, and this affected the educational sector because there were deep cuts to educational budgets. So it meant that having deep cuts in educational budgets, it also led to decline in educational quality. Schools were now overcrowded and underfunded, and then there was now a more increased, will I say, reliance on deteriorating infrastructure. So this was not just the issue. So we did not just have the issues of economic mismanagement and corruption and structural adjustment programs. During this period, this is when Nigeria also experienced a lot of political instability due to a series of military coups, which then affected policy continuity, because I think policy continuity is not something new to us. We know that once governments change, policies change too. A government can today say, oh, I want to have or like I want to achieve this in the next 5 years or in the next 8 years, and then they finish their first term and they don't have a second term. Then a new government comes in and be like, okay, no, I don't agree with this. It affects the policy that was there, and then it affects the educational system. I would say even outside of the educational system, we see things like that in road construction or things like that. You see a road that is being constructed, the government changes, and then it affects the continuity of that project. So it also affects the educational system because policies change as governments change. So due to this, will I say, political instability, the political focus shifted away from long-term investment in education towards short-term political and economic survival. So schools became underfunded, teacher salaries stagnated, and economic infrastructure decayed. Also, as educational funding dwindled, teacher salaries stagnated. So the once held prestigious teaching job in Nigeria, it lost its appeal. So you had, and even till now, you have many of the brightest minds leaving the country, what we term as brain drain, people leaving for better opportunities outside the country, which also impacts the educational sector because the quality of the, will I say, students or the products you produce from the educational system is highly influenced by those that pour in their knowledge. So if you have the best of your talents leaving the country, it also affects the quality of education that you can give. And yeah, finally, focusing on the northern region, the rise of violence in the northern region, starting from the 2000s, particularly the Boko Haram insurgencies, has also impacted education in the region. For example, we have the very famous Chibok girls abduction incident that happened in 2014. So this impacted the educational system in that region, leading to the destruction of schools and the shutdown of some others. These issues, along with other issues, have impacted the educational system in Nigeria. And yeah, I would say moving on to the third question I hope to answer, I'll say that what can be done by the government, the private sector, and the development partners. I think one thing for us to know is that the problem of education in Nigeria cannot be solved by one single person or one single bracket of stakeholders. We cannot have just the government solving education. We cannot have just the private sector solving education, and we cannot have just development partners solving education. As much as each and everyone has a role, everyone have roles to function together. But yeah, I'll be highlighting some of the roles the individual players have to play. So starting with the government, the first thing the government can do is increase its investment. I think one thing that I mentioned is we have the shortfall when it comes to budgeting of Nigeria, when it comes to allocation of public expenditure to education. We can improve in that area. So the Nigerian government can increase investments, aligning with the UNESCO's recommendation of 15 to 20%. Sometimes easier said than done, but I believe that there can be a push. If you prioritize something, you invest in it. Just like the previous speaker said, much more than looking at it as a cost, look at it as an investment, because you'll see the rewards years to come. For example, things done by Obafemi Awolowo in the 1950s, 1960s era, it impacted education in the Western region. That's why that region had one of the highest literacy rates at that point in time, even influencing the future. So the impact of education, you see it's not just now, or the investment in education, you see it not just now, but you see it in the future. So we have countries in Africa, just like, will I say, Rwanda or Ethiopia, that have done good in this area. As much as Rwanda may not have reached the 15 to 20%, allocating about 13% of their public expenditure, 13% of their budgets to education has helped. And then we have Ethiopia that is doing significantly well, allocating about 19% of its budget to education, which is very important, or which is very, will I say, applaudable, because that has influenced the quality of education in the country. And then the second point being policy implementation and accountability. Sometimes we have policies in Nigeria that are good on paper. You just have them sitting somewhere. The government needs to move away from just putting the policies on paper to implementing these policies. So the government must ensure that these policies are implemented and not just good on paper. So this would involve things like ensuring there's accountability and oversight mechanisms to track spending and progress. So you need things like regular audits and putting in systems to curb corruption, because you can put in the money, put in the policies, but if you don't have strong enough systems to ensure these things work and sieve out vices, it will not be successful. So countries like Botswana have set a good example. So you have Botswana that has given or has put a very rigorous focus on implementing good educational policies in the country, and they have one of the highest literacy rates in the country. So you have about 88% literacy rates in Botswana, which is one of the highest in Africa. And then to the third point, being teacher and training compensation. I believe you do your job well or better when you know you're being compensated for it. Like, you're compensated well. You don't have to think about the basics. And this applies not just to us in our individual roles, but teachers are also people. It applies to them too. There is the likelihood of them doing their jobs better when they are compensated well, or they're compensated adequately well. So teachers' compensation needs to be better, and this is also still linked to the point of increased investment. You need money to pay teachers. So when you're able to increase investment in the sector, it should also flow into teachers' compensation. Not just compensation, but you also need to train them. You need to ensure that people that are impacting knowledge to the next generation are equipped to do that well. So you also need to invest in teachers training outside of their compensation. And moving on to the last point, you need to ensure that we have safe and secure schools. You want people to be safe. You want children to be safe going to school. And in areas in Nigeria, conflict-affected regions, particularly in the northern region, ensuring security for students and teachers is very important. So it is very important that we prioritize security in Nigeria. So for example, in Colombia, a country that's been faced with decades of internal conflict, An initiative helped provide safe spaces for learning in rural conflict-prone areas. And this model can be, like I say, adopted in Nigeria. So prioritizing, knowing that certain regions are very conflict-prone and could also affect education, prioritizing those regions and putting in structures to, well, I say, guarantee security can improve the education or attendance in schools. So yeah, quoting the very renowned late Chief Obafemi Awolowo, he says that every Nigerian citizen must be educated at the public expense to the limits of his natural ability to enable him to be in the finest possible state to produce the utmost he is capable of. Thus, it is important that the Nigerian government, the state, is very and fully aware of the salient role it plays in educating its populace. Moving to the private sector, I would say there are three major ways the private sector can impact the educational sector, or yes, the educational sector. Three major ways. So we have the public-private partnerships, we have corporate social responsibilities, and we have, finally, innovation. So public-private partnership, just like it says, public-private partnership. Partnership between the public sector and the private sector. And the PPPs, as they are known, can play a very instrumental role in transforming or revitalizing the educational sector in Nigeria. So there needs to be collaborative efforts using South Africa as a case study. So the Accelerated Schools Infrastructure Delivery Initiative helped build hundreds of schools, bring in private funding to supplement the government's efforts. Moving quickly to CSRs, corporations need to see the importance of the roles that they play. So when thinking about their corporate social responsibilities, that is the responsibilities they owe their communities, the beneficiaries of their products or their customers, they need to understand that education is very important. So while companies think about their CSR, they should also think about education. So for example, in Kenya, Safaricom, through its CSR programs, have supported digital learning initiatives, providing thousands of schools with internet access and tablets for students. So Safaricom is like an Airtel of Nigeria, or MTN, so they're a telecommunications company. So Nigerian companies, particularly in sectors such as telecommunications, can also play a similar role. And then finally, through innovations, particularly tech innovations, the private sector can do well in pushing initiatives that help, putting innovations that help, will I say, educational system in Nigeria. So learning from India's Byju's, yeah, at the point, Byju's was a leading edtech, like say, platform or leader in the educational sector. So the private sector, such as we have ULesson, can do more to be very innovative to provide education to many people that don't have it. And I'll say finally, the development sector, moving quickly to the development sector, I will say there are three major roles the development sector can play. So we have more NGO engagement and community involvement. We have international aid and technical assistance, and finally, monitoring and evaluations. So NGO engagement and community involvement, it's good to have more international organizations or more development agencies functioning in this area. We already have many development, will I say, initiatives functioning in Nigeria, particularly in the northern region. We have Save the Children, Plan International, and even local educational, will I say, NGOs. We have Teach for Nigeria. We have NGOs that function in this area. Just saying they can do more, and we have more other NGOs that can play in the sector. And then aid and technical assistance. So much more than, will I say, giving the money, there is also technical assistance that can be given. So as much as giving the money is important, technical assistance can be very important. So it can help with designing good programs, like programs that are very well designed and programs that have measurable outcomes. It's one thing to have a program, it's another thing to have a program that achieves what the program was meant to do. So if you're able to design the program well, have, will I say, good metrics and measurable outcomes, it really helps a lot. And I think that that is very tied to the last point under this, being monitoring and evaluation. You don't just want to have a program. you need to constantly monitor it and evaluate it. You need to basically periodically say, okay, at the end of 2 months, we plan to achieve this. What are we doing now? At the end of 3 months, we plan to achieve this. Where are we now? It's not a thing of, oh, we have a 5-year program, and at the end of the 5 year, you're all gathering together to say that, oh, okay, what did we do in 5 years? You need to ensure that every point in time, there are checks, there are structures in place to ensure that things are going as they should go. And if things are not going as they should go, things are fixed so that things go as they should go. So, closing, I will say that the path to reviving education in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa is sort of clear, but it requires collective efforts, like I earlier said. It's not the function of just one person. It's the function of everyone's collective function. The government must provide funding, the private sector must innovate and invest, and development sector must support and monitor efforts to ensure that no child is left behind. I'll say, or I'll end with this. Imagine a future where every Nigerian child has access to quality education, no matter their gender, no matter their location or their economic background. Education is very important. A future where teachers are empowered and respected, and where schools are safe and secure, and where technology bridges the gap that poverty and geography once created. I'll say we all have a role to play in this. As much as we may say it is the role of the government, private sector, or development sector, we are all part of the systems, or will soon be, like one way or the other, we'll soon have roles to play. And I believe that having a strong consciousness of the role we play will help us in how we deliver our duties, will help us in how we go about our day-to-day, performing our roles in whatever sector we end up in or we currently are in. Thank you.
Please can you do that better? All right. Thank you so much, Praise, for that insightful session. I think, it's getting more insightful as we go on, isn't it? Do we want to stand up again? Do you want to stand up again? So is it getting more insightful? All right. We already know now that, the problem of Nigeria, especially in the educational sector, is not going to be solved by a single person, but we have to come together. It's a collective, effort, both the government, the public sector, and of course, the private sector. Please put your hands together once again for Praise Mbanali. I hope I got that correctly. Awesome. So, we made an announcement at the beginning of the event, and we said we have 2 pitch contests, right, for this event. The first one is the Festival of Change contest, and the other one is the Third Circle, contest. And the good news is there is room for those that want to participate in the Festival of Change contest. If you have an idea, just want to talk about your own way, how you think the government, the business or development sector can revive education, please see Divine at the back to register your name. It's not something you need to prepare a whole slide for. You just have an idea of how we can, revive the educational sector. Do not forget, this is going to be a publication. So it's going to be in the publication. So if you think you have an idea, right, on how we can do that, just see Divine at the back. Divine, please, can you wave again so they can see you? You can turn to the back, just see him quickly, and then you're up for it. Okay, now I understand. I did not tell you there are mouth-watering prizes attached to this. I did not tell you. I think that's why you guys are not going to register. Trust me, when we announce our winners, you'll be wishing you did. So instead of your Adino, just go meet him, and then you'll be registered, and then hopefully you get to win, and then you get, the prizes. So we want to lighten up the mood a bit. Like I already said, we have a spoken word artist in our midst this morning. Are you excited? Are you excited? And I'm so sure that we're about to, have a thought-provoking word session on education this morning. And the spoken word artist is a dynamic spoken word artist with a strong foundation in marketing and communication. Now I know why we use this university. Are you guessing what I'm guessing? She's also a graduate of the University of Lagos. And with a degree in mass communication, she has developed expertise in brand marketing and communication development. Experience cuts across both marketing and communication, allowing her to seamlessly bridge creative expression with strategic communication within the cooperative world. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Can we hear that loud? Are you ready? All right, please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Oyeyemi Adeoye as she gives us the spoken word presentation. Do that better until she gets here.
Hi guys, good morning. Can you hear me? I feel like I can hear myself. Can you hear me now? It's better. All right. We had a cold morning. Something she didn't mention is that I'm a former ISECA and we're troublemakers. So I'll make trouble this morning. Apologies. Praise is also an ISECA. Eri is also an ISECA. So just a little exercise here before we get into it. I know most of us went to primary school and we know this song. So please indulge me. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. That one did not do it. So. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, and you really want to show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Oh, thank you. Okay. So next we'll be raising our hands. Indulge me. So show of hands, if growing up you wanted to be any of the DLEs, doctor, lawyer, engineer. Okay. Dreaming of scrub suits and blueprints in hospitals, courtrooms, or tall buildings, aching to be called doctor, the law, my engineer. I wanted to be a doctor when I was a little girl, and I was indulged. My Harry Potter set swapped for picture-heavy science book that I soaked in like a sponge, dolls swapped for detachable 3D human skeleton toy that I named Louise, and of course the colorful plastic doctor set with all the tools to prepare me to cure any and every disease. My hopes jammed when I jammed my finger in the boot of my mother's car and passed out at the sight of my own blood. Said hopes were later shattered at the end of a biology practical when we had to dissect a frog. So the options left were a PhD or doctor by association through marriage or offspring. When I think offspring, a daughter springs to mind. And this is recorded, so in case I have a son. I hope if she comes, I hope a lot for her case. I hope in her quest to put doctor before her name, she won't spend 12 instead of 7 years to get her degree because the government and the academic union cannot agree. I hope she will have course materials that are fresh and not stale, with a functional library, classrooms, and tools that do not fail. I hope she will gain skills that build her mind so she can stand on her own and not be left behind. That she will graduate and not feel lost because her education came at too high a cost. I hope for her to laugh at my time, wondering how some of us turned out fine. Despite our half-baked schooling, barely done, yet we served. Because in her time, there will be intention in the curriculum. She will be shown, not told, how to get things done. She will look past books, papers, courses, and materials. Education for her will be experiential, with her eyes gleaming with curiosity and her mind bursting with possibilities. She will not have to travel overseas to get the best of her degrees. I hope she's not the only one who gets basic education. That education will sweep through her time like the polio vaccine, reaching even the farthest corners like the rain touching the cracked earth. Girls like her will know that they can become more than mother and wife, but also an artist, a leader, a beacon of light, a scientist, a writer, a giver of light, an entrepreneur, a scholar who will, not might, make a difference where it counts. This cannot all be wishful thinking. Without education, there will be so many faulty beginnings. The numbers don't lie. 10.5 million children out of school, 60% of those who finish primary school cannot read a simple sentence. How can we build a nation when our foundation lacks essence? But we all wear different hats here. But if you're in the government, wear a wig, be our advocate, be our voice, carry our mandate and make a better choice. Should we make 16-year-olds wait 2 years before they graduate, after they graduate, In this current state, that education is not worth the wait. Increase the teachers' pay, train them to be their best. Equip our schools so that children can compete with the rest. Be our voices in the chambers where decisions are made. Let the education be the foundation on which our nation is laid. Also, do not forget that some girls are not back from school and it's way past 3 p.m. If you're in business, wear a suit and be a businessman. You need skilled workers, we need better education. It's a win-win deal for the growth of our nation. Make us a deal with the ones who can be our saviors, who may hold the answer to our prayers, help bridge the gap, create connections that won't fade. For in this dance of deals, our lives may just depend on the handshake made. If you're all about development, be our family head, Olori Ebi, who doggedly calls up a family meeting at the sign of a conflict. Give us space to set the white plastic chairs in the family compound and start a dialogue to end the chaos on ground. Take learning beyond the four walls and the blackboard. Use our markets as classrooms, our farms as learning grounds, teaching coding under trees, science in community halls. Let education reach every child. The innovation lies at our feet. Together, we can all become doctors, who are mainly resuscitators, pumping air into the lungs of education, making sure it does not die. We'll diagnose the illness, we'll prescribe the cure with policies, investment, and innovations. So, if I have a baby girl and she eventually becomes doctor, on her behalf and mine, I thank the people who started the line. To the teachers and others underpaid, overworked, yet still showing up. We see you, we thank you, you're filling a half-empty cup. Planting trees that may never shade you, building houses you may not live in. I pray that the labor will not be in vain. So, as the questions are asked, the responses are served, the numbers are added up, actions are taken, the insights are revealed and put in paper. For her sake, I hope it will be in her favor. Thank you.
Please a resounding applause for Yemi Adeoye. By the way, that's the first time I'm hearing or I'm seeing someone be a Yemi that's a lady. So, like I said, I'm going to walk into the crowd now. I just want a line from a spoken word. Who can do that? Hey! I know you can do it. I know. So, who wants to do that for us? Just a line. Or a phrase. Shall I walk in? Should I walk in? Shall I walk in? Okay. Your name, please, and which state you are from.
My name is Deborah Halalade. I'm from Ogun State. Yes, came from Ogun State. Okay, she said let me just say the way she said it. When I have a daughter, she'll become a doctor. PhD by association, bloodline or marriage.
Okay. Now your name,
I'm Olayinka Owolabi from Owe, Ogun State, yes. Yes, that all of us should become resuscitators because I'm a nurse. That's why I remember that. But I'm in the academia. We become resuscitators, we diagnose, profess solution, identify problems, and profess solution.
Is that what you said? This is awesome. Awesome. Please put your hands together for her once again. Another person. Awesome. I love it. Okay. Please, if they're not saying your line, let me know. I think someone raised, okay. Your name, the state you are from, and then the line.
My name is Abraham, and I'm from Lagos, basically. So I got a line where she said, education should serve as a foundation of where the countries are laid. I don't know if that's correct. Education should serve as a foundation of where the countries are laid.
All right.
My name is Farida. I'm from Ogun State. He said, imagine a world where tech is being taught under the tree.
That's awesome. Please put your hands together for everybody that just says something. Guess what? Guess what? So the authority was laid on me, right, to pick 5 persons in the room to be judges for the next Festival of Change pitch contest. So all the 4 persons that just talked will be the judges. Please put your hands together for them. Can you do that better? Yes, I love that. So you just, they will come out and talk about, I hope no contestant is part of the judges. All right. So you just come out, and once the contestants are here talking about how they can revive, education, they can revive, education in Nigeria. So you just judge based on what they said, come together, and you pick a winner. Are we good? Are we good? So are you ready for more? If you're ready for more, say, I'm ready for more. People have started, though. Don't let us fight, though. Are we ready for more? All right, I love that. So we're moving straight to the next keynote speech again here. So it's so interesting to let you know that all the speakers here will also be panelists, except Victoria that stepped out already. But, they are coming back again, and then we'll have a panel session, and they will also get to answer questions. So the next speaker for today, an interesting one. Are you ready to know our next speaker? Are you ready to know our next speaker? The louder you shout, the faster I call on the next speaker. Are you ready? All right. So our next speaker is a thought leader in education, the founder of Scholinka, Africa's first online platform for teachers' continuous professional development. With over 6 years of experience, he has led a team that leverages technology to build a skilled education workforce across Africa. He has worked on numerous local and international education projects, including speaking at the Teach for All Global Conference in Armenia. He has also founded Rebook Africa, a non-profit expanding digital opportunities for youth in low-income communities. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Accounting and Finance from the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, also known as FUNAB. He also completed a diploma in entrepreneurship from Università Bocconi and a growth enterprise program from Lagos Business School. Are you ready? Let me also give you an hint to the person that is coming up today. I follow his wife on social media, and this woman is on a journey to give low-income communities, children in low-income communities, 12 years of fully funded quality education. So there is a place where she's giving people free education. Of course, it's an organization where people give towards it, but then she's on a journey to give students, right, or people that cannot afford education for 12 good years. I think it's the 3rd year now or 2nd year now. So are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? So I think it's an education family. Please put your hands together for Oluwaseun Kayode. Do that louder till he gets here. Thank you.
Hello. But I'd like to use the handheld as well. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Oh, sorry, it's in the afternoon now. This is 12:01. Yes, okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope we are doing well and doing good and enjoying our time here. I can't hear responses. All right, good. Thank you so much. After Praise finished speaking, I was like, let us just end this program. Because she has said everything, practically everything. In fact, what I prepared to share is what she shared. So thank you so much for doing the job. And then when Oyeyemi did her spoken words, how many of you think that was a masterpiece? I did think it was a masterpiece. So I think there's a feedback from this. Okay. What do I need to do? Yeah? They can't work together. Can I switch this off? Okay, all right, good. Thank you. All right, good. Thank you so much. she talked about the crisis. And how many of us think that education is in a crisis in Nigeria? Okay. I see that there are no hands up. Please, I would like to ask questions. If you don't have your hand up, can you tell me why your hand is not up? Okay, how many of you think education is really good and there's no crisis? Good. Can you give a reason to that? I'll bring the mic to you. Sorry, it's a keynote, but I like talking to people. All right, please.
Education is good, though, but the problem is that the funds to raise up children in education is getting really bad in our economy in Nigeria. And
Thank you very much. So you think education is really good? Like, you think the policies are great, the curriculum is good? But that's what you said. But anyway, I just wanted to ask that question. It looks like majority of us think that education is in a big crisis. And I agree with you, especially on the African continent. And bringing it home in Nigeria, there's a big crisis. You know, Praise mentioned some statistics. And I'm going to also mention some as well. You know, I have some statistics here. And the first one here says 70% of Nigerian children in primary schools cannot read, write, or perform basic numeracy by age 10. So that means if you have 10-year-olds, 7 of them cannot read and write in English language. So that means you are part of the lucky 3 out of 10, right? That you can read and write in English language. And that's a big crisis. And apart from that, you know, there are other, statistics that says 36% of teachers in Africa are not well trained. And that's by UNESCO. So you can imagine, that means 1 out of every 3 classrooms in Nigeria or in Africa is taught by a teacher that is not competent enough to do their jobs. So that means you have a child sitting in a classroom and then the teacher is absolutely clueless on how to pass knowledge to that child. We have overcrowded classrooms. We have so many challenges. And coming down to the funding part, you know, Praise mentioned within 6 to 7% is what is spent on education. Let me now make that statistics more shocking. About 1.59% of Nigeria's GDP is what we spend on educating the citizenry. So for those who are not economics aligned or don't understand what GDP is the total amount of what a country produces every year. So that means, I think right now our GDP is around 60 billion or $60 trillion. So that means we are spending just about 1% or just a little over 1% of that $60 trillion that we make every year to educate over 200 million people. That's a big crisis, right? That's a big challenge. And these are statistics that we need to look at every day that needs to steer us in the face, to gear us into action. But interestingly, we don't use data in this part of the world. You know, whenever we try to create education innovations and interventions, we don't even think about the data that is actually driving the problem that we want to solve. And so I think establishing these, numbers and these statistics is very important. We are supposed to understand what this looks like, and so that we are able to frame our interventions, appropriately to really solve those challenges. Now, looking at these statistics, right, I drew up, 4 major areas that I think are big challenges, challenge areas that we need to intervene in as far as education development is concerned. One is the FLN crisis. So FLN is foundational literacy and numeracy. We are just like, when you look at African countries alone, Nigeria ranks really low on English and mathematics and basic science. So foundational literacy and numeracy crisis is huge, and that needs to be solved. And that is exacerbated by, the out-of-school children numbers that Praise mentioned, 10.5 million. Some people will tell you 13.2 million. Some people will tell you 20 million. And I will tell you that number is actually very conservative because we are in a country where data is not even something that we take as important as we should. So there is dearth of data. So that means the numbers that these people can calculate is what they can calculate. It's just like when you come to the teaching profession. We used to say that 50% of teachers are not qualified to teach in Nigeria. That's what TRCN said. But there are millions of other teachers who are not even licensed at all, that TRCN cannot even account for. There are a lot of mushroom schools. In Lagos alone, we have more private schools than public schools, right? And then we have over 11,000 of them that are illegal. So you can imagine data in that illegal schools cannot be counted because they are not legal. So that means if you ask me the question, I'll tell you we have more than 50 million children that are out of school in Nigeria, actually. So this is a big crisis. So FLN is a big crisis, foundational literacy and numeracy. We also have curriculum redundancy. How many of us agree to that? That what you're learning in school today, most times is disconnected from what you find in the world. You know, I have a couple of guys that work with me at school in Canada that they are still undergraduates, and they're already earning salaries and earning, pay home every month. And what they are studying in school is absolutely different from what they do at school in Canada. And when I ask them, when you finish school, do you want to? They say, no, this one I'm doing is just absolutely fine. They are video editors, they are content creators, they are software developers, but they are studying maybe plant and physiology somewhere in one university in southwestern Nigeria. And the curriculum is not even relatable to what they find in the job market. So there is that big gap, and that's another area. The other area is around funding gaps, which we've talked. We can't even overflow that, right? UNESCO benchmark 15 to 20%. Nigeria, that's what you should do. But Nigeria is in 6 to 7%. In fact, we celebrated when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, made it 6 point something percent, because that was an elevation from where we were, right? But of course, it's a far cry from where we should be. So that's a big challenge, funding gap. Then the final one is poor teaching quality, which is something I'm really, really passionate about solving in Nigeria. The poor teaching quality crisis is, very, very crazy. I've sat down with teachers. These are people that are supposed to lead learning. If you're a teacher here, please raise up your hand. Good, good, good. I'm not trying to belittle our profession. I'm also a teacher as well. I've met fantastic educators. But I've also met teachers that I just feel like you don't have a business in the classroom. But that's where we are. And those are like the four, different areas I want to speak to today. Now, if you look at all this crisis is, leading to one part I call the instructional core. Now, if I ask you a question, what's the purpose of education? Why do we have to go to school to get educated? People will have different answers. And I'm not here to say which one is right or wrong, because everybody is right. We all have different purposes for, being educated or accessing education, right? So there is something that is critical to learning. For effective learning to take place, no matter your definition of education or whatever purpose you're getting out of education, there's something called instructional core. And this is a theory, propounded by a professor at Harvard. His name is Richard Elmore. You can read more about it. But what it means, or what it says, is the fact that there are three parties involved in quality learning experiences. One is the teacher, the second is the content, and the third is the student. So that means if you have a teacher, you have a student, and you have the content, learning can happen, right? But he also says for you to be able to determine the quality of learning outcomes, or let me say, to improve learning outcomes in that situation, you need to work on all three. So that means you can't afford to work on teachers and not work on the content. You can't afford to work on content and not work on the students. You need to work on all three. Or else you'll be sitting down on a, when you have a seat that is like maybe triangle in nature and one leg is off. How many of us take keke napep? We take keke napep, right? Good. So you can imagine one tire at the back is off. What will happen? Everybody in the keke napep will just pour out of the bike, or the tricycle rather. So that's how education works. And what Richard Elmore says is the fact that if you want to improve learning outcomes, if you say the content that is being delivered is poor, that means your curriculum is bad, the content is crazy, it's not working, and you go ahead and increase that complexity of that content, you repair it, and you create very amazing content and curriculum. If you don't improve the teacher capacity to deliver that content, it is zero. Now, if you now say, okay, we want to improve teachers' capacity, but the content is left, and then the students are not motivated to engage with that content, is absolutely zero as well. And that's the challenge we've been having with education in Nigeria and in Africa and in developing nations. There are a lot of initiatives happening, a lot of things happening, like I used to say, anytime they release Nigerian education budget, I'll say, for me, this is not an education budget. This is a school block and classroom building budget. Because when you look at Nigerian education budget, majority of that amount of money goes into salaries and overheads, right? And then the other goes into infrastructural development. So a governor will come and tell you that I want to build 27 blocks of classrooms so that they can write governor, blah, 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 building. And I don't have issues with that, right? But that is only infrastructural buildings that they can stamp their names on as politicians. But what about the quality of education that is going on in those buildings that we build? So that is why education is really sitting down on either 2 tires or just 1 tire of keke napep, in this part of the world. And so instructional core is really, really important. Like I used to say, if you have a fantastic educator, you have a student that is highly motivated to learn. And what causes motivation? Because they know that after school, there's something for them. The education they've gotten is relevant in the market, and they'll be able to get jobs or, definitely become active and responsible citizens. So if you have a student that is very motivated to learn, you have a fantastic educator, you have great content that is contextually relevant, what will happen? Even if class is under a tree, learning will happen. And that's what I've been thinking of. And that's how I used to think about education. I attended public school all my life, right? I'm not the Minister of Education. I'm not Professor what have you, right? But of course, I turned out this way. And I know there are people who went to school in the kind of context that I went to school as well, who turned out great as well, right? And we know the situation of public education infrastructure. My dad used to tell me when we were growing up, he used to say it in Yoruba. Apologies to those who don't understand Yoruba. Praise, do you understand Yoruba? Okay, good. He would say, Taba gunyon ninu ewe, kasi obe ninu ekpo ekpa, eni ma yo ayo. So what it means is the fact that if you pound yam inside groundnut pod, or you cook your soup inside leaf, whoever will eat that food and still be, like Nigeria will say belefu, will still be belefu, right? Because it's a thing of the mindset. So what he's saying is the fact that even if there are no good infrastructural facilities in your schools, so far you are highly motivated to learn, you are going to learn. Now imagine you have that kind of child with great teachers and great content. Learning will happen. Not to say other things are not very important. So we've always been riding on just maybe 1 tire of keke napep or 2 tires of keke napep all through. And that is what, really, really affected education. Now, how do we solve these challenges? And I call it the trisector handshake model, right? How can these 3 sectors come together to actually solve these challenges? The first one that I will mention is the national philosophy of education. If you read the national policy on education, how many of us have read the national policy on education? Okay, good. Just one person. All right, 1, 2, 3. You read some parts. Good. So just 3 people or 4 people in this hall, plus me. 5 parts. Okay, how many people have read parts of the national policy on education? I want to improve education in this country. All right, good. I will advise that, if you're passionate about education in the country, go and read that document. And when you read that document, one thing that will jump up to you very quickly is the fact that there are great policies on ground. We have great policies on education, the one that was redone and everything. But the issue is the implementation. That's what we usually say. Now, I've read that document, and there's something called the National Philosophy on Education. Now, when we say the National Philosophy of Education, what it means is the fact that as far as education is concerned, what do we want to achieve with it in this country? So when somebody goes through our education system, I think we do 6334 now. When somebody goes through that education system, who would they become? What would they be able to do in education? They call it KBAD, know and be able to do. It's an acronym. So what would they be able to do as a graduate of that particular system? How would they be able to contribute to the nation's development? We have that policy in Nigeria. And that policy, if you go and read it, the bottom line is the fact that we want human beings who become, are able to realize themselves. They are able to be, they are conscious of their national environment, and they are able to integrate into the society. So the 3 major aspects is self-realization, national consciousness, and social integration. So that means as a student, or let me say as a graduate of that education system, these 3 things you must become. These are like your graduate outcomes. Now, if you look at that national philosophy of education, it has been written many years ago and created many, many years ago. So I think one area that private sector, the business, the government and the development sector needs to look in is really around, can we come together to review this national philosophy of education? We can't go anywhere if we don't do that. Is it still relevant to our context right now? The philosophy of education, what we want children to be, or when we graduates to be when they grow up, is that what they should still be right now? Is it relevant today, and is it preparing us for the future? That's a conversation that needs to happen between the three sectors. Because I'm just trying to go into the foundational part. So if that conversation is not happening, it's just like you can't build structures on nothing. The philosophy is what guides the curriculum. Because it's that philosophy that you will now further translate into curriculum and create better curriculum that will now, help you, develop citizens in a way that you want them to be. So is this still relevant for us today? Does it prepare us for the future? That's a conversation we should have. The three sectors. The second part is the curriculum translation. Does the national policy on education translate into our current curriculum? So when you look at the curriculum that we have right now, is it well aligned to the national philosophy on education? If there's a gap, we need to close it. Then apart from that, are the teachers skilled enough to deliver the curriculum? You have teachers in classrooms that are really doing amazing. I mean, I've met so many teachers. By the way, we've trained over 7,500 teachers at School Inca. I don't know everybody. Sometimes I go out and people say, I know you, Mr. Shonkayode, blah, 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 blah. Sunday Daniel is here. We started the work together back then, right? And we've trained a lot of teachers. And like I said, I've met amazing educators. But I've also met those who don't even understand what a curriculum is. And what is the idea of a curriculum? Why did we even create a curriculum? How do we develop one? So are teachers skilled enough to deliver the curriculum that we have designed? The second is teaching quality. Like I said, 1 out of every 3 teachers in Africa is not trained, according to UNESCO. And 50% of teachers in Nigeria are not qualified to teach, according to TRCN. TRCN is Teachers Registration Council of Nigeria. Now, what can development sector, the public, and then, of course, business people do in this regard is, can we look at creating standards for teaching career pathways? And this is a conversation that has been ongoing, and that's why the government also established parastatals like Teachers Registration Council of Nigeria to be able to standardize the teaching profession. But one thing we have seen so far is the fact that the teaching profession does not reward teaching excellence. So how can the teaching profession career pathway reward teaching excellence? In the way that you don't just spend 5 years and get promoted in your career just because you spend 5 years, just like a civil servant. But you are promoted because of what you've been able to add to body of knowledge and how you've been able to help your children or the students in your classroom improve in their learning outcomes. Can we place quality over years of experience in service? Can we create a system that does that? And this, you can't do it alone. Government can't do it alone. They need private sector to also come into that. Can we create a career pathway, of course, that rewards teaching excellence? Can we increase teacher remuneration and formulate social status acceptance policies? There's a country in Africa where if you are a teacher and you want to enter a bus is actually free for you if you're a teacher. So far, you have your ID card. Now, I know the teachers here are smiling. Especially with the current transportation situation in this country. Imagine President Tinubu say, okay, for every teacher, I'm sure everybody will go and get ID cards of teachers and become a teacher. Because that's the truth. And if you enter a bus and then the seats are filled up and you need to sit, somebody will stand up for you because you are a teacher. And the reason why we don't have things like this is because of the social, the value system we have in this country, where we don't respect the foundations of development. And it's so, interesting to see that people don't see how education development actually cut across the economy. How well-educated citizenry can make the state more secure. How well-educated citizenry can become great doctors. or will even live right in a way that they don't have to visit the hospital every time because they are well educated. We don't see the impact of education. And that's why these value systems are not there. You know, my grandmother used to tell me back in the days that if you are a teacher, you are a master in the village, people respect you. People bring yam to your house, bring rice to your house, bring different things, to your house, right? And then, of course, when you are moving, in fact, the king respects you. Because the king knows that whatever letter is coming to the village, you'll be the one to read it. But can we say the same today? If you go anywhere and introduce yourself as a teacher, people will look at you from head to toe like. So can we raise that social status? These are the underlying part. And one way we can do that, for example, we have some companies, for instance, Maltina. I'm not an ambassador of Maltina. Is it Maltina Teacher of the Year? Exactly. I'm not an ambassador, please. I'm not advertising their product. But they do this Teacher of the Year program every year. And even this year, they were able to take some teachers to Finland. I was part of, I consulted on that project. So they took these teachers to Finland. And that's a way by which they raise the status of these educators. So how can business people, so if you're a business person here, how can your business be socially responsible enough to elevate the status of, the teaching profession? The second part is continuous professional development. You can never remove this, right? And this is where development agencies work the most. How can we improve the skill level of these educators? How can we expose them to training? The reason why we started Schooling back then was because, it's not because there are no teacher training programs, it's just because teachers are not accessing these teacher training programs. I met teachers who told us that, in the last 12 years, they've not attended one single training. That's a sorry situation. So you can imagine, and I used to, try to compare it. A doctor will go for a series of training every year. A doctor who wants to perform a surgery will start training for that surgery for 6 months. He's a professional doctor, medical doctor. But because of that procedure, he has to go through that's why they'll tell the patient, oh, we can't do it now. We'll do it in 6 months. Between that time and 6 months, that doctor is going ahead to do trainings and, of course, watching videos or maybe traveling out to see how the procedure is done. And you say, oh, it's very important for the doctor to do that because it's saving lives. Please, what are teachers doing? Are teachers not saving lives? Let's think about this thing. So because the doctor is going there with knife and he will cut people open, teachers are working with hearts. They do heart surgery every day. The work they do in their classroom, molding hearts, molding brains, instilling moral values. That's not something you can do with knives and surgical weapons. Sorry to medical professionals here. That's on a lighter note. So we can't neglect the aspect of continuous professional development for teachers. Every year, teachers should have at least 24 hours of training. Every teacher, at least 24 hours of training every school year. So development agencies, even businesses as well, you can contribute in this area. You can say your business will want to do training for 50 teachers every year as corporate social responsibility. It's part of it. You're contributing to the work. We also need to enable professional learning communities to scale best practices. So where we have best practices shown, right, for instance, you have an educator in Makoko that is doing amazing work. Can we create professional learning communities where that teacher will be able to share whatever they've done with other teachers, in different places? And not just for teachers alone, even education policy makers. And this is another challenge we have. You have teachers who are highly passionate about their job. They've gone outside to get trained, but they come to the school and they meet a school head that has refused to develop herself. And then they tell the school that this is what I want to do. And the school head say, no, that's not possible. This is how we used to do it in 1972. So it cuts across everywhere. Or you have education policy makers coming to check your lesson notes in school and they're saying that, no, this is how your lesson plan should be written. You must start with prior knowledge, blah, 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 objectives, blah, blah, blah. This is how you write it. In fact, they'll be checking your punctuation marks and all of these things. Instead of them to check the real deal, what's the outcome of the learning experiences? So if professional development is not going across board for education policymakers, researchers, teachers, and school owners and school heads, then we are far away from reviving education. And the third one is educational funding. Like I said, only 1.9% of the GDP is spent on education. And I said something earlier. I used to say that the budget allocated to education in Nigeria is a school budget, is not an education budget. Because the truth is, when you look at education, education is a nation on its own. Because in education, you find transportation. Won't you transport children to school? In education, you find health sector. Won't you have sick bays and all of these things in your school? In education, you find agriculture because children will eat. At least we saw what Professor Yemi Oshibajo did with the school feeding program. Didn't they have to provide food for these children so that they can learn? When you go to the north, people don't go to school. People go to school. But a lot of people don't go to school, right, in the north, right? And one way they felt like they can also improve attendance rate is through feeding. So these children will come to school in the morning. But another thing they do is that after they finish eating from the window like this, they've gone. But at least the amount of hours they spend in classroom is something. Because feeding is very important. So you can imagine agriculture in education. So if we are creating education budget, for instance, we are not only looking, my time is up, right? I'll soon be done. We are not only looking at, let us build classroom blocks. Let us build fantastic education infrastructure. That is very, very important. But we are also looking at an holistic model of funding education, where not just access is being funded, but quality is funded as well. Access is key. Access is important. Millions of children out of school. But the ones in school, what are we doing about them? The disparity in gender. How guys are attaining higher academic outcomes in maths, English, and basic science compared to girls. Can we do something about that as well? Can we look at the teaching methods? Can we improve that? And all of this requires money. So funding is very, very key, right? So we need to increase funding. Government needs to meet at least 15% of the bench, 15%, they said 15 to 20, but let's even meet 15 first. Let's meet 15 first, right? They need to increase this funding every year, right? I mean, I think, Yemi was saying in our spoken word, and she was talking about how, lecturers go on strike, and it affects learning experiences from 4 years to, or 7 years to 12 years as a medical doctor. That's a big challenge. That should not be happening in a country like this. Then we need to create tri-sector SPVs. So SPVs are special purpose vehicles. So how can people come together to create endowment funds, for instance? For instance, the Multina Teacher of the Year program is an endowment fund. So they've invested one particular money many years ago. So the interest on that is what they used to fund. So Multina doesn't even have to bring out new money every year to fund it, because there's a business that they are doing with that money that keeps giving them much more money to continue to run the program. So can businesses also create things like that? If your business you think is small, can you community of business people come together to create SPVs, create endowment funds that can fund education in your own particular local government? So this is like a call to action. Then funding priorities and tracking. We need to follow where the money goes. That's a big challenge with education. There's a lot of money given to education. You hear the money in the budget, I think it's 1 something trillion naira right now that they gave to education. Right from Buhari, it was starting from, because I was following it since Buhari time, 500 and something billion, this 600 and something billion. But now we've entered 1.7 trillion or so that is allocated to education. But where is that money going to? At some point, there's a project they did in, one of the states, southwestern states here, where an international donor agencies came, and they brought a lot of computer labs. They built a lot of computer labs across schools. And those computer labs now, when you go there now, they are gathering dust, right? Because the funding that is supposed to use to maintain these computer labs, train the teachers on how to use the computer, is being embezzled by some school leaders. So can development agencies come into that part where I know there's budget that does for the entire budget, but can we also have education non-profits that do something around tracking where the money goes so that everybody is held accountable? Then development, yes, of course. So we move from a salary budget to an actual education budget, just like I said before. So let's move from the part where we are saying, okay, let's pay salary so that everybody is happy. When ASU strike happens as well, there's salary part of it. But the truth is, we all know that, I'm sorry for lecturers that are here, when salary is taken out of the equation, work will resume, right? So we need to move from salary budget to education to actual education budget. So these are the different areas that I think, education can be improved by the 3 sectors. Thank you so much.
Can you make that louder? Wow. That was a whole lecture. I mean, he said a lot of things. I was just, there. And I really don't even know which of them to pick out, right? We have a long way to go, but I'm grateful for Festival of Change because this is a step towards where we are going to, and I'm so sure. I mean, it was, Erioluwa said while he was giving his opening remark that, this Festival of Change starts from our mind, and that's why we are here, right? So that the change will start from our mind first, and then a lot of things, Oluwa Sheon Kayode said. Please put your hands together for him once again. I mean, how that education itself is a what? Education itself is a what? Nation. Who said that? Awesome. You have a brand new car key. Please put your hands together for her. I'll give you the key. Don't worry. Just have faith for the car. It will come. Put your hands together for her. Yes. All right. Awesome. So, I lost my line of thought. All right, so talking about that, education, is a nation, and then the budget shouldn't be just, a salary, and then we should see education as a nation. And I love how we talked about changing the social status of teachers, right? It's so sad that teachers are the most underpaid professionals right now in Nigeria. Like you said, you can't say you're a teacher. You can't even proudly say you're a teacher outside. Because they can even guess your salary. I can guess your salary. Especially if you're in some areas. I know it cannot be more than 100K. We laughed out. Did I lie? That's a lie. That's even high. I'm telling you, you hear some person's salary 50K as a teacher. And they're the ones doing the most important job. I mean, just like I said, it's more than, slicing people open. We are working on the heart, working on, the important aspect of a child or of any student. And then, funding is quite important. It's very, very important. And so you also see teachers that are not even qualified, but because of the 30,000, the 50,000 naira, I mean, there's no other job. Just get a teaching job first. Then whatever comes along the way, And I think if the social status increases, right, you see teachers that actually have the passion come there because of the passion. Because, okay, you hear people tell you, there's one particular motivational speaker that would say that, keep your passion aside. Get something that are you going to eat your passion? I don't know if you know the man. He said, are you going to eat your passion? You're not going to eat your passion, right? You need something that will pay your bills and then use it to fund your passion later. That's why you see people that actually have the heart and passion for teaching move to other things because, it's not paying their bills. But like we said, this is Festival of Change, and I believe that change is here already, not coming. Change is here already. Can you say that with me? Change is here already. Awesome. So it's time for the very first speech contest, right? We'll be having love that. Thank you so much for passing the name across to me. First, our judges that are already picked, I would like them to please come occupy the 3 seats here. The judges, the nurse at the back, ma. Thank you, ma. The lady on fringe, the guy, and then, I didn't get your name. Permit me to call you Alaja. Yeah, please come to the front here. Please put your hands together for your judges. Please do that louder. Don't worry, after this particular session, it is time for break. Then you can, just step out for a few minutes. Then we'll be back for the other segment. But let's just have the pitch, session right now, and then we'll go on a break. All right, the 4. While they're coming to the seats, let me just start calling the contestant. Please can Prosper Olutayo come forward. Please put your hands together for him. It's not easy coming out to say, you know what, I want to do this, and then in front of everybody. Put your hands together for him. I think he's here. Do that better and louder. Williams David, put your hands together for him as he also comes forward. Okikiola Adetayo, come forward too. Then Joshua, come forward. No, I will not agree. No lady. What's happening? There's no lady. Okay, yes, we had the name before, yeah. I think Eboluwa, right? Where's Eboluwa? All right, please put your hands together for her. Judges, mark her face. Can I bribe you? She's the only lady. Mark her face. Anyways, we trust that you are going to be, fair in your judgment. Is that correct? So I think for each pitch, let me check the minutes that you have. So we have 25 minutes generally. So I think you have 5 minutes. Who's going to be? I don't want to do it. So who's going to be a timekeeper here? Do you have a phone to do that? Please put your hands together for that young boy at the back. That's the future educationist. Please put your hands together for him. Louder, please. So we'll be here. He will be a timekeeper. Don't give anybody 1 second. If it's 5 minutes like this, tell me it's 5 minutes. Can you do that better for him? All right, so every contestant, you have 5 minutes.
Sure.
Why is it not working? Okay. Okay, but all right. So for every contestant, you have 5 minutes each for your pitch. Shall I do ladies first? Anyways, let me start from here. No, not ladies.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joshua, and I'm here to pitch my education idea. Joshua, yeah.
This is the festival pitch. We have the third circle pitch contest. Like I said earlier, we have 2 pitch contests. We have the Festival of Change contest, pitch contest, and then the third circle. You are for the Festival of Change, right? You just registered your name at the back, right? You all just registered your name, right? Then you have registered your name. So
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Williams David. I'm here to put my own contribution to the challenges facing the educational system in Nigeria and the measures that we can take to build this education. I think from all the speakers have spoken today, one of the things they were emphasizing on is based on formal education. And from what I know, responding to all sectors, both based on the physical domain, the attitudinal domain, and the cognitive domain. And one of the things by virtue of experience that I can add is I see that we have poor funding system in the country. And that makes qualified teachers to not pick this profession as their sole entity. How will I use this one? Sorry. They go far from it because they give them meager allowances, and the approaches, or how will I use it now? Okay, poor funding system. The allowances given to them is poor, so they decide to make a move from that field that they are qualified to do. Then we'll find people who are not qualified because there's lack of jobs. They go into the system and they bring out nothing, no results. So poor funding system affects. 2, politicization of education. One of the things I see specifically in tertiary institutions is we are fond of using religious system. This person finished from this school and we bring in these people into these campuses without even thinking of experts that are in this field. Or for example, I want to use my school I finished from as an example. In the North Central state, find most of our lecturers coming into the system, and what they had or what they carried is what they still keep running in the campus. So external knowledges that need to be brought into the system is being reduced by virtue of politicization of education. Then another thing is academic fraud. I'll use that word, academic fraud. One time I asked a question and I said that all these children, students were training, that we are teaching examination malpractices. What can they give to our own children? And I began to see, because most of the systems, most of the external exams they write, you find them cheating in all exams. And I began to see, I sat down with a teacher one day and I said, what with these students that we are helping in exam hall, what would they feed our own children? So if this so-called corruption and fraud system can be reduced in the educational sector, then we will find growth in the system. So then we'll find growth in the system. And then
1 minute more.
Another thing is grading, the curriculum planning. I think in educational system they plan the curriculum every 5 years. Yeah, about I think the duration of years, with the way the things are, the economy of the country is going, the duration of years is too much to plan the curriculum. So that's my addition to teaching system.
All right, put hands together for him once again. Thank you. The next contestant. Please, can the other just have your seats, please, so you don't keep standing. You just sit nearby. You can don't.
Everyone, my name is Okikiola Adetayo. So this is my pitch statement. First, there should, for thorough reform of the educational system from the fundamental to the highest level education to be done. So there are some certain things. So I grouped it from the primary level, the secondary, and the high institution. So in the primary level, so there should be a proper scrutiny of teachers to ensure that only the most qualified teachers are employed. So there are a lot of cases whereby public school.
Sorry. Hello. I'm going to give you your time, right?
Check, 1, 2, check. Check, 1, 2, check. Check, 1, 2, check. Mic check. Check. Mic check, 1, 2, check. So starting from the primary level, so as I've said, there should be proper scrutiny of teachers to ensure that only the most qualified teachers are employed, and there are a lot of cases whereby public primary school teachers treat students in an harsh manner, and all in the name of disciplining the students. So if the teachers can be well scrutinized and they are well assessed, both in terms of psychological aspects, to know if this person is patient enough to deal with very young pupils. So that is very important. I've seen a case whereby a teacher beat a child until the child actually fainted. So that's one thing that happens in some areas. So and also the government should provide adequate facility by increasing the allocated budget for primary education. So in the current world of involving technology, So every child should not be deprived of the opportunity to learn a tech skill from a young age, as this would allow young talented children to find their passion and build their innovative idea at a tender age. So at the secondary school level, so this stage is where a lot of young students find or choose their field of study partially. So in terms of picking either arts, science, or commercial classes. So there are a lot of development that can be done at this level to revive the education. So the education policies must be reviewed. So the curriculum must be updated, as it is basically outdated in most cases, and the teachers should undergo training and assessment to ensure quality is being served to the students. So standard facilities should be provided to ensure that students have a conducive learning environment. So also financial education should be inculcated into the system at that stage. And at the university level, the quality of education at the university level should be improved by engaging students in more practical aspects of their core courses, and also ensuring that the education meets international standards. So in addition, it would be of great benefit if the higher institutions can partially be self-sustaining, as this would allow the institutions to make decisions in terms of building infrastructures and facilities without rigorous procedures of getting fundings from government. Thank you.
Please put hands together for him. Thank you so much. Next person. Your name and...
Good day, everyone. My name is Olutayo Prosper, a bona fide student of Community High School at Adesonlu, standing here before you to give you the in-depth on the topic, which says, how can we revive education back in Nigeria? Firstly, reasoning from the in-depth of my illustration of a 1-month training class by the Bomulo Educational Foundation in my school, we have a lot of benefits from technology in which individual can get something tangible from. When we talk about digital literacy, many people have the insight of digital literacy, but they don't have the main purpose and their objective to make it to derive as a positive side. I will advise that we collaborate on students, bring them together on a seminar, tutor them about what we have digital literacy, so they will be an expert. So it won't be in the case that they will have access to technology, but they will use it in the negative aspect. We are born in a certain place to make change and to bring a solution to a place. So I will urge all my fellow people here that we go on a task to make use of our digital literacy well by using it to educate people, let them know the advantage of digital literacy. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joshua, and for the team said, what can the government and the development sector do to revive education? As for me, I will say the government should invest more money on education, like increase more funding on education, like hire more teacher, not ordinary teacher, educated teacher. The government should provide material for students, like textbook, computers, and have access to internet. All students should have access to internet, and the government should ensure that all students have high quality of education, but to prepare them for success. For the development sector, I will say they should collaborate with the government. They should collaborate with the government to develop education to meet all industry needs. They should collaborate on teacher training teachers training, teachers training and development program. As by doing that, education can be revived. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ebolu Adeyinka, and I'm here to pitch my idea on what the government, business sector, and the development sector can do to revive education. Education is a right, and we should not be deprived. Education is an investment, and we are underinvesting. In making sure that education is available and accessible, we should also make sure that we are making the right type of education available. The world has changed, and education has not changed with it. The world has evolved, but education has not evolved. We are no longer living in the industrial age. We are now living in a new world, the digital age. Most of the subjects and topics taught in schools now are based on the curriculums designed for the industrial age. They are no longer needed. Students are learning outdated subjects, preparing for a world that no longer exists. The government, the business, and development sector, as I like to call them, they are external stakeholders. This means that they are not directly involved in the process. They are not the ones sitting in the classroom, but they are impacted by the process. And what can they do to revive education? They should collaborate with schools to review and develop curriculums that align with the current era demands. I, as a student, am a primary stakeholder in education. I should not spend 4 years in university learning a course that is going to prepare me, learning a course that is designed for the industrial world, learning a course that is going to make me fit to perform in the labor market, when the world out there is a digital world. Why should I be learning a course for a world that is not waiting for me? Why should I be learning a course for a world that no longer exists? And these are the problems. This is why we are producing graduates every year that are underdeveloped, that do not have the required skills. I should be learning skills that will enable me to solve social, business, and economic problems. But why do I not have that? Because the current curriculums are not fit to teach me that. Reviewing policies to make sure that education is not only available, it is accessible, it is acceptable, and it is affordable. And also, the business and the development sector should offer internships that give the students the opportunity to have the needed experience and know the skills that are required of them when they are done with their formal education. As a business owner, I do not want to have an employee that do not have the skills that are required of him. I do not want to have an employee that cannot function effectively in a digital world. I do not want to have an employee that is not used to the modern way of doing things. I do not want to have an employee that is so schooled. Education is meant to give us an open mindset, not a fixed one. Education extends beyond the classroom. While some of these ideas are already existent, I believe that putting in more focus and more resources into these areas will help revive education. Thank you.
Okay, put your hands together for her. That's the only female.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry, I'm a last-minute contestant. My name is James, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much. So I would like to start with a story or a question. So how many of us during maybe the final year of your undergraduate studies, you were with your supervisor, and then you went to his office and you saw loads and heaps of research projects that had been abandoned, done maybe by your predecessors in the past? Can anybody relate to that? Yeah. So basically, I'm going to be zeroing in on zeroing in on the
check 1 2 check 1 2 check 1 2 2.
I'm going to
Check, check. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check.
Business or innovation hotspots or hubs within tertiary institutions. What do I mean by that? These hubs or these locations are supposed to be places where commercialization of research can be done. So give for example, during my final year project, I researched diabetes and the effects on the brain and how it can be treated. There are so many researches like this that have been done by many talented Nigerian students that are not converted into products, that are not converted into things that are tangible, that can bring resources into the country, help us become a producing nation. And I believe if our GDP increases, definitely it's going to still affect the education budget as well. So what I propose is these hubs are set up in every tertiary institution such that when you have students, engineering, medical related, pharmaceutical, that come up with innovative ideas in their fields of study, they can come to these locations and can be mentored or guided on how to translate these novel ideas into actual products that can bring in revenue into the nation as well. And I believe that when these things are put in place, number one, aside from the fact that it brings in funds, which helps education, but it also increases students' willingness or passion for learning, because you believe that what I'm learning is not going to be a waste. It's something that can be translated into something tangible. And then these hotspots or these hubs will also provide things like legal advice. For example, I just studied, I came up with an idea. I don't know anything about the business world. But if I go to these locations within schools, definitely these locations will be formed by collaboration from private industry players and the university. I can get ideas or training on how to translate these things into something physical, legal. For example, you want to start a product. There are some legal things surrounding those things that you must know if you want to become an entrepreneur, a business person. I could get this knowledge there. Maybe for example, I could even get collaborative advice. How can I collaborate with other people who have similar ideas, such that these things can be, fleshed out and brought out into products, innovative ideas that can really move the economy forward and also, give us something tangible to look forward to at the end of our education. So in summary, these hotspots or these hubs will have to be a collaborative effort between business and development sector, key industry players, and the university to try to train students on how to convert their ideas into products that can move the economy forward and also the education sector. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for him once again. Thank you, thank you. So we have 5 contestants in total, right? 6. 6, right, in total. Do you need more time? Or you definitely need more time. So let me just go to the audience. So I'm sure we were all listening when they all came out here, right? So who wants to talk about whichever, whose speech got you the most? Whose speech do you think can actually be achievable? All right. Okay, let me start from her, then I'll move to the back. All right, your name, and tell me the name of the person, and then the pitch.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Edua, and I think I really love what James said. Your name is James, right? Yes, I love what James said. And I was having this similar conversation with somebody when I went to my local government for my monthly biometrics. I'm a youth corper in Lagos. And I was like, instead of having graduates do 1 year, and they just randomly post people, how about the government take this money, build something similar to a Lagos business school where graduates can come together, learn entrepreneurial skill, learn how to run a business, take their ideas, unique ideas, and receive guidance from
professionals, receive guidance from people who have built businesses, right? Industry players, and actually start from there. A lot of people have ideas, a lot of people graduate from school, but because they really do not know how to convert their ideas into products and services that are actually transactionable, they just resort to, well, let me just go and get a job, Jare, right? But when they're able to learn this thing, they can put their foot into the water and actually do these things. And these products and services can actually benefit the society. Thank you. Edua. Please put your hands together for Edua. Why didn't you come out there? All right, the next person. I'm coming. She raised up her hand. Am I there?
Hi everyone, I'm Abida Alabi and I'm a student of Kwara State University. I'm majoring in electrical electronics engineering and I'm in my 4th year. So I'm going to combine what the lady said. No, I am based in Lagos, but I'm on break. So I'm going to combine what the lady said and what James said. They really resonated with me because just like you said, why should I spend 4 years in school studying a course and just go out there into a world that no longer exists? Now, say for example, there is a course that I offered last semester, instrument and measurement, something measurement and instrumentation. And then we asked ourselves, why are we studying this course? Like, we are not bricklayers. I'm an electrical student. I'm not a civil student. Why should I start studying this course? But then our lecturer made us see reason, and he really tried for us because he now gave us projects and said, okay, you guys, you are going to be in groups. I want you to... he actually had to give us a problem and a project idea. I want you guys to build a solution around this. And one thing that I gave my group to do was an ECG machine. That's a machine that would read the electrical signals of one's heart. So it was able to convert a course that we initially thought was useless to our own department into something reasonable for us. And coming to James' part, the research of ideas. While we were trying to create this project, it was hard for us to, resources, like to gather resources, to gather data, to gather information. It was really hard, and we had to go and meet like our technologists, and even they had difficulties. So imagine if we had like this research hub stated in tertiary institutions, more lecturers would be able to say, okay, fine, you guys, I'm giving you this project. Once you go to this research hub, you're going to have the data and the resources and everything that you need. So it just really resonated with me. Thank you guys so much.
Awesome. Please, the judges should also consider what the audience, right, are talking about, shows whichever pitches, resonated with them. All right.
Hi, everyone. I'm AK. So I like the idea that young boy said earlier about, having an initiative where you could teach young people digital literacy and change their mindset about using digital skills for negative vices. And it's a very simple idea. It's also very crucial because despite the official statistics about young people in Nigeria or Africa not having enough, digital literacy or digital penetration, the truth is that a lot of young people in this country and this part of the world are very, very digitally literate. It's just where it is used and how it is used. So when you have an initiative, just like the boy said, where you teach young people, teenagers, youth, most especially those who are not in schools, you teach them to acquire digital skills and use it to solve simple problems that contribute to the growth in their community and also society. It would have a very great impact on reducing crimes and also empowering them to be able to, earn income. So I think it's a very great idea, and I like it.
Thank you so much. All right, I want to believe our judges are now ready. Are we ready? Hey, the jury. How many minutes more? Few. 2. All right, who else wants to talk about, any idea that was shared here that you think really resonated with you? All right. Maybe now, let me just stop right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ayinde Ayoife. Okay, so I really loved the pitch that everyone gave. Everybody gave one or two contributions, and I took note of everything. And the first one that got my attention was the one made by the third speaker, where he talked about digital literacy. I don't remember his name. Okay, Olitayo. So he talked about digital literacy in education. So yeah, and he also said that most of us are digital literate, but we're not literate in the area of education. Most of us are like familiar with Instagram, Facebook, all these social media platforms, but we cannot use that knowledge of digital literacy to improve education in Nigeria. So we need to focus in that aspect. And also the pitch that I also resonated with was the one made by Evolua, where she talked about outdated curriculums, and it is true, yeah, because the government and the Federal Ministry of Education need to update the curriculum so that it meets the standard of the market. Not that we'll be learning stuff that will not even going to be useful for us when we are done with our 4 years or number of years I was spent in school. And it's true, because if you look at the education in other countries too, and the one in Nigeria, the curriculum, you see that the difference is very large. You can see a student of maybe like SS3 in Nigeria, and a student maybe grade 10. I don't know how the education system is, but the same level, but they're going to have more. They're taught more things around it, like in our broadside, in that aspect. And one last thing to comment was the idea made by James, where he said researches are abandoned, and I don't think government needs to work on that. You can just spend time on making research, and it's not put into practice. It's not commercialized. So the idea of creating an hub spot that will commercialize the research is also going to serve as an incentive to other students that will motivate them to put their effort into this research to move the country forward. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for him once again. I want to believe now that our judges are ready. So, right, while we still wait for the winners, I would like to, one person out of the judges or two persons, you're going to tell us the criteria at which you picked your winners, right? What are the things you looked out for in the contestant are you getting what I'm saying? What are the things you looked out for in the contestants, that now resulted in you picking your winners? You don't have to mention the name of the winners first. Those things you looked out for, and then we'll announce the name of the winners. Please, one house, thank you so much.
Good day, everyone. I'm Abraham Bamdele, and the criteria that I used personally or my observations, just put it that way, to be very objective, would be that I was personally looking into the product that they will mention to cap up their idea, because coming down here, I found out that it was a pitch idea. So, and when you're pitching an idea, you should pitch a product to solve that problems. And about 2 to 3 contestants, if I may call them, they've had the experience. They've had that understanding and even made research, and also they are well updated about what that problem is. But they didn't specifically give a product to solve that problem. And towards the end, we had someone who actually gave us that. So I would say that it's good that you have the experience. You found that oh, this is important to get this. But you should also have a product that caps all of those things up. So, but I would like to say that one quote that stood out for me would be that someone said education has to be accessible, acceptable, and affordable, which would lead to the creation of an open mindset to learning. I think that one really, really stands out for me. So that's just my observation.
I think the person that said that already have an hint that, okay, you might be going on with something today, right? All right, the next person that wants to talk about the criteria you used to judge the contestants.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. So the basic criteria we use in judging the speech contestants are basically appearance. Of course, this is more like a conference, so you are expected to appear in a certain way. So appearance, then tenses. We're talking about education here, so you should have some, tenses. Yeah. So good one. Then of course your time management, that was also considered, and then your delivery in terms of your confidence. It's not even about the tone of your voice, but we can see if you really know what you're saying or you Googled it somewhere. So, and lastly, of course, your points, your contents, just like my brother said, what you're able to come up with as a solution to the issues we've mentioned. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for our judges. Can you do that better? All right, I think the moment we all have been waiting for is here. Can we have all the contestants please come out once again? Can you please give them a resounding applause, please? I said a resounding one. The 6 of them, please come out. You can line up on the stage. DJ, you're supposed to be playing dun 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 like one tense music. All right, so do we have them now? Please don't Sola, can you come? Should they go up there? Are they fine here? So we are going to be picking 3 winners from this speech contest. 3 winners. Judges, we are waiting for you. Need their names, right? So do we have 2 Joshuas? Just one person. All right, so the moment we all have been waiting for is here. I'm going to first announce the first 3. So if you hear your name, you just stay behind. And then, All right, so James James. Who is James? All right, stay behind. This is part of the first three. Please put your hands together for him. We have Ebonlua, also part of the first three. Please put your hands together for her. And then we have Okikiola as part of the first three. Please put your hands together for him. So, Olutayo and David and Joshua. Where's Joshua? Joshua. Who is David? Then Okikiola. Okay, I mentioned Okikiola already. Olutayo, that's you. So we already have the first three. But please, they all did wonderfully well. They all did. Oshe, handshake, please. That's how you do it. Yes, that's how you did. Nice. All right. I think to just give a general speech on your consideration, we listen to how they, one of them, each of them, just picked their own winner. So a general one now, how that you picked the first three. So let's just have them.
Thank you for nominating us to do this noble activity. 3 out of the 4 judges actually participated in the activity, and the score of each contestant from each of the judges were calculated and divided by 3, because everything is on 50, is 50%, using appearance, time, tenses, content, confidence. Everything is 50. So our scores put together with something together divided by 3. So that's why we have, you didn't tell them what they scored, you just, yes, you did not. Okay? Let them know what they scored over 50.
Ma, are you a teacher, ma? Because, ma, sure, you are just talking about the score. Anyways, all right, over 50. Because we've not announced the first, the second, the third. We'll do that. These are just the first 3 persons. They don't know who is the winner or not, so they will know when. So please to present, like I said, we have beautiful, prizes for you guys, mouth-watering one. But to present the prizes, please put your hands together for Molola Likpede. She's going to do that for us. Please do it better. Awesome. You look gorgeous, by the way. So you're going to present their certificates for them and then the prizes for them. So do we have them ready? All right. The third position for the Festival of Change pitch contest, the winner, or the third position, goes to James. Yes, James is the third person. Yes. All right, put your hands together for James. Just so you know, James, just won 50% scholarship to the 3rd circle. Please put your hands together. A whole half scholarship to the 3rd circle. I'm sure you're going to meet the organizers later to get to know how to go about it. Then the second position that won the Festival of Change pitch contest. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Okikiola as he comes second. To that better for him. All right, he just won 75% scholarship to the 3rd circle also. Put your hands together once again for Okikiola. Then none other. I think we should play this song that I used to play. Stand up, DJ. But anyways, please, with a resounding applause, put your hands together for Ebonlua Adeyinka. She comes first of the Festival of Change pitch contest. She is going on with 100% scholarship at the third circle. Can you do that better? Please put your hands together for the person that presented the award, the person of Omolola Likpede. Ladies and gentlemen, we've just come to the end of the first half of the Festival of Change. Now it is time for a short break. So we're going on a 15-minute break, right? So you can decide to walk around, you can decide to, mingle, network with persons, around here. Further information will be passed across to you. Please note that the break is just for 15 minutes. And so during the break, right, attendees can go out to participate in the live art exhibition featuring an artist and of course the poet herself, Adeoye Oyeyemi. And so you can also explore the virtual reality experience outside. Did we get what I said? You can go out to participate in the live art exhibition. An artist is outside waiting for you. Of course, the poet is also outside, Adeoye Oyeyemi, and then also explore the virtual reality experience outside. We'll be back in 15 minutes. There is still so much more for you. So please do well to enjoy your break, and I'll see you right back. My name, once again, is Praise Ganiyu.
It's like you want to learn lesson. No, pull up. You know they fear person. Pull up. And you think say I be not my person. No, pull up. Holy Ghost, not my type person. Pull up. Today you go learn lesson. No, pull up. As you know they fear person. Pull up. And you think say I be not my person. No, pull up. You don't know he that listen me. Pull up. Out of my way, who the challenger? Covered in blood, the same danger. Blood of the lamb, but in a manger. Holding me down like a retainer. If I know off, you know be God's child. Step in the blazer. This one, they go shock you past the days. Cause I'm out the part of a Goliath. It be like you don't know, be my father. No, no, no. Ice cold when I step inside a ring. Composure was through the roof. I'm about to make a scene. And by the time I'm done, they're gonna think that it's a dream. How this little boy took a giant out with a sling. But because she didn't look body, you know that look will make their body. You don't realize that I wasn't crazy. That's just the way that God made me. It's like you want to learn lesson. You know they fear person. And you think say I be not my person. Holy Ghost, not my type person. Today you go learn lesson. As you know they fear person. But you think say I be not my person. You don't know he that listen me. No be today we done they holla. No be today we done they holla. Shaping on me we kill a lion. I don't need helmet or the armor. Let me run to the front line. Hit them up with that combo and punchline. Who is this? I'm circumcised for least time. We won't play with my daddy the most time. Money baba, oh Benny Malo. And if my God is for me, then nothing will be against me. But it's like you want to learn lesson. You know they fear person. And you think say I be not my person. Holy Ghost, not my type person. Today you go learn lesson. As you know they fear person. But you think say I be not my person. You don't know he that listen me. It's not for you who could get my time and how I could survive. Yeah, you give me peace of mind. The kind of love he gets when I day outside. When I day outside. But you give me company whenever I'm on my knees. I can tell you anything, and I know you set me free. Every time I call your name, you done make sure say to make sure you give me attention. Oh, you give me attention. Every time I call your name, you done make sure say to make sure you give me attention. Let you give me attention. Oh yeah. Oh no 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 no. Say my blessing, yeah yeah yeah. No 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 no. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Alone me talk say. My God he talk say. He would never leave me on my own no no. On my own no no. Alone me talk say. My God he talk say. Anytime I call him, he go answer me. He go answer me.
Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2.
I trust in you.
One, two. Check, 1, 2. 1, 2, check. 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. 2, check, 1, 2. 1, 2, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. 1, 2, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. 1, 2, check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2. 1, 2, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. 1, 2, check. Check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. 1, 2, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. One, two, check, 1, 2.
Oh yeah. Limo blazing, yo yo yo. Oh yeah. I'm black. It's 5 o'clock in the morning, yeah. Boy, I'm up and I'm
Check, 1, 2.
yawning, yeah. I thank God for another day, and I ain't got worries, yeah.
1,
It's
2.
5 o'clock in the morning, yeah. Yeah, I'm up and I'm yawning, yeah. I thank God for another day, and I ain't got worries, boy, I'm blessed. What you mean? I got breath in my lungs, don't you see? Boy, I'm blessed. What you mean? I got breath in my lungs, don't you see? Boy, I'm blessed. What you mean? I got breath in my lungs, don't you see? Boy, I'm blessed.
Check, 1, 2.
I got breath in my lungs, don't you see?
1, 2.
I never had a Bentley or a Lambo. I never had a PJ in my name though. I never had a Hot 100 single. I've got a few days I could barely afford a meal though. I know that it don't mean that I ain't blessed if I ain't rocking a designer. And when I'm counting all my blessings, I never stop with it.
Check,
The money can't
check,
buy
1, 2.
I'm on me, I know how you to hold me. Blessing way don't give it only son to save me.
Check, 1, 2.
Money where my daddy no forgive me.
Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check. 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2.
West side, knees to the floor, that's my best side. It's 5 o'clock in the morning, yeah. Boy, I'm up and I'm yawning, yeah. I thank God for another day, and I ain't got worries, yeah. It's 5 o'clock in the morning, yeah. Yeah, I'm up and I'm yawning, yeah. I thank God for another day, and I ain't got worries, boy, I'm blessed. What you mean? I got breath in my lungs, don't you see? Boy, I'm blessed. What you mean? I got breath in my lungs, don't you see? you see? Boy, I'm blessed. What you mean? I got breath in my lungs, don't you see? Boy, I'm blessed. One time for my family, one time for my real friends, grateful for true love. One time for my baby, my woman, my everything. I can't wait to put a ring on it. What you walking down the aisle looking stunning. I'm counting your twice and my blessings. Can't think of my world without you in it, in it. Oh no, no, no. I don't even think of money to say I'm blessed. Oh no, no, no. Boy, I'm a child of God, so how can I not be blessed? West side, west side. A heart of gratitude is my best side. Best side, west side. Knees to the floor, that's my best side. It's 5 o'clock in the morning, yeah. Boy, I'm up and I'm yawning, yeah. I thank God for another day. And I ain't got worries, yeah. It's 5 o'clock in the morning, yeah. Yeah, I'm up and I'm yawning, yeah. I thank God for another day. And I ain't got worries, boy, I'm blessed. What you mean? I got breath in my lungs, don't you see? Boy, I'm blessed. What you mean? I got breath in my lungs, don't you see? Boy, I'm blessed. What you mean? I got breath in my lungs, don't you see? Boy, I'm blessed. What you mean? I got breath in my lungs, don't you see? Boy, I'm You satisfy me, you satisfy me, and I am thirsty. You satisfy me, you satisfy me, you satisfy me. My soul is longing, you satisfy me. Yeah. Why I not go do the things you want from me? Why I not go live the way you talk in your world? Oh, oh, oh. In my down times you did, yeah. When it's crazy you did, yeah. You're the one that I hold on to. Oh, when Wahala want plenty, you tell me no worry, oh baby. And when my vision is hazy, you tell me I got you, oh baby. Cause everything I need you satisfy, and you never let my well run dry. You give me things that money cannot buy, and you never let me slow down, go down. You satisfy, and you never let my well run dry. You give me things that money cannot buy, and you never let me slow down.
Check it, check.
And I am thirsty. You satisfy me. You satisfy me. You satisfy me. My soul is longing.
Alright, the break is already over. So if you're outside, please you can start coming in so we can, start the other half of the event. Please, the break is over. Can you please call your neighbors outside, come inside so we can start the other side of the event.
Give you my all, oh God. Trust you with my life and my dreams. It bother me all.
You satisfy me. You satisfy me. When I am thirsty. You satisfy me. You satisfy me. You satisfy me. My soul is longing. You satisfy me. Cause everything I need you satisfy. And you never let my well run dry. You give me things that money cannot buy. And you never let me slow down, go down. You satisfy. And you never let my well run dry. You give me things that money cannot buy. And you never let me slow down, go down. Small boy from a smart town. Hard dreams to the run town. Olympia's
Please let's all come inside so we can start and resume the conference. Please, if you're outside, do all to come inside so we can start the other half of the conference. If you know anybody outside, please do well to tell them to come inside so we can resume the conference.
My God, you know they sleep now. I got the Macomino. I got the Macomino. My God, you know they sleep now. So when I see your grace on me, and when I see your light on me, because of your hands on me, shining lights, they're calling me a star now. Look at all the lights now. Mommy, I'm a star now. Shining lights, they're calling me a star now. Look at all the lights now. Mommy, I'm a star now. Oh, mommy, I'm blessed, oh. Me, I'm blessed. And my mother did the one address, oh. Me, I'm blessed, oh. Me, I'm blessed, oh. Me, I'm blessed. And my mother did the one address, oh. Me, I'm blessed, oh. Say we done the grow, oh, we done the blow, oh. We still they give all the glory to Jah, oh. He is the reason why I picked the mic, oh. And I'm never gonna stop, oh. Shall you see? A job be the reason I just sing, oh. You give me purpose, oh. You give me dry eye. I got the Macomino. I got the Macomino. My God, you know they sleep now. So when I see your grace on me, and when I see your light on me, because of your hands on me, shining lights, they're calling me a star now. Look at all the lights now. Mommy, I'm a star now. Shining lights, they're calling me a star now. Look at all the lights now. Mommy, I'm a star now. Oh, mommy, I'm blessed, oh. Me, I'm blessed. And my mother did the one address, oh. Me, I'm blessed, oh. Me, I'm blessed, oh. Me, I'm blessed. And my mother did the one address, oh. Me, I'm blessed, oh.
You know, sometimes I think about how relatively famous that I've become in the past 2 years, and like all the applause that people give me. And to be fair, I think all of that is a blessing in its own right. But I never lose sight of the fact that there is a higher purpose for what I do. There's a greater calling. And if I'm even talking blessings, the greatest blessing is me being able to confidently say that I am a child of God, you know? AKA God's favorite baby. That's what it is for me.
Oh, yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Please let us come inside.
Oh, no, oh, no, oh, no, 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 no.
The break is long over, so we can resume.
Who born this fine girl? Who born this fine girl? I beg, make you demo. Show them your styling. Give them your styling, my baby. I'ma shine my passion. Oh, lolo, me up on baby, me I did for you. Oh, lolo, me up on baby, oh, my baby. I could go, you they bust my brain. I could go, I no feet explain. I could go, you they make me do the things I done before. Oh, my baby. I could go, you they bust my brain. I could go, I no feet explain. I could go, you they make me do the things I done before. Baby, I need you. Oh, I need you, no. Baby, I need you. You're my heart and I need you, no. Oh, my baby. You know I need you, no. Oh, my baby. You know I need you, no. Complete me. Oh, my baby girl, you complete me. No, no, no. Surprise me. Every single day you surprise me. No, no, no. You got your money when I said make I take you to Soweto. And if I find who burn you, I go tell them obrigado. I could go, you they bust my brain. I could go, I no feet explain. I could go, you they make me do the things I done before. I could go, you they bust bust my brain. I could go and no feet explain. I could go, you to make me do the things I've done before. Baby, I need you. Oh, I need you, no. Baby, I need you. You're my heart and I need you, no. Oh, my baby, you know I need you. Oh, my baby, you know I need you. My Obianuju, I love is true. For this my time and not me and you. Obianuju, I love is true. For this my time and not me and you, no. Girl, I hear what you say. I may not understand or relate. My friend, I'm always riding with you. I hold your hands, I'm right beside you. Every day I'm praying for you. I see the pain, my friend, you go through. And every single tear that you cry. Can I be the friend that you always run to? Can you be the friend that I always run to? Can you be the friend that somebody runs to? Everybody get what's in to go through. Can I be the friend that you always run to? Can you be the friend that I always run to? Can you be the friend that somebody runs to? Everybody get what's in to go through. I guess we all need someone. A little spark in the dark now. In the dark. I guess we all need someone who would hold us down when it falls. Oh, somebody. Oh, somebody. Oh, somebody now. Oh, somebody. Oh, tell them you love them. Somebody. Oh, somebody. Oh, somebody. Oh, yeah. Oh, somebody. I tell them you love them. She gon' begin, tell me, say, I was really down in pain. Then you come, they tell me, say, I am with you all the way. I mean, I was in a bad place when your words came and then life came and then I never really felt so relieved. I'm no longer feeling down. Be the friend that you always run to. Can you be the friend that I always run to? Can you be the friend that somebody runs to? Everybody get what's in the go. I guess we all need someone. A little spark in the dark now. In the dark. I guess we all need someone who would hold us down when it falls. Oh, somebody. Oh, somebody. Oh, somebody. Oh, somebody now. Oh, somebody. I tell them you love me. Somebody. Oh, somebody. Oh, somebody. Oh, somebody. Oh, somebody. I tell them you love them. Oh, 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 oh, tell them you love them. Oh, tell them you love them. Oh, you love them. Oh. One time, you they hold me down. When I day aside me, I know they ever frown. One time, me I understand. When you there for me, not the only time I stand. The way you there for me.
All right. It is time for the second half of the conference.
Cause I know they on my own, on my own, my own. Humanity there for me, there for me. Nobody can take your place. So sunset, now you day on my case. On my case. You're all that I need. So precious to me. Oh, you didn't help me run my race. Not like God do this your grace. Now my only heart desire is to steady seek your face. Jehovah, you did do me well. Now everything don't matter amount. And if they ever tell me make I leave your side, now rara. Cause I'ma be on my own. On my own, my own. Emmanuel there for me. There for me. Nobody can take your place. Take your place. Sunrise to sunset, now you there on my case. On my case. You're all that I need. Everything. So precious to me. Everything. Oh, boy. Cause I know they on my own, on my own, my own. Emmanuel there for me, there for me. Nobody can take your place, take your place. Sunrise to sunset, now you there on my case, on my case. You're all that I need. Everything, so precious to me. Oh boy. Oh yeah. Oh no no. Away, away you, 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 away. I'm a child of God. Me I no fish out when they see my swagger. They know I know no drought. Go away. I say tell them go away. Anything but God no give you away. Away you, away. Tell them away you, away. Away you, away. Poverty we go away. Depression we go away. Addiction we go away. Sickness we go away. I'm a child of God. I've been bought by blood. If it can't hurt God, it can't hurt the boy. Who can be against me? Nobody, nobody. When my God is for me, nobody, nobody. Cause I'm his righteousness, someone they can't touch the boy. I have no more debt, someone they can't force the boy. Go away. I say tell him go away. Anything my bad God no give you away. Away you, away. Tell him away you, away. Away you, away. Poverty we go away. Depression we go away. Addiction we go away. Sickness we go.
Alright, DJ, please bring it down.
Away. No limitations. Away.
Alright, welcome back. In a nutshell, I gave you guys almost 30-minute break. Alright. Alright, please, if you're outside, please come inside so we can resume the conference and close early and go back to our various rooms. All right, please come inside. If you're outside, we're about to start. Please come inside. We're outside. All right, so we are going to have one more speaker for another keynote speech, after which we are going to have the panel session. And after the panel session, that's much like it, and then we're going to, DJ, do you want to collect your full payment? Or I should tell Mr. Eri to cut it down? All right. Please put your hands together for our DJ. He's been doing a great job. Can we do that for him? Please just, let's encourage him. He's doing a great job. Please do it louder, louder now. So you can set this mic right to here. All right, so like I said, some persons are still outside. Please, let's come inside. This is long. I mean, this is over 15 minutes already. This is, if not over 30 minutes. So please come inside so we can, resume and then, conclude the conference. So we have our next keynote speaker here already, right? And then after which we're going to have the panel session. After that, we're going to have the third circle pitch and then call it a day. The next speaker this afternoon is the founder of Learner's Corner Education Tech Hub. The hub is dedicated to advancing inclusive education through the transformative power of technology, right? His works extend to equipping educators with the essential tools for catalyzing positive change within their classroom, right? Julius was a key member of the Lagos delegation to Finland that engaged in fruitful discussions with the Finnish education technology sector, exploring avenues for collaboration and knowledge exchange. In June 2024, Julius leads a two-state government delegation to the United States to explore best practices in advancing STEM education and workforce development for the youth population in Nigeria. His professional journey extends beyond education as he holds an associate membership with the Institute of Strategic Management in Nigeria. Furthermore, he is a certified project manager, having achieved the certification through the London Training Center. Please, are we ready for our next speaker? Are we ready for our next speaker? Please put your hands together for Julius Ilori. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for the introduction. Thanks so much for having me. My name is Julius Ilori. Such an honor to be here today, and I'm so grateful for this platform. Thanks so much to the organizers for this incredible work. I am really, really excited to see the quality of people, the quality of panelists that have been here, much earlier. So my session today is basically on how we can revive education using a multi-stakeholder approach, which involves government, private sector, and development sector. I'm sure they're going to project my notes so everybody can see, but I'm just going to be speaking from my own right up here. So we're going to start today by looking at the major role of government, in this conversation. And I'll also be sharing my own personal experience working actively with government, most especially in Lagos State and in Ekiti State. One of the most important things about education conversation is that government has the primary responsibility of making education available, and there's nothing anybody can do about that. There's no way in the world where private sector take full ownership or the development sector take full ownership of of education intervention. Government is responsible to provide education, which is constitutional. So whatever ideas we have, whatever interventions we have as young innovators, educators, we have to understand that government is the key player in this industry and there's nothing anybody can do about it. So we just have to learn how we can play with them, how we can get them on board, how we can speak to them for them to listen to whatever we want to share with them. One of the ways or one of the things we can do is to start having conversations around prioritizing education in national budgets. It's a conversation that happens almost every year when government is trying to drop their plan for the next 12 months. So they come up with this budget and they try to do stakeholder engagement. How many of us have attended any government stakeholder engagement in budgeting? Maybe Ministry of Budget and Finance. These are some major activities or major events we should be attending to see the ratio of investment from government into education, teachers' development, and infrastructure. These are very important aspect of education because there's no how the government can exist or can have a very, very sustainable program without investing in infrastructure, teachers' development, and also in the quality of delivery, curriculum development, and so on. So we need to get involved in that conversation by ensuring that we are able to speak up in that room. You know, like we need more money in this area, we need more money in that area. And I also want to speak directly to teachers that are right here in the room. I'm sure these conversations happen maybe also at the National Assembly or also State House of Assembly, where they like discuss education budget, education policies, right? How many of you know that we have the Chairman House Committee on Education at the House of Assembly? All right, so these are some of the political structure in education. We have the governor or deputy governor. Then we have the National Assembly that gives us the Speaker of the House, right? We have the youth parliament people here. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, and then we have these people who appoint the commissioners, right? So we have the Commissioner for Education, and then the Commissioner for Education works with the Chairman House Committee on Education. We have the special advisors. In Lagos, for example, we have the SA on tertiary education, SSA, I mean special advisor on special assistant, senior assistant on education, and also senior assistant on tertiary education. So these are the people who really get involved, you know, where we start this whole conversation. So teachers or whoever is interested in education advancement in Nigeria must understand that you see these people, they work together. And if you're trying to sell an idea to a commissioner and he's not interested, you know you can approach the Chairman House Committee, right? For example, the Chairman House Committee for Lagos is Honorable Shangodara, Surulere Constituency 2, I hope I'm right. This woman, she's in charge of like funding. If government want to invest, let's say 100 million naira, you know, she decides where some of this money will go, right? And this person is very important. So if we really, really want to get results, we must engage these people in a way that they will listen to us. Number two is we also need to encourage public-private partnership. It's called the PPP. I think Lagos has also adopted that today. We have the PPP office where you go into government office and then you see somebody in charge of public-private partnership. So as a private sector person or as a development sector personnel, you can request for the PPP office, right? You let them know, oh, I have this idea. I want to work with you. Let us do this together, and let's see how we can transform education. Rather than just going to the commissioner's office and submitting a letter. I mean, I see a lot of people do that. You know, they have this project they want to do, and they need the commissioner to attend that program, and they will go and drop a letter. And this person has a lot of invitation. And you also need to know that they prioritize engagement, right? They prioritize whatever they want to get their time into, right? And if you also go to them and ask for money, then they are confused. You know, government really may not be able to fund a non-profit. Are you guys with me? So if you submit a letter to the commissioner, you are like, oh, sir, we want you to attend this event, and we also need your financial support. The guy is confused because where's the money going to come from? There's no budget for that. But if you come as a private sector personnel, maybe you have a registered name, a registered business, or you have like a consulting firm, right? You can propose to them that you can help them to build this solution, right? And then you put your cost implication in that document. So you are indirectly selling a project to them that they can invest in. By doing that, then you are able to get them to invest. And that's why they have their own agenda. It's what we call the team's agenda. How many of you are familiar with the governor's team's agenda? I'm so sorry, I'm going to be speaking a lot about government today. The team's agenda is just what government wants to achieve in the next 4 years. Now it's the team's plus. And there's the education component of that agenda. Please check it up online and read about it. And see how you can connect your ideas, your innovation to any of those pillars. Are we together? So rather than just going to the commissioner's office and you just submit one letter and you're angry that the man did not come. It's not part, like, maybe he has gone through your letter and he feels, I'm not interested. Like, you know, sometimes there was a day I was with the former commissioner. I was in her office and she just comes and said, Julius, come and see this letter. And then I read the letter. The person said, we want to give you an award. We need you to come to sponsor, blah, blah, blah. She's like, Ibolo Yetimawa. She was asking me, I'm like, I don't know. I saw those guys, you know, outside, and I I wanted to advise them to say, okay, if you want to engage these people, think about the problem they face. For example, if you want to talk to the governor now, imagine the governor walks into this space. What are you going to tell him? Everybody will go to the governor and say, sir, I need a job. I need money. I need this. I need that. So people always go with needs. But if you go to him and you say, I've studied your team's agenda, and then I identify this education pillar, and I think I have this solution because I have done X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z, you can get the next meeting immediately. Right? But if you sit with these people and then you are not able to put your thoughts together, then it's going to be like a waste of time. So let's move really fast. The third one is drive digital transformation and infrastructure. That is key. There are ways you can come up with ideas. For example, we have issues of accessibility. Young people don't have internet access. They don't have laptops. There are ways you can develop, proposals around this to get government interested. Also to increase funding for infrastructure. It's under infrastructure, right? And the last one is support teachers training and continuous development, right? We must continue to train our teachers. So if you work in the teachers development sector, right, you can sell your training programs to government, right? It's something that we have done, like I've done that severally. We just concluded, my organization just concluded training for over 500 government teachers, right? And we sold it to government, So there are a lot of ways you can engage government that can lead to results, as group of educators or as group of change makers. Let's quickly jump to private sector. Private sector innovation and collaboration. So as a private sector person in education, a lot of the private sector organizations are developing edutech innovations. We have different innovations right now, like Schoolinka, doing amazing work in the teachers development space, right? We have Learner's Corner. We have a lot of young people doing incredible work, coming up with ideas that can improve quality of education. And if you want to look at it critically, you have to understand where you play, right? For us as Learner's Corner, we play in the area of improving learning outcome and scaling accessibility. So we are interested in how do we improve the way people learn in the classroom. How do I improve the way you learn out of classroom? And that's why we are big on animations, 3D, and all of those things, right? And also, how do we scale education to people who are out of school or who are in marginalized or areas where they can, really go to school? For example, in the northern region of Nigeria. So that's our own interest. And some people can decide to say, okay, we are more interested in classroom engagement between the teacher and the student, which means there must be screens, laptops, and all of that in the classroom for them to engage. Some people can say, oh, we want to use game to teach difficult and complex science subjects. Guys, are you with me? So these are different ways you can come up with something. And as a teacher, you can also set up a YouTube page, start teaching physics in an interesting way. Like you can decide to design physics in a way that maybe you are using Yoruba, right? There's what we call cultural responsiveness in teaching, right? It's the initiative of the educator to be responsive to the people in the classroom. For example, I have, let's say, 25 students in my classroom, and I know at least 80% of them are from maybe Hausa, or some of them are Yoruba. There are times I want to explain a term, and they can't get it in English. Maybe they don't understand it in English. I can easily speak Yoruba and say, okay, in Yoruba, this is what it is, right? And then I switch back to what I was doing before. It's called responsive, like you are responsive to the situation. Are you guys with me? So it's very important we really understand how we can engage government, private sector engagement, and also CSR, corporate social responsibility. You see a lot of the companies today, like MTN or Ando Foundation and all of these guys, they spend money like 2 or 3 times in a year, and they say, oh, we are going to Makoko to do XYZ. How many of you have seen that some of this project online? You see Access Bank doing the same thing. Why do you think they are doing that? It's part of their corporate social responsibility as a private sector organization to ensure that, the well-being of the people that they are making money from is also, being catered for. So as a private sector person or as a development practitioner, you can connect with them and say, okay, I'm going to implement this for you. I can implement your CSR for you in Makoko. Makoko is the most popular place in Nigeria that everybody is doing something in Makoko. Right? I can do XYZ for you in your community. And through that, they give you the money and you implement the project. So, and a lot of these people in the private sector, trust me, they are open to ideas. Like, they are so open to ideas because that is not their core area, right? For example, if MTN want to do anything today, maybe teacher development, they have to talk to people like Scholinka to say, okay, where do you think we can invest our money, right? Because MTN is not doing it, they are not really an education company. And if they want to do teachers development, what would they be teaching teachers? Like they need resources, they need experts to advise them on what to do. And that is where the public-private partnership also comes in again. And lastly, collaborating with schools to align curriculum with job markets. That is one of the most important role of private sector players right now. Because the unemployment rate in Nigeria is going up every day, right? So how do we connect those who are creating the job with those who are training us to become useful in the future? That's another different conversation that I think we need to take forward, after this conference, right? It's something we need to, workforce development is, we can't hide from this conversation. It's very important to really get private sector involved, and these are some of the best practices globally. Private sectors are always the one coming to government and say, okay, in the next 10 years, we're going to need more engineers. How do you produce more engineers for us? Through the curriculum review, through extracurricular activities, through other engagements. So if government is just designing curriculum every day, the way we do it in Nigeria, like somebody will come into office one day and then they will announce new curriculum the next day. At the end of the day, we produce graduates that don't meet the demand out of school, right? Why? Because there's that disconnection from the private sector folks and the teaching community. So how do we really get them to really be part of that workforce development? And that's one thing I say a lot lately, that curriculum development has gone beyond just putting different things together to workforce development. That is just what it is, the events my organization organized in the United States a few weeks ago. One of the major reasons why we decided to take people from Nigeria to America is to go and see what is happening in America, right? There are times you go to some of these government offices and you tell them, sir, blah, 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 like that. You don't have money. When we took them to America, they started engaging with people like them, and they're like, oh my God, we are far behind. In countries like America, where companies like AstraZeneca, Caterpillar are funding classroom activity to ensure that students in the class can be used, like they can gain interest in becoming an engineer and scientists. These are middle level students, not even like SS1, SS2, right? They are trying to, because they know that they're going to have more needs for doctors, engineers in the next 10, 20 years. So what do I need to do as a private sector company is to engage government now, or engage curriculum people or whatever, to put my own activity into what they are doing as maybe extracurricular or maybe curriculum-based activity. So I can inspire this 10 years old of engineering to become an engineer. Are you guys with me? So it's very important that we are able to get the right set of people, involved in any of the things that we are trying to do in education, because, like I said earlier, government is the major player, and they are always open to collaboration. But how do we really engage them? It's one of the things we need to think about. For example, one of the ideas that we are talking about lately is how young people from SS2 can start doing internship. SS1 or SS2 can start going on internship. How do I get somebody? I imagine I've gone for internship in SS1. Maybe by now I would have become maybe an engineer, I don't know. But this is what is working abroad, right? You meet a 200 level student in the US and he or she has 5 years experience. And you're like, how did you get it? How many of you have gone for an interview and say you don't have experience? You presented your CV and said, no, we need 7 years experience. You're like, where will I get it? Right? So these are some of the conversations the people who create the opportunity should be having with government or with education people. Okay, can we start allowing these young people to go for internship and we give them 5,000 every month? Right? These are one of the ways we can inspire these young people to experience workplace, work with people with diverse experience, just gain a hands-on experience. How many of us has gone for internship after school? Internship. So can you explain how that internship has improved what you're doing right now? Anybody who is ready to volunteer? You want to say, okay, thank you.
So I'll talk about internship in the university. I believe I did various internships in the university, and they helped me know for sure, okay, if this, because I do management consulting now, they helped me know if for sure if that's what I wanted to do outside of school, and they helped me explore my interests because I studied law and I did a law internship, and I'm like, oh, okay, I can do law in this area, but maybe not in this area, because I think doing an internship made me know that litigation was not for me. And if I had not done an internship, I would have probably have done 5 years, 6 years, 7 years studying law, and then I'll go out and be like, oh, okay. So I believe internships are very important because you get to face reality before you need to face reality and get to make a decision.
Please clap for her. I'm sure a lot of us here will agree with her because there's no how you will experience workplace and a lot of things will not change about your plans or your decision, right? For me, as Julius, internship changed everything. I wanted to become an accountant. That was my dream. And why? Because people dress corporate. I love to wear tie and all of that. You know, when you go to bank, you see all of these guys sitting down, counting money. So in my mind, I'm like, I must count money too. But there was really no connection between that aspiration and the reality, right? But immediately I went for internship. That dream just died immediately. Because I started, interfacing with people who have more experience, people who have been in the space for years, and I'm like, okay. And I'm so grateful for that internship because if not for my internship, what I'm doing today, I'm not sure I'll be doing what I'm doing right now because I would still be somewhere carrying my CV up and down, trying to get a job somewhere, So whatever we are doing right now as educator, we also need to seek, let's validate our ideas, let's go out there and intern, and let's encourage our students to also go for internship. Like this summer school they just finished right now. A lot of students are supposed to be working in one company instead of going for lesson again because you have been doing maths and English for many months. Now, you have how many months break? Now you still start another lesson. It's not the right way to help us grow and to compete globally because if, as a young person today, if you cannot. There's a conversation I was having with somebody yesterday about the test of universality. Like, what is your value out of this space? If I take you out of here and I drop you in London today, what will be your value? Will you pass the test of universality or the test of popularity? Because you can be popular and you don't know anything, right? But when you know what you're doing and you are up to date, you are up to date with whatever you're doing, like you have the skills, you have the idea, you have the experience. If they take you from Nigeria and drop you anywhere today, you will still fit into that space and you are still going to thrive. And that's what happened to a lot of our people that jackpot. You see a lot of them jackpot without no skill, nothing. They just jackpot and then you see them on the streets, trying to survive, trying to do this, trying to do that. And I'm not trying to speak down on anybody, right? But the reality of this is, how do we help ourselves to become? Because that's the essence of education, right? Education is something that will transform us. It must have an outcome. How many of you agree with me? If I'm feeding you ogi every day, I need to see an outcome. If you are eating amala, there should be an outcome, yes or no? And that's why if you are taking medication, they tell you what the amount of dose you need to take per day, right? Because there must be an outcome. So whatever we do as education professionals, we must think of the outcome. What will be the outcome? If as a teacher, I go through schooling, I take their course, I'll move from X to this, I'll move from year to year, right? That should, you agree with me? And that is the mindset. If we start thinking of whatever we do that way, we'll definitely figure it out. So lastly, or second to last is development sector. The non-profit, NGOs and all of that are here. We should be more stronger in advocacy and capacity building. Like the money that government has allocated for education, how are we spending the money? So we need to raise awareness, attend sitting at the House of Assembly, chairman. You should be inviting more people to come to sit down to see what is happening at the session before they pass the bill. They just pass everything overnight, we don't know, right? So we need to join that conversation, work with youth parliament to also get a lot of these young people who are already in the space to speak. We need to build their capacity to be able to speak in that room because there's a way you speak in a room, people will know that you know what you're saying, right? So supporting grassroots education reforms and advocacy is very important. Focusing on marginalized group, gender equity, disability, and refugee, like it's government may not know how to go about that kind of intervention, but because some of us have the experience, you have done this with this organization, you have volunteered here, you are able to advise, you are able to help them really understand how to engage people with disability and all of that. So as a teacher, I mean, there must be something you are really interested in terms of the area of education. I mean, education is too wide. There are people who focus on education, innovation, tech innovation, and all of that. There are people who are like philanthropists. What they want to do is to drop money. Oh, yeah, go and do this in Makoko, go and do this in Kaduna. Some people are interested in the policy formulation. They don't really care about what happens in the grassroots, but how do we pass the right policies that can help improve education? How do we pass the right budget? And different areas. So you have to pick one that is more interesting to you and focus on building capacity on it. Providing monitoring and evaluation and data-driven insights. I think this is one of the most important way also development sector can, okay, my time is up. I'm so sorry. So mobilizing funding for education in low-income regions. Lastly, the collaborative approach. Governments must create enabling environment to engage private sector people and non-profit community. Private sector can offer tools, funding, and innovation. For example, we have youth centers in Lagos State. I think we have how many? Maybe, let's say 10 to 16 youth centers. Those youth centers are empty right now. Nothing is happening there. Some of them are not even functioning at all. And some of them have laptops, have everything. But nobody's doing anything with them. So private sector people are supposed to be using that space for activity. They're supposed to collaborate with government and say, okay, we are adopting Ikeja Youth Center. We are adopting Lagos Island Youth Center to create activity that can engage young people in that community. Right? So it's one of those things we really need to think about to ensure that we're able to have like development the sustainable development that we are really looking forward to achieve. Development sector provides expertise and grassroots support. I mean, if you observe that MTN is trying to go into education. You saw their stakeholder event. They are going into education not because they are passionate, because they see money in it. There's going to be a lot, because if you look at their customer base, oh my God, it's a lot of data for them, and they're like, how do we convert this data to money? That's why they are coming. You can record me. Together address challenges like teacher shortage and digital divide. So in conclusion, conversations like this are very important because we continue need to build capacity. We need to educate ourselves. And that's why I'm so grateful for this opportunity to stand here and sit with a few of my colleagues to talk about this, because this is something I'm so passionate about. And we must continue to build capacity, because as a young person, if you walk into the room or you have the platform and you have nothing to say, then it's still zero, right? Your ability to deliver on the job, excellence is key. That is something the government folks, they respect. They respect when you are competent. They know that, and once they meet you, they do something with you, they know you are competent. Even if they want to play you, they will calm down and say, this one know what they do. So we need to build capacity, we need to engage, we need to explore a lot of resources, we need to try as much as possible to be part of global conversations and continue to show up every time. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Julius Ilori. Please put your hands together for him once again. We can do that better. I know we can do that better. Thank you so much for that. I would say it's detailed, right? It's a detailed keynote speech. Thank you so much for being here. We could see how passionate you were from the way you were speaking. I'm sure some persons are already thinking, can we have the slides? Who's thinking the way I'm thinking? I know someone is already looking at the slides, so I don't know. Maybe can meet. Who can they meet for the slides afterwards? Okay, it's with them already, so just meet with the engineer there, and I'm sure you're going to get the slides. All right, we are so honored this afternoon to have in our midst the Chief Whip of Lagos State Youth Parliament Speaker. I thought we were putting our hands together. Can we do that better? Yes, and today we'll be speaking on behalf of the Lagos State Youth Parliament. I'm so excited that someone from the government is here. Are we ready to listen to him? Are we ready to listen to him? Please put your hands together for Honorable Abib Arayemi. Just going to speak briefly, and then we move to the panel session. Don't worry, you'll be going on very soon. Please, can you do that better so it comes here faster? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Julius Ilori. Please put your hands together for Honorable Abib Arayemi. Just going to speak briefly, and then we move to the panel session. Don't worry, you'll be going on very soon. Please, can you do that better so it comes here faster? Yeah. Build the youth. Build the youth. Build the nation. Impact the youth. Are we not youth? Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Habib Araim. It's a pleasure being here. And most importantly, I greet the convener of this event. It's an applaudable program, actually. I especially recognize my leader here, Ambassador, everything, put all the titles there, Julius and other people that have been able to meet here. I appreciate this program because it's very important for us as young adults to keep making efforts and making impact wherever we have the opportunity to do so. So I'm Habib Arayemi once again, the Chief Whip of the Lagos State Youth Parliament. I am especially representing the good people of Koshofe Constituency 1 because we are young lawmakers. We are representing you youths over there, and it's our duty to make youth-friendly policies. We are not politicians per se. We are only... Okay, let me just go straight to my slide. We are not politicians per se. I repeat again. We are just young legislators. It is a training session for us. We don't get paid. We are volunteers. We are young adults working for the betterment of the youth. We are actually shadowing after them. We don't have office like them, but we go there whenever we have sitting to discuss things affecting the youth. So we are like you, young adults. Some of us are students. Some of us were students. So we are also still collecting stipends from home. And if you have chance, we get sponsors for whatever event we're able to organize. So I'll be speaking from a legislative side because I think that is where I belong to right now. Before now, I was a member of the Lagos State Youth Ambassador, not an executive or legislative platform, but a platform for us to make impact, especially community engagement and services. But right now, I think about 6 months ago, I was inaugurated among the other 40 members representing all the constituencies in Lagos State and one of the principal officers. So which means I have more responsibility than other parliament members. So I will be discussing on how we can revive education from the legislative side. You will all agree with me that education in Nigeria or in the whole world is actually the key to unlock our potentials. It's the key to unlock the world. And they will even say education is the key to having freedom. But are we actually free? When we're talking about freedom, it's not only about being free from slavery, but are we actually free from our past? Someone mentioned that you don't expect us to have the education, the industrial education, because now we need to have the digital education, how to excel, to succeed in this digital world. So with a population of about 200 million, above 200 million population in Nigeria, it is a fact that the literacy among us is very, very low. The illiteracy is almost above 50% among us, especially the youth. You go out there, they say we have two types of youth. We have the organized youth and the unorganized youth. We are organized because we are being brought here by a body. Either we are students or we become to one or two youth organizations. But there are youth outside there. We have the Agberus, we have people under the bridge that they are not organized. Some will even say they are organized because the Agberu are under the NRTW, they are under the park management. But they do not have, let's say, a legally binded organization where we can call them to programs like this to come and discuss or to come and engage like we are doing here. Section 90 of the 1999 Constitution saddles the government with responsibility of ensuring free access to education. The section states that government shall strive to eradicate illiteracy, and to this end, government shall, as and when practicable, provide free and compulsory primary education, free secondary education, free university education, and free adult literacy program. It deals with the educational objective of the government at all levels. I believe we all hear me clearly. 1, free basic education. 2, free secondary education. 3, free and accessible tertiary education. And the final one, free adult literacy program. And I won't lie to you, but are all these actually applicable? Are they practicable? What do we say to all this? We know even if the government tried to provide free basic education, we won't have access to free basic, secondary education. If we have both primary, basic, and secondary education, tertiary education, we are on our own. We are also facing, or we face this too when we are in school. But what do we say to all this? That is one side. On the other side, the Lagos State Youth Parliament is an initiative of the Lagos State government under the Lagos State Ministry of Youth and Social Development. How many of us know about the Lagos State Youth Parliament here? If you know about it or you've heard about it, kindly wave. If you do know about the Lagos State Youth Parliament, kindly wave. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. At least 5 over. That's a fair mark. How many of you know about the Lagos State Youth Ambassador? You know about that one? The Bila Youth Academy, Latif Jakonde Academy, National Youth Council of Nigeria. Okay. So I am here as a member of the Lagos State Youth Parliament. All of us, we've heard about it now. So tell those who are not here that there's something existing called the Lagos State Youth Parliament. We also know that a lot of people do not know about it. And that is why we are coming out to engage the youth and the stakeholders to collaborate with us and see how we can bring about improvement and development in the youth-based sectors. So we are under the Lagos State Ministry of Youth and Social Development at the state level. While at national youth level, we have the Nigerian Youth Parliament. Who knows about it? The Nigerian Youth Parliament. We have the Nigerian Youth Parliament at the federal level. Like we have representatives from each state who go to the national level to discuss about issues affecting the youth at national level. From Lagos State, we have 3 members. One representing Lagos East, another Lagos Central, and the final one, Lagos West. I think about 2 months ago, we had a program at one of the halls here where we had Abdomen Edidi, representing Lagos Central, who came. Who knows Dr. Azati Shao here? Azati Shao. She's the Speaker of the Nigerian Youth Parliament, and she's from Lagos State here. So it is where we will try our possible best to make it more accessible to youth, how we can work together with ourselves and collaborate with each other. So the major responsibility of the Lagos State Parliament is to shadow after the Lagos State House of Assembly. Anyone here? What is the name of the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly? The Speaker of the Lagos State Assembly, who knows the name? Or who knows the person? Do you know, have you heard about Obasa before? You've heard the name Obasa? Yes or no? If you support the motion, say hi. If you are against, say nay. That means the high have it. So we have the Lagos State House of Assembly, which means most of us, we don't know our representative at the Lagos State House of Assembly. If you are from Koshofe, you should know your honorable member. If you are from Oshodi, you should know your honorable member. At least if they are not doing what is expected of them, know them. So you'll be able to task them, challenge them, that what are you doing there? But if we do not know them, we won't have access to challenge or to charge them. Oh, please, let's go back home to do the needful. That's why we are saying that we say that we are operating democracy in Nigeria. And democracy is the government of the people, by the people and what? Do we even have voters card? If you have voters card, wave. Voters card, if you have, wave your hand. Okay, are we voting? Do we vote? This last election you voted, wave. I did not vote. Raise down your hand. It's okay. So we are shadowing after them. We are also 40 like they are 40. For example, myself, I'm representing Koshofe, Constituency 1. I know my honorable. Though I've been unable to access him all this while, but yesterday I got an invitation from him and invited him to a program. I sat beside him like this. So he's the big man, upper man in the house, while I'm the small man at the lower house of assembly. Which means, to cut it short, is that we are copying them. We want to see how they are doing their own, so that we can do like they are doing and also suggest bills to them. We don't have the power, but we have the platform to make bills and inform them, present it to them that this is what the youth wants, because we are representing the youth at the House of Assembly over there. It is the duty of legislators to make a friendly and beneficial policy, to make friendly and beneficial policies for the betterment of the state. It is also an important duty of legislators to carry out oversight of the executive's activities. We are not having executive. We are only parliament members. The House of Assembly are having executive members. They are meant to oversee the affairs of the executives. The governor, the president, the commissioner, they are the ones to scrutinize them and oversee their affairs. They can even question them. The governor, come over here. You submitted a policy, a budget of 150 trillion regarding for the education sector. Come and discuss. What have you done? We know the legislative, they have the power, right, to call them to attention that this budget, what have you done? We are not the one making the budget. Sorry, they are not the one making the budget. I'm talking about the legislators. But the executive will submit the budget. That is what we want to achieve. Then they will come and defend it. Then they will what? They will approve the budget. So it is whatever the executive submits that the legislative will agree or approve on. So if they see this budget to be worthwhile, worthy of being approved, they will approve it. So are we engaging the stakeholders, I mean the government, as youth or as students? We have our representative at the Lagos State government there. For people in our institution, we have the Commissioner for Tertiary Education, right? We have the Commissioner for Basic and Secondary Education. Before we do have one, but now we have two. The Ministry of Education divided into two. We have the one in charge of Basic and Secondary Education, and we have the one in charge of Tertiary Education, and we also have LASUBEP, right? Are we even aware of these structures? LASUBEP is in charge of the basic education, right? They have their headquarters at Maryland there, Mende area. So have we ever decided to go to their ministry, pay them a courtesy visit, or even request for an audience whenever there is sitting at the House of Assembly? That we want to observe what you are doing there. Sincerely speaking, no piece of camera, some honorables will just sit at the house for 4 years without doing anything. Anything in the sense of making bills that will affect the youth positively. They will just go to the office, collect money for the whole 4 years. And it is not their fault. There was a particular time, I think about 4 months ago, we went to the House of Assembly to engage these honorables. And we met one of them. He said, people, it is not our fault. I contested for this thing for 4 good times. 4 good times. 4 times. He did not enter, but he entered at the fourth trial. He has been trying to enter the house for about 3 times, spending money, billions of naira. But when he attempted it again the 4th time he entered. Now tell me, for the 4th time, what do you expect him to do? He will what? Don't call it embezzle. He will want to recover. That for this 4th period I have been contesting, I've been losing my money. This 4th time, I need to recover. That I've spent money, I need to recover myself. But someone has not contested before, he has not been wasting money. If he enters the house and did not do anything, you can see that one is embezzlement. Because he did not do anything, he's embezzling. But someone has contested for 3 times and did not enter, he's trying to recover. That is the language they will use. May God forgive every one of us. So which means it's our duty as youth, as students, to engage them. And the governor actually is trying all his possible best to incorporate us in this governance. My leader, Julius, mentioned the Teams Plus agenda now. The plus there means what? Build the youth. The plus. What does it entail? We don't know. Yes or no? Do we know? Let's go and check it. Let's go chat it now. Check that. What is the Teams Plus agenda? We have youth inclusiveness and the rest. Let's check. I will ask you again before I leave this podium. Which means the governor has actually been trying in this administration to include the youth, not only the youth, even the students in this governance. Recently appointed 4 SSAs, Senior Special Assistant to the Governor on Education. But these 4 are different. We have SSA on tertiary education, which is the one in charge of us, right? Has he even attended any event in UNILAG here? Akokite, raise your hand. Akokite, wave. Last white, wave. Last Ustek, wave. Okay. Most of us are not from Lagos State, right? I'm from Lagos, wave. Okay. Oh. So in Lagos State, as a case study, let me use Lagos as a case study now. So in Lagos State, he appointed 4 SSAs now. 1, SSA on tertiary education. 2, SSA on student union affairs. 3, SSA on vocational training. And the 4th one, SSA on basic and secondary education. That's about 3 months ago. About 3 days ago, he appointed 3 SSAs again. 1, SSA on wealth creation. SSA on social development. And SSA on special duty. Fortunately, the person on special duty is from the parliament. Is our member. So we have someone to hold now. That like, we were together, we were complaining together, now you've entered the government. Which means we as youth really need to get involved in governance. Governance is not only by contesting or by belonging to a political party. I'm not a politician. How many minutes more? 10. Sorry. Please, lastly, let me just stand up. Okay. Our duties as members of the Lagos State Parliament. 1, we are meant to collaborate with NGOs and youth stakeholders. 2, we are meant to organize town hall meetings, inviting all youth stakeholders to discuss on major issues and suggest in collaboration with us how we can settle them. We are to serve as the voice of the youth. We are to organize sitting where we draft policy, suggest motions. You can also come as audience to observe what we are doing there. We also have the chance to organize a public hearing where we are going to discuss, maybe we want to discuss on issue affecting the youth. Stakeholders come and discuss. It's called public hearing. You hear and you also engage with us. And lastly, we are meant to serve as the bridge between the government and the youth. I need to also add this, that the Lagos State Ministry of Youth and Social Development, we have many initiatives that affect the youth. 1, they have the Lagos State Youth Parliament, which I belong to. They have the Lagos State Youth Ambassador and the Transformation Leadership Training. Let me add this also that recently the Ministry of Youth and Social Development, they just put out a flyer now for the new cohort of the Lagos State Youth Ambassador. They are going to be 50 in number. From all the area in Lagos State, they will pick 50 young adults. They are going to train them in issues affecting the youth. After 5 days training, they are going to pick them, they are going to pick the best 10 from each division in Lagos State, making 50, and inaugurate them as the Lagos State Youth Parliament. They also have the opportunity to also carry out projects in their community and also make friendly suggestions to the government that this is what the youth are facing, this is what we want you to do. We cannot command them. We don't have power. We can only advise the government and bring suggestions to them. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I appreciate this. Once again, I am representing the Lagos State Youth Parliament. Thank you so much.
It says he's not a politician. I wanted to say there's something that is common between with politicians, but I said he's not a politician. But please put your hands together for him once again. For Honorable Abib Arayemi, thank you so much for that. I think it's a beautiful one that we got to, hear from the side of the government. Hopefully, it has added something to us, and hopefully, he has also been hearing all we've been saying here and all that the government needs to do to revive education. All right, but you're for Lagos State. So it says you all need to know that all states or every state has its own youth parliament. So if you want to be involved in it, it's not just in Lagos State. I mean, other states also have their own youth parliament. So you can also be involved in it if you want to be involved in it. All right, so it's time for the panel session. Who is excited about that? How is it that it's our panelists that are excited about it? Are we tired of learning? Can we do that better? Show me excitement. Come on. All right. Thank you so much. So I'll be calling up stage the panelists for this session, right? Some of them have spoken already while we have new faces here. But the very first person, please put your hands together for Oluwase once again, Kayode, for the panel session. Can you do that better as you come up stage, please? You're welcome. All right. Another panelist for this session. Please put your hands together once again. Please hold it. All right, please put your hands together once again for Prezum Banali. She's also part of the session of the panelists. Put your hands together for her louder, please. All right. We also have Julius Hilary also on the panel session. Put your hands together for him again. And then we have a new person that will be joining that hasn't spoken at all today. So I think it's just all right that I also read his citation before he comes up stage to join the panel session. So this person is a dedicated consultant specializing in programs management with a passion for empowering youth. He's the founder of Thrive Hub, a leads initiative to reduce economic barriers and connect grassroots organizations with for-profit entities for impactful CSR initiative. Currently, he consults for youth by youth on projects focused on human capital development and transforming educational systems. With over 6 years of experience, his work is centered on supporting young people to drive change in their communities. His expertise spans project management, non-profit leadership, and even much more. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Olatomiwa Olusesi. So I want you to pronounce that surname again. Is it Olusesi or Olushesi? I got it correct. No. What is Yoruba and Ami? Olushesi. All right. Then the person to moderate this panel session. You know how they do it in all these big conferences? I mean, Festival of Change is getting there. So, when you want to read the citation of the convener of a great conference, they will tell you to stand up while they read the citation. Can we do that? Thank you. Can we all please be upstanding as I read the citation of the convener of the Festival of Change conference? Are we ready? So, Erioluwa Adeyinka. Hold on, let me get it. Okay, Erioluwa Adeyinka is a dedicated educator and social change maker, transforming education by equipping youth with essential skills and resources to maximize their potential and contribute positively to society. As the executive director at Youth by Youth, a global learning community, he has co-led efforts over the past 3 years to empower over 2,000 youth in 80+ countries, focusing on liberatory learning and education system transformation within the global majority. He also co-founded a community-based organization in Nigeria, the World Teachers Foundation, reimagining education through teacher training, curriculum development, and capacity building to create an equitable future for Nigerian children. Erioluwa's innovative work has earned him recognition as a Salzburg Global Fellow and Ashoka Young Changemaker for Anglophone West Africa, and several other prestigious fellowships. He is also a recent graduate of the Joseph Business School. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with a resounding applause, make welcome the convener of Festival of Change, Erioluwa Adeyinka. Thank you.
Please, we can have our am very excited about this panel conversation because I get to speak with some of my, very good friends and colleagues. And I would want to assume that this is like some of the conversations we have, not in the presence of everybody, because I think I ask a lot of questions and I have conversations with people. So I would start by asking us a general question. So there is this conversation around, African Union declared a state of emergency on education, meaning education in Africa is in crisis. And many people have argued that privatization is the way, right? And I know that on this panel, we have people in private sector, we also have consultants here, and people who have worked with government and even in the development sector. And we also have someone who has worked very well with government, Julius here. So my question is privatization really going to help us to revive education? Because people, now we have many capitalists coming into, like many private sector people coming into education, like MTN, many people, other people, MasterCard, so many people coming into education. And many people have argued that this privatization of education is going to increase the gap that we have between people that do not have and people that have. And I think in one of the pitch that someone said today, education needs to be accessible, acceptable, and affordable. But what we are seeing now is that good education or quality education is now being expensive. So what are your thoughts on privatization as a way to revive education in Nigeria and in Africa as a whole? So I would start with Oluwaseun, if you can share.
Okay. I don't know why it started with me, but that's fine. So one thing I will say first is that quality education is crazily expensive. It's very expensive to deliver quality. You can't deliver quality education and not spend a lot of money. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's very challenging for government to budget for a lot of money because there are other competing priorities as well. But even if it is expensive, I think privatization, of course, is one of the ways by which I don't think private sector should totally have the control over education. I think the government have, duty to play. And this is one big reason why I think government has, duty to play, is because education is a basic human right. And if it's a right, it's important that it is made accessible for everybody. And the job of the government is to ensure that accessibility. And not just accessibility for standardization and making sure that whatever it is we are calling education is actually real education. And because we also know that education, just like I was sharing during the presentation, there's a national philosophy of education. The best set of people to coordinate what the national philosophy should be the government, right? But I think that education should also be privatized to a great extent. I was discussing with Tomiwa outside, and there's this book I read, The Prosperity Paradox, and it talked a lot about market creating innovation. Let's take, for example, your Toyota vehicles today. They are market creating innovations. Before Toyota, we had Ford that was very expensive. A lot of people in America could not purchase Ford. And that's why you did not see, you can't see, middle class, lower class people driving cars, right? They go with their horses or trek long distances. But a company, Toyota, started thinking of how can we make automobiles very affordable for people, right? And they had to create the Toyota brand. And that's what made middle class and lower class American citizens be able to use vehicles. Even down here in sub-Saharan Africa, you know how many Toyota vehicles you see on the street before you see one Ford or one Range Rover. And that's because entrepreneurs came into the game and thought that, okay, we need to break down the cost to actually access this, this mobility. And what that did, right, is not only the fact that people are now able to use cars, it also meant development in other areas because government now started thinking of building roads in communities where low-income people live in, right? And that would open a world to other new possibilities. Supermarkets now started coming to the areas because there's now better transportation. And that's because entrepreneurs came into that space to actually innovate and, of course, build market-creating innovations. And so we need that concept as well in education, where people, entrepreneurs will come into the space to say, okay, this is how much it costs, $1 billion to educate 100 people. Can we find different ways, innovative ways, to make this cheaper to like $1 for low-income people in low-income communities? So that is where privatization is very, very important and very key.
But just like I said, government still has to be there in terms of standardization and creating other enabling environments for us to thrive.
Yes, so I agree with what Sharon said. And I will say that while privatization is important, it should not be, it shouldn't necessarily be full privatization. So you should still have avenues of the government that cater to free education, making education accessible. Because you brought the issue of the disparity. It means that if you make it fully privatized, you lock out some people from the educational system. So you want to ensure that there is a system whereby, yes, there is a private sector, which we have a lot in the primary and secondary school, and in fact now in Nigeria, we're having that more in tertiary section of the educational system. You want to have that strong system, the privatization, but you also want to ensure that even while the government still plays, and I feel like government still has a huge role to play in the primary and secondary area, while the government still plays in that area, the quality the government offers matches or can compete with what the private sector can offer. But yeah, I totally agree. Quality education is not cheap. So you need the funding, and that's where you need the private sector. So you need the funding to be able to, will I say, cater for this education. But still, you still want to ensure that the government is still playing a role in this area. You want to ensure that the government is actively acting to ensure that that gap between the haves and the have-nots doesn't continue to widen.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to follow up with what the previous panelists have said, because we can't totally give the private sector autonomy to run education. And one thing I also want us to think about today is education is a deliberate effort of government to gain what power. But I don't think people see it that way. So if you meet a Chinese man today, the guy might not even go to any university, but he's able to use his hand to do something, right? He's able to innovate, he's able to. You meet a lot of these Lebanese people, they are the ones doing our roads, and they didn't go to any university. They don't have any major degree. They only went to technical school in their, So the deliberate attempt or effort of governments to gain that distinctive competitive advantage over other country. So when you see it in Nigeria, what do we want to see in Nigeria? So if I meet a Nigerian today, I say, okay, this is a Nigerian. What am I expecting to see in Nigeria? Is this somebody who has the right values, somebody who is able to do anything, or somebody who just have a lot of certifications and cannot do anything, right? So if we start thinking about it from that angle, then we start to see that government must take 99% ownership of education, so you don't end up being colonized. And that is why you see Nigeria today, there is the British-American curriculum, Canadian-Nigerian curriculum, Nigerian-Jamaica curriculum, the Nigerian, and at the end of the day, we bring up kids who don't even understand their identity. So, as a nation, as African, we must ask ourselves, what is the African agenda for education? If there's no African agenda, what do I want to see in somebody from Ghana? What do I want to see in somebody from Zimbabwe and the rest? What do I want to see in if government cannot answer that question, or the African Union cannot answer that question, then I would say, we are still going to fail in the next 20 years, because we'll still be at the same level. Because other nations are growing. If you go to Finland today, they use Finnish to teach their children till 6. Germany, the same thing. All the European countries use their local language. You don't speak English. Why do you think they are doing that? It's a very intentional effort of government to pass in the national values into that child, for him to know that I am a Finnish man, like I'm a citizen of this country, and I stand for the values of this country. I am a German. I am known for my machinery. I am from America. I am known for my research. I am known for my innovation. So if you say Nigeria, what will you be known for? So if we can't answer that question, we have failed. Thank you.
I think everyone has, excellently shared well. And just to build up from, what has been said already, I strongly feel that, there was something that this guy said, Cyril Ramaphosa, the president for South Africa, how that governments don't create jobs, businesses do. And it was quite shocking that there was nobody seated in the hall that day that could call out, his BS. Because this most times is an attempt on the part of the government to excuse themselves, of what they are supposed to do. So when we talk about privatization, of education, I feel like strongly actually that one of the fastest way to penetrate places is through government policies. There is only so much that private organizations can do, especially outside of where their major presence is. And so if you find certain organizations, for example, that have their head offices in Lagos, they probably have like affiliates or partnering organizations in different places in different states. But you probably feel the effects of whatever projects they are running in that particular state more. And so the one of the easiest, not easiest because it's still hard work, but one of the most efficient way to translate policy implementation is still through government. So if we say that we should fully privatize education, which I'm not sure that's what the question is saying anyways, but if we say we should do that, then where is the place of standardization that Oluwaseun talked about? Where is the place of still finding a place for like she was saying, that government still has a part to play in making free education accessible. I mean, we always hear that, and I think it was Oluwaseun that was talking about, or maybe it was Julius that mentioned how that our parents said some things about how education was before, and now we don't even have access to that. My dad would tell me how that even as a student, everybody got meal tickets, and you didn't even have to pay for it. The government gives you this, right? So there is that part, because no matter how businesses say they want to get into education, still in it for profit, right? They are still there to make money, just like Julius was sharing earlier. So if they're there to make, then what is the future, or what does the future hold for someone who cannot afford the price that they peg this thing at? Even if they say they want to give scholarship for people to access these things, there is still, there is only so much that they can do, because they still want to make profits. So it is the government who then come into the play to say, okay, this is what we are going to do, and they are not essentially in it for the profit. So one of the biggest ways that we can still do this, I mean, which I'm sure we've talked about a lot of time, is how we can find a common ground for public-private partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I like that. We need to find a common ground. And it brings me to the next question that I want to direct at praise a bit. And when Oluwaseun was speaking, he spoke about trisector SPVs, right, as a way to fund education. And one thing that I have always argued in spaces is that many times we wait for multinationals and large companies with different presence in many multiple African countries to create endowments or create funds for us. And I've always argued that we could have small businesses and SMEs come together to fund community schools, to fund community initiatives. But also the process of creating an SPV is something that we have not really explored so much, right? Sometimes I think I once argued in one of like the program, we have a program called Third Circle Social Innovators Program. And one of the things I've said is that the teachers cooperative, for example, one of the things that should be added to the objective is that it should be created to actually fund some of the education infrastructures that we're facing, rather than just saving to buy perishable things, at the end of the year. Like, we could actually say, because I've seen farmers and so many other people take their cooperatives to actually better their sector. So my question is, how can we, if we want to create an SPV now, if I have 10 SMEs or 20 SMEs, right, and they want to create SPV now, how should we go about it? And also, too, because it's festival, how should we really be thinking about SPVs, maybe joint funds and endowments in education? Because the ones we see, like, I once got an endowment fund and didn't get my money after like 2 years or something like that, right? So how should we be thinking about SPVs?
Okay. So SPVs, like you said, special purpose vehicles. When Sheon was talking, he used it in the instance of endowments. You can use them for endowments, and I would say you can use them for various reasons. It's much more than just using it for endowments. And if institutions or small businesses are going to think about doing SPVs, I think it's first thing to ask the why. If it's an endowment, so let's say for example, you're not thinking about it's being profitable, you just want to give out the money. I feel like that's one way to think about it. But many times, even the small institutions, they may be looking at it much more than, okay, I want to put in money, but I also want to ensure that while I'm putting money in this thing, I'm able to make some returns from it. And with the educational system, it can be quite tricky. So that's why I feel like even when small businesses are interested in that, I know you said, oh, bringing in local, but I also feel like sometimes even outside looking at it locally, you would also need to think about maybe international players, or let's say national players that can afford to lose. So people that can afford to lose some money. So you have something where you call blended finance. So you can use SPV vehicles to ensure that you bring different players, the small cooperatives that want to put in some money into the educational sector. And then let's say it could also be local businesses, it could be local NGOs that have grants money to give. It's everyone pulling in their funds together and saying that, yeah, I want to invest in so and so in education. So it means that for smaller businesses, knowing that they are entering an SPV where they have donor money involved, like grants money involved, there is some sort of assurance knowing that, okay, I invested 10,000 naira in this. At the end of the day, worst case scenario, I may not make 10,100, I may not make 20,000, but I'm sure that worst case scenario, I will be able to take my 10,000 back. At least that's if you're not looking at it as an endowment. I'll be able to get my 10,000 back because grant money has been able to take care of the risks involved. So I think that's one way to look at the endowment, or rather the SPV bits. Like I feel like first it depends on your why for the SPV. Like the why could be, oh, I want to make profits. The why could be, oh, I just want to give free money. If you want to give free money, then that's a different case. You should be open to the losses. And again, second part of the question.
How should we actually, if we want to start an SPV now or a blended finance model, how would we go about it? Because also I think many people don't know how to go about things in education. So if I get 50 businesses now that want to start an SPV or a blended finance model like I have explained, what's the first step towards it?
I'm not sure I'm going to be the best person to answer that question because that sounds like a technical question, like knowing the process. I think it's much more about meeting the finance professional that is involved in that step-to-step process. But I think the first thing, like you said, is the gathering of businesses. Everybody knowing, okay, I am interested in giving this money. And I think the second thing is also knowing the why, because going into an investment, knowing your why is very important. Because if you're in it for, oh, I just want to give money, the way you approach it is different from someone that wants to make profits from it. And by knowing the why initially, you're able to say, okay, I'm in this to make some money and I'm not interested in losing money. Maybe we need to get more players that are able to take on the risk of this, well, I say this venture that we're trying to go into, and then they can then cover for the risk. But when it comes to the first step process, I don't think I'm the best person to give that specific technical advice.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I want to ask the question to Olatomiwa. So Julius mentioned something earlier, and it was about internships. And if there's anyone who has followed the activities of Thrive Hub here, which I think everyone should, is that they've been able to model a very good way for how internships or what internships could look like, right? So I want to ask, how can we scale that? Because I mean, I don't want to mention examples because this is live, but I've seen people do little internships or job opportunities. UNDP did some at some point and all of those things. But the problem is that when it is small scale, it is good. When we scale it across the 36 states plus the FCT, then there is a challenge, right? Then it means that the access, to the barrier to access is high or it's floppy. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to use specific examples. So my question is, how can we scale initiatives like these internships and some of the things that Julius had mentioned during his keynote, from your experience of running a successful organization that gives internship to opportunities to young people?
Thank you. Let me first off say that I feel like in more recent times, the government has, and I'm not trying to, as we always say, but I feel like they've done a fairly good job in that regard, with the Jubilee Fellowship Program. I'm not sure if many of us have heard about that. There is also the National Youth Policy, where they said from 2019 to 2023, they want to create 3.7 million jobs every year. Whether that has been done or not, it's another question, right? So I feel strongly that the model that was approached or that was employed in terms of the Jubilee Fellowship Program, which was in partnership with the European Union, a few international players as well. In the case of Nigeria, or in many global South countries, right, is the model that should be approached when we are talking about scaling internships. And the reason is this: many a times we think about internships as people getting placed, but it's much more than that, because when we begin to think about the process of where reimagining that process begins, it actually begins from what Julius mentioned earlier, right from secondary school. The kind of, maybe before I answer that backstory, I was in a particular community when I was much more engaged in community development. We were there and we asked, no jokes, we asked about 25 people, students, and about, not to exaggerate, but more than 17 of them said that, either guy or, a boy or a lady had said, I just want to finish secondary school and own a bike, right? And the girls were like, I just want to finish secondary school and own a shop and get married, give birth, and, just keep on living my life like that. So there is a conscious reimagination that has to be done from that particular point. And so to prepare people for the kinds of job that the labor market is churning out right now, and it doesn't start from when you get to the university, it starts from that particular point. So in the process of scaling, we need to go back to the foundation first, right? This is one of the reasons why it doesn't work, because you are here today, right? A lot of young people, you think that, because there are so many people out there who are looking for internships or job opportunities, and so it feels like the market is saturated. Trust me, if every person who is a young person in Nigeria begins to search for internships today or job opportunities today, what is available out there cannot take care of everybody. Because just like Oluwaseun mentioned, for every 1 million person that is recorded, there are probably 2-3 million other persons that are not even in the data that has been gathered, right? So scaling becomes difficult, and it feels like I'm already deviating from my original point. But scaling becomes difficult where data is not available, right? If we say we want to scale, then we actually need to know the number of people that are unemployed, underemployed, or that are just in shitty jobs. Forgive my French, right? But we need to have all of this information. When we do, it will be easier for government to step in. And just like I was saying earlier, public-private partnerships, it will be easier for government to step in to say, okay, these are the number of jobs that we actually need to create. And I'm sorry to say this, the 3.7 million jobs that they said they want to create from 2019, I'm sure that they've not even created half of that. So when they come to tell us that, okay, this is the number of jobs that we created, you begin to ask yourself, how exactly did you create this job? Did you appoint, I'm sorry, sir, did you appoint more senior special advisors, right? Or did you appoint more, there was a time a particular governor appointed about 1,000 people, and we think that is job creation. That is not job creation. That is very, very far from it. So when we have the data to back up these things, we can then begin to say, this is how this is how, we are going to get there. But we don't even have a vision in sight. So when we don't know that there are probably 100 million people that are out of jobs, we cannot say this is how we are going to create those 100 million jobs. And so scaling becomes much more difficult. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Olatomiwa. I mean, tables have started shaking. So, but my question is the next question I want to ask is to Julius, and it's concerning education, because you work in edtech a lot. And once you answer, I would ask Oluwaseun to also give his opinion about that. One challenge I have faced many times is the issue of infrastructure, lack of education infrastructure with education technology, right? So, for example, I once worked on a project and we wanted to deploy a software, and we realized that the people we were creating the software for didn't even have tabs, or didn't even have internet. And I know you've worked so much on creating this access, right? And sometimes because we are in Lagos, we don't understand the realities of people in other states that don't even have access to internet, or some mobile phones that can access some of these apps, right? And COVID exposed this, because when schools were on lockdown, right, many children were not learning. And we need to be able to fix this. And if we want to grow this education sector, we need to fix the infrastructure problem. That's the only way tech can thrive. Personally, I believe that. So my question is, how should we be thinking about this education infrastructure? Because it's expensive, and we don't have enough credit systems to even say, okay, we'll loan you the tabs and your parents will pay back all of those. So how should we really be thinking about making education infrastructure accessible for education technology to thrive as a sector?
Thanks so much for the question. I think I'm going to answer this in three ways. Number one is, how will government also come up with initiatives, interventions to solve that problem? Because I don't think a lot of the private sector players will just carry their money and put into hardware, because their primary purpose is not for education to even, achieve its goal at the end of the day. So one of the things we have to also look at is to really engage government from the budgeting angle. Like, how much are they putting into education infrastructure? And once we look at that, we are able to advise and say, okay, if you are putting 1 million naira into education, for example, 1 million naira into education infrastructure, can we have a percentage of this money that goes into production of infrastructure, like laptops, phones, and all of that, or an assembly line? Because there's no amount of money you have that will be enough to go around for everybody. But if we're able to start localizing some of the gadgets and all of those things, like we don't even need to produce, but we can localize it by making our own assembly line, getting companies to come and invest, to say, okay, Lagos State have, like, for example, say Lagos State have like an assembly line that can produce 1 million tablets in 6 months, right? And we need funding, private sector investment, right? It's going to be much easier for them to sustain it, rather than saying, okay, we are buying 1 million tablets for 1 million people. So if we're able to localize it, and then it's also easy to get. So somebody in so location can go there and say, okay, I want so tablet because it's localized. And even if those laptops spoil or anything happen, they can get them repaired at an affordable rate. And at the end of the day, we have created an industry from just that engagement. It's a recurring thing, because your phone will fall, your laptop will spoil, something will happen to your gadget, yes or no? I'm sure a lot of us here, our iPhone screens are broken, like my own, broken for you, and I don't even care, And at the end of the day, and that's where we need to start to, an education market is a big deal. It's a big thing that we need to really get government on. They don't really understand the investment angle and how to get involved. I would say that boldly, like, they're just feeling, okay, technology is more about learning coding skills and all of those things. That is what they call tech skills, If we're able to start repairing our laptops, we're able to have an assembly line that can figure this out for us, then we can start from that base. And at the end of the day, how do we also connect that base to the people who don't have it? And that is where this association of teachers you mentioned, the cooperatives, how do we also ensure that these teachers can finance or can afford to even repair their classrooms through cooperatives? So I'm in a classroom and I need to do to project and my screen is not working, where do I get? Will I use my money? But cooperatives should be able to give a bit of small loans and all of that, or small money, grants, to say what are the needs you have in your community. Do you want to like invest? Do you want to put this money into this program? And by connecting that pipeline, you will discover that we may not solve the problem in 3 years, but in 10 years, we would have created an industry that will be well-funded, that we have excess money, that we have excess laptops and gadgets. In fact, the service providers will jump at it. You will force the market prices to go down, because now MTN cannot tell you to say, you pay this money for data. I have 1 million users. Give me data for 10 naira. If you can't do it, get out. Do you get it? And at the end of the day, we are controlling the demand. We are controlling the people that are even the service providers. We are controlling the amount they can charge us to use some of these devices. And by so doing, we can now scale some of the innovations, the platforms, schooling, learners, and all of ULesson and all of this platform. Because if you see that ULesson also did something related, they started this school community programs where you walk into a center, service learning center. But today, I'm not sure those things are existing anymore because they can't fund it. It's a lot of money. They can't fund it. So governments must understand how to do that baseline. And once we have that baseline, and then it gives us that access, the sustainability to whatever we want to do, and we can continue to build. We can continue to build, and at the end of the day, we'll be able to compete globally and also make money from that. Thank you.
Okay, Julius has said everything. So I think one, of course, special purpose vehicles, very important to do all these kind of things, right? The cooperatives he mentioned. I'm also looking at how we recycle our devices. I think in this part of the world, this continent, we are quite wasteful. And I'm sorry to say that, but that's the truth. In the sense that we've still not got to the concept of reusable things. Most of our gadgets are reusable. They can be repurposed. The batteries can be taken to merge into something else. And these guys do it over there, right? And that's why when you want to buy your iPhone on Amazon, they ask you, do you want to trade in your former iPhone? Right? Why are they collecting your former iPhone so that they can? It's because they will do it again and turn the iPhone 13 to iPhone 16 and bring it back the next day for you to buy. So I think it also goes in line with what he shared. For instance, if we have people who are experts in assembling these items, right? There's nothing stopping us from, being able to reuse laptops from GT Bank that they've written up maybe 1 year ago, right? To bring it. For instance, right, my wife's school, she runs a tuition-free school. GT Bank send them rugs, right? And it's not. And when they send, I mentioned the brand, okay, yeah, of course, yeah. But they send them rugs. And the rugs they send them, they are rugs that have been written off from their books. Because if you go to companies, in their accounting systems, there's what they call depreciation. So if I buy this box, when I'm buying it, I already determine the estimated year of useful life. So I can say this box will use 3 years. So if this box used 3 years and it didn't get spoiled, I'll have to write it off in my books that it is gone. All right? But I know it's still available. It's still usable. So where does this box go to? Can it go to people who need it? Right? So can we bring all these guys into this conversation? I also think that when this kind of question is asked, we fail to think about where we were before and where we are now. We've progressed a lot when it comes to technology adoption. And it's just really interesting that we don't think about it, that we've really gone really fast. Remember when my dad bought MTN SIM, he bought it for 13K, and he kept it on the leather box. You dare not reach there. He bought the SIM card before he bought the phone. So he bought the SIM card and he was now saving for the phone because the SIM card was more expensive than the phone then. But now you go outside, MTN will give you a SIM card for free and they register you, or they sell for 500, 1,000 naira. Why are we not talking about that? So there's technology penetration. The rate might not be as much as developed countries, but it's happening here. And we need to look at innovative ways. I like case studies a lot. For instance, when PalmPay wanted to come into Africa, wanted to come into Nigeria. Many of us don't know how PalmPay became popular. We just know we are using PalmPay today. They are sent to PalmPay. PalmPay partnered with Techno and Infinix Slot. The name of the company is Transition Technologies. You cannot buy a Techno phone without PalmPay app on it. How many of us remember? Then it's automatic, it's pre-installed. So look at all those kind of organizations partnering with device makers, These guys went to China. They brought the alternative to your Samsungs that are very expensive, and they brought Techno, Infinix, so that people on the streets can now buy, smartphone devices. And then PalmPay was not like, these guys will need banking services. From then, nobody even knew there would be something like OPay, but PalmPay put their app there. And now you have PalmPay. With that, before launching, they already have millions of subscribers and millions of users. So can education technology companies also, Julius was talking about leveraging, for instance, MTN subscribers. Can we leverage on the existing infrastructure that is available and have apps, for instance, pre-installed on devices when they are bought, right? And then, of course, how can we also contribute to financing all these guys that are, bringing this? So these are like different ways that we can think through all of this. But I think the internet penetration rate, technology penetration rate is at an increasing rate, right? Before, if you want to buy data, MTN is very expensive to buy data. But now, I remember when MTN started, you can't see MTN billboard in Yabaye or in Agege. You see it on the island because that's where you can purchase. That's the people that can purchase. But now you see Glow. Glow will say, I wolf data. And you see they are this thing at Agege market. Because they know now the market women can buy data for 500 naira and upload the product to Instagram. So there's internet penetration happening. I think we should also acknowledge that while we look at what has worked and then leverage on what has worked to actually speed up that rate, on the continent.
So thank you so much. I really like that. My final question is also to you, and we end the panel. It's the last part of this conversation that we have been having on Revive, and it's about the social entrepreneurship, sector. I want in 2 minutes, one is to tell us what really makes social entrepreneurship different from the normal private business, and two, how can we improve or encourage social entrepreneurs to come into education and thrive?
All right, thank you very much. So I would say, give me two because I talk too much. But yeah, for social entrepreneurship, I think it's very simple in the sense that you are an entrepreneur with a business idea, you want to make profit, but you're placing impact in front of your profit, right? You're saying, okay, if I'm doing this business must do good. So basically the definition is that doing good should do you good. Right, so you're a business person, you're doing good, but as you're doing good, it's doing you good as well because you're making money from it. For social entrepreneurs as well, they might not even really necessarily make a lot of money from it. There are social entrepreneurs who are running non-profits as well. So it depends on whatever structure you want to run on. But the most important thing is that you are creating impact, right? And your business definitely is reaching the market, and market is paying for it. Whatever value they choose to pay for it, they are paying, and you are solving a critical problem. So when it comes to social entrepreneurs coming into education, I think education should be run by social entrepreneurs, right? And it's because education is a social good, right? So it's a basic human right, like we said. If you are not, of course, there are business people that should come into education, but we know that impact is a primary aim, is a primary purpose. So definitely we need social entrepreneurs, a lot of social entrepreneurs to look at. And if you look at it in relation to other industries, for instance, like environment, clean tech, you see a lot of people coming in who are social entrepreneurs coming into that space. And it's the same thing as education as well. When we have more social entrepreneurs in education, we'll start seeing real change because there are people who are looking at the benefits, the value of education that they are delivering, and then that's what they are capitalizing on, that's what they are investing towards. Another reason is because education has a long-term ROI. Education is not something you put money in and get your money, oh yeah, let's double our money the next. No, it has a long-term ROI, and people who are in education are always in it for a long term. That's why I see all these, Shim Shagaya, for instance, establishing Miva University. He has spent a lot of money establishing that university, but I'm not sure he will not make his money in the next 5 years, 6 years, 10 years, because they will even continually invest. That's why government are the ones that have been creating universities all times. It's just recently we started seeing private universities springing up because there's long-term ROI. Not many people want to work in places so that's why social entrepreneurs, their jobs are very hard. So it's very important that social entrepreneurs come into education and help us revive the sector. I hope I answered the question.
And now we have come to the end of this panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please put your hands together for them. I think Erelua did a great job moderating this session. Put your hands together for him once again. Thank you. I want to believe that we all learned a lot. I don't want to say one or two things, a lot from the panel session. So we are moving straight to the last thing for today. And after this, we are going to come to the end of the very first edition of Festival of Change. Who is excited about that? I know it's hunger. I know. Don't worry, you will soon leave. Who is excited about the last thing we are doing today? Who is excited about it? Awesome. So it's time for the final pitch contest, right? And this pitch contest, this particular pitch contest, right? It's just the contestants, right? We feature recent graduates of the third circle program. And the third circle program is the program that the winners of the last pitch contest, they are going to, it's the third program they are going to be, going to. But these ones are recent graduates of the third circle program, with participants pitching their innovative ideas. Although the ideas might be different from today's theme, it's not necessarily related to Revive. That's the theme of today's event, of today's conference. But, they'll be coming up here to just, talk about their own ideas, innovative ideas, but definitely to be revolving around education. I want to believe that the contestants are ready. I'll be calling out their names now, and so they can come up here. Please put your hands together for Ibrahim Faridat. Do that louder. Thank you, and better. Put your hands also for Oladuni Treasure. Where is she? Oladuni Treasure. Please put your hands together for her. Treasure, rather. All right, please put your hands together for Adams Oyindasola. Oyindasola. Do it better. Please put your hands together for them. Put your hands together for Obashola Temitokwe. Obashola Temitokwe. As they come forward, do it louder so they can get here faster. And then Joshua John, put your hands together for him. He came outside the last time. This is now your segment. Please put your hands together for him. So for this session, we are going to be having judges. It's not going to be from the audience, but part of the panelists will be, pardon me, part of the panelists will be the judges for this particular pitch. So I'll be calling out the names of the judges just to also put your hands together for them as I call out their name. We have Sunday Daniel as part of the judge. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you. Yes, please. I just said thank you so much. We also have Omolola Likbede. She has been here. Please put your hands together for her. She presented the prize for the first set of winners for the Festival of Change, pitch contest. The next judge also, he was part of the panel. Put your hands together for Olatomiwa Olushesi. I got it correctly. Thank you. Thank you. I think it's just 3 judges we have here. Doing so, is that correct? Just 3 judges. So, who wants to go first? So, I believe our judges are here. So, you just, okay. Okay, sorry. You're going to pardon us, please, the judges, so that you can see, because they are going to face the audience. Same thing, actually, but there's going to be a table for you. They're bringing it right here, but you have to sit down here. So the contestants will be on stage. Is that better? So they will face you and also face the audience. So they don't back you. Thank you, please. I'd like to indulge you. Thank you. Put your hands together for them. But you have to sit down together, though, because there is a table coming here so that you can all deliberate together. So I want to believe they're going to take care of this. Doing Sola? Okay, so while we wait for them, I think we should just go ahead since the judges are here and the contestants are here. So you can just come up stage here. So you don't just stand waiting. Some of you can sit down one after the other. So the first person wants to go first. Shall I call the name that comes to my mind? Okay, Joshua will go first. All right. Please, your name and...
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joshua, and I'm here to pitch my head tech idea. So I'll just go right into it. I'll start with the problem. Currently in Nigeria, many students struggle with effective preparation for JAMB exam. Sorry, I think I didn't. Oh, okay. I was not aware. Can we start from beginning? Okay. Yeah, thank you. So my name is Joshua, like I said, and I'll be pitching my ed tech idea. And the name of the idea is actually called the YAN Prep. And it's basically an exam body. So you can move to the next slide. So in Nigeria, we currently have many students that struggle with effective preparation for JAMB exam, which play a crucial role in shaping their academic and career future. And these students often lack proper guidance on how to focus on their studies and select topics that aligns with their strengths and reoccurring patterns. So what I'm basically saying is that it's a lot for students to actually prepare for exams like JAMB, and then for an exam like JAMB that is a prerequisite for them to further their education, it's always quite difficult for them to prepare for that kind of exam. And from the data that we currently have, year in, year out, the last data that JAMB released, about 28% of students that registered for JAMB and then wrote the exam scored below 200. That's like a huge problem. That means we have that means there's a huge gap in that area, and there's also it's also cutting short student ambitions to actually further their education, because as we all know, most schools actually have a cutoff mark of 200. So that's a huge problem that I feel that we need to solve in the education sector. Now, there are different factors. Next slide. That are causing this, and then we can look at a number of things, but these are the things that I really realized and discovered that that the reason why students are not being able to prepare adequately for their exams. So the first one is actually no personalized study plan, and that guides students on where to focus their efforts. So it's a case of students are being thrown into a deep waters, and they have a whole lot of things to study at the same time, and they don't know where to start from. Okay, and there's also the factor of limited access to relevant past questions and structure feedback on their area of weakness. So when students are studying, they want to get feedback on what they are studying, whether they are doing well on a particular area and whether they are not doing well. So there's a gap in that area. Then there's also the factor of absence of data-driven insights on reoccurring topics and trend in JAMB exam over the past few years. So there's also the area of students not, they don't have the understanding of the fact that there is a curriculum that JAMB used to set question, and then there's always a trend. And then in the case of probably 5 to 10 years, the trend keeps changing. So when you understand the trend, you are able to adequately position yourself and say that, okay, this is what I need to study. So it just helps them to actually know where to focus their area, know where to focus their effort on. And then the last one is actually students not having an understanding of their time management. And I think it's this is one of the most important area students feel, because I mean, they are very young, and then they have a smartphone, and they have a lot of things that are calling for their attention. So how they effectively manage their time, knowing the fact that they are also preparing for something, is also a factor that we've seen that has affected students from, acing their exam properly. So what's the solution? We've learned about the problem. Next slide, please. So the solution is, we talked about it. So before this solution, I'm fortunate to be to train young people that are writing exams in JAMP, and I put them in a WhatsApp group, and I coordinated their reading. So and then from about 2 to 3 years experiments, proposing or guiding students to actually, prepare for their exam and acing their exams, especially JAMP. And then this is what we've come up with. So develop an app, and you might think, I think there are thousands of apps, or okay, that's an exaggeration. There are a lot of apps that are already addressing this JAMP problem already. But from the look of things, those apps are just basically digital past questions. So this is solving more than digital past questions problem. So the first one is to provide comprehensive study
Time up.
materials.
Yeah.
My 5 minutes up.
7 minutes for each contestant. So the next contestant, please put your hands together for Joseph Joshua for that wonderful presentation. Please your name and then go ahead. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kende Farida Ibrahim. I am a female swim coach and early childhood educator. Slide, please. Next one. This picture highlights the harsh reality of many children in Alagbado community, where many, especially girls' child, are forced to work due to the poor status of their family and the unawareness of the dangers they faced on the streets by their parents, including sexual harassment. As a native of this community, I understand the challenge that hinder our collective progress, including power shortage, limited external support. But nevertheless, I am a good testimony to this community resilience that make me to start an initiative called Learn with Farida in 2020. The next one. Because I believe in a mission that say empowering individuals and community through education, support, and collective actions, fostering a long life learning, we help and have a great impact in my community. A world where everyone has good access to quality educational resources and opportunities. It will enable them to drive positive change and reach their full potentials as an individual and contribute meaningfully to their community. It's not unknown to us that the children in Alagbado community have been drawn into atrocities such as drug abuse, sexual harassment, and the likes due to unawareness and lack of educational resources. So our sustainability solutions, Learn is Farida as a building gaps through education and personal development. The next one, please. Okay. On the 20th of January 2020, Learn is Farida started a physical engagement with the children in my community where we meet once in a week. We discuss about virtues, morals, and things that they need as a child to be a better person once in every week. So we've also held our first conference early this year where we talk about sex education, where we educate over 150 female about their rights as a female and also what they need to know as a female who walks in the streets where there are many hazards that can happen to them as a female. These are the gallery of our previous slide. And the next one. This is where we have our weekly meetup. You can see the environment is not conducive and you can see we lack facilities such as chairs and many more. Hello, who's the next one? So these are our future plans. We are planning to hold our next conference to include both the parents and the female teens in the community, to educate their parents about the importance of education, what change it will bring to their life as a parent when they allow their child to be more of education than hawking in the morning before going to school, and hawking the first things hawk will be the first thing they will do after coming back from school. So to allow them to be more focused in the educational line. So we plan to hold another conference and also start a mentorship and followership program for every female teenagers and children in our community, and school outreach to reach out to those that are already in schools to encourage them and help them with things that we facilitate their learning. So these are our futures plan. I hope these grants will go a long way if we were able to help female teens in my community in a dilemma they are facing right now.
Wow, that's nice. She's just 5 minutes out of 7 minutes to next.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Treasure Oladuni, and I'm representing Bomulu Educational Foundation. Imagine a world where digital literacy skill, like where every Nigerian student possesses digital literacy skill that helps them to thrive in the global pace of today. Okay, can we get next slide, please? I'm going to be very fast because of my time. Next slide. So yes, in Nigeria, we're currently witnessing a widening digital divide. 54 million students, like our parents have been saying, we don't have an actual number because we can't get data, right? So 54 million students lack access to quality education. You can see from this slide, 23% of those schools have internet access. Now, getting to the root cause of this problem, it is that inaccessibility to the access to the digital device is not the problem, but the access to training. That if you check, what's it called now? If you are to check online, you see 2.9 billion users of Instagram, 1 billion users of Facebook. People are actually using these digital tools, but they are not learned. They don't know how to really use these digital tools. Like they are not digitally literate. Okay, next slide. So the problem is saying, how can we improve digital? How can we, okay, yeah, next slide, please. So how can we improve digital literacy amongst Nigerian students, Nigerian secondary school students? So the solution that Bomulu Educational Foundation is that we are aiming to bridge the gap by enhancing digital literacy amongst these students. The next slide, which is we are creating a digital workshop movement where every Nigerian student can get access to actually learning or becoming digitally inclined. This is not in a prototype stage because we have actually carried it out. That was last month in a public school, community high school at Desonlu, where we trained the teenagers on a 1-month digital scholarship. And from there, you see students saying, oh yeah, when we return back to school, I'm teaching my friends. Thank God we have a well-equipped computer lab. Even teachers had access to this training. Next slide. So how do we sustain this impact? Because sustainability is key. So we're going to be partnering with the government, especially the Ministry of Education, and we can see how we can extend our reach to more schools within rural and urban regions. Also, we're collaborating with schools, with business owners. I remember one of our major sponsors at the scholarship that we had is a, what's it called? He sells computer. I don't know, how do I call him now? Is the CEO of Top Star Technology, and he was saying, I want to build something in my school. I'm saying, yeah, we have infrastructures. These students will not go with infrastructures. Why not give them value? Why not sponsor things like this? And this is one of the things we're going to be speaking with business owners about. The next slide. So our primary participants, like our beneficiaries, will be secondary school students, will be teachers as well, because if we teach the students, we also need to teach these teachers because many of them don't even know it. And we hope to create a ripple effect whereby even when we are gone, when we are done training, they can train other students, and each student can train another student, and then we have a digital inclined world gradually. Okay, next slide. So what do we need this grant for? We need this grant to cover for facilitator stipend, to another operational cost that might be incurred in the cost of executing this project. Next slide. So our current focus is on Ogun State, and we really hope that as time goes by, we're able to extend this initiative to other states in Nigeria. Next slide. So this is more than just an educational initiative. It's a movement towards a brighter, more inclusive future for Nigeria. So I'm inviting every one of us here to join us in reviving education and empowering the next generation, ensuring they not only survive, but thrive in the ever-changing global landscape. Thank you.
Put your hands together for her. Thank you so much. So she used just 4 minutes out of 7 minutes. The next contestant, your name, and then go straight to.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Oyindasola Adams, and I am a final year student of the Department of Educational Management, University of Ibadan. I'm also a participant at the second cohort of third circle. So it has always been my dream to see an educational system whereby learners we have access to relevant skills that they need in the labor market. And I want us to imagine together, someone graduating from the university, after putting in so much effort, only for them to graduate and discover that they are just one of the 47% of Nigerian graduates who are underemployed or unemployed. This is not just a statistics, but it is the reality of many of our Nigerian graduates today. That is why my team and I, we are working towards bridging the skill gap that will transform the future of Nigerian education. The problem we are trying to solve is graduate unemployment and underemployment. After making so much research, we found out that one major problem or one major factor affecting underemployment is the mismatch between skills taught in universities and the skills needed in the labor market. This is why most graduates do not fit into the labor market, and this obstructs their career even before they start. And okay, so sorry, my slide is not showing. Oh, all right. So according to a research in 2023, we found out that 38.9% of Nigerian graduates are unemployed and underemployed. And this particular figure has been increasing from time to time, even to now. And the solution we are planning to bridge this gap is to create a digital platform. That's an application which will be a all-in-all skill development ecosystem whereby recent graduates and university students have access to one, personalized learning models. And this involve courses of high demand in the labor market. And these courses is not just courses that would be used to get just white-collar jobs, but also entrepreneurship skills. And also, we are planning to partner with industries for internship for users of this application. This will serve as a motivation for users who are consistently developing themselves using this application, and they will get certified for it. And the last one is the real-time job analytics. We also plan that on this particular platform, there would be a notification and an alert of job openings around them. Then I have the platform interface, how it's going to be. From the home page, we have the personalized learning model, we have the internship opportunities, job listing, and the likes. And the impact of this is not just about enhancing employability, but it's going to transform Nigeria's workforce by making graduates, not just job seekers, but job creators. And we are planning to launch this application in some universities in Nigeria, like University of Ibadan, UNILAG, University of Ilorin, and Obafemi Awolowo University. And after getting feedback from this, we will be able to improve and also expand this application to other universities. And we are seeking for grants, majorly for strategic marketing. Currently, we have a team of volunteers who have brought to the table different skills and ideas for them to build this app and make it sustainable. But one thing we need is marketing. One thing we need this fund for is strategic marketing. And when I'm saying strategic marketing, it actually encompasses a lot of things. Like we have to pay for domain registration. We have to pay for app store registration and the likes. And we have to, advertise this particular application in different places like LinkedIn, Instagram, and the like. So thank you so much for your time. And I believe that with your support, one thing I believe in is that change is not yet a change until it is effective. Thank you so much.
All right, please put your hands together for Indasola, who also used just 6 minutes out of 7. So we had a total of 5 contestants. Okay. Oladuni Treasure. Okay. So 7 minutes.
Yes, thank you. So, can we play a game, shall we? A number x is multiplied by 3, and the result is equal to the number added to 34. I know that's that game actually brought to some people a kind of nostalgia, and to some people it's giving PTSD. This kind of question actually almost made me feel maths in school. Problem statement, please. So, the problem statement, 8 out of 10 children of ages 7 to 14 years old struggle to learn basic math and literacy skills, leading to poor learning outcomes. And the idea for the solution is the introduction of play-based learning through the use of board game materials. Please, next slide. Board games can be played in groups of 3s, group of 4s, and so on, even in small learning communities. Then the children will be allowed to participate in competitions to also help them master their skills in playing of games. So in order to sustain the idea, I'm looking forward to partnering with organizations that their goals align with introduction of play-based learning into classrooms. Please, the next. So the potential impact. I don't know if I used new general mathematics in 2014, and so we had this kind of challenge box at the end of every topic. I don't know some of the topics. So this is just one of it. So just imagine that before we start a class or before we start an activity, we have to think of a number, multiply it by 2, divide it by 0. What's the answer? It actually prepares the mind of the students, like dopamine is released, they feel more inspired, more encouraged to participate in math problems than seeing the word problems just directly, Everybody wants a soft life now, this Gen Z, it's not even Gen Z, the upcoming generation, they even want a more softer life. So the potential, next slide, please. So board games that are designed similarly to the previous picture will increase students' engagement in mathematics and literacy activities. Then, as a result of children participating in the competition, we have more confident children, and it's also helping economic growth and political stability in a way that I don't know if, for some of us that we actually job, for instance, now from my experience, I'm job hunting. McKinsey will tell you that you have to go through a test, video game. Even on LinkedIn, there are games, Cross Climber, Peanuts, and Queens. They'll tell you that it helps you to break the ice, to foster connections, to build connections, and everything. So if LinkedIn, McKinsey, Unilever wants to say that for us to bring people into the world, for us to bring people to work with us, we have to test their logical reasoning and their critical thinking, also their problem-solving skills. So let's start from the classroom. It's better for us to start from the classroom than for the children to just get out of school and they now have to go through a special training for problem-solving skills, to acquire critical thinking skills or logical reasoning skills. So we need logic to approach things as it might not come directly to us. And I just want us to imagine if we have a learning system in which we're able to apply the knowledge we acquire to real life situations. We actually need these skills, logical thinking, logical reasoning, critical thinking, and problem-solving skills to approach life situations. We know that the world is evolving. We're in the digital age. You cannot innovate without knowledge. You cannot code if you don't know maths. You cannot communicate effectively if you can't read or write. So, back to the game. A number x is multiplied by 3, and the result is equal to 34 added to the number. Who knows the answer? The answer is 17. Math is not hard. The answer is 17. My name is Temitopo Bashola, and I'm asking for your support to fund this idea to support young learners to improve learning outcomes in the classroom. Thank you for listening.
Let's put your hands together once again for Temitope. Mass is hard, I beg. No, who said, well, who said to me? Oh my God. DJ. Okay. All right, so we had, in total, I think 6 contestants, right? So, 5. Oh, God. I think I'm getting. All right, so we have 5 contestants. So while we wait for the judges, I know they want to say some things. First, before announcing the winners, they are going to, first of all, talk about the performances, talk about their presentation, and all of that before then announcing the winners. But while we do that, DJ, please just gentle music while we wait for them, while we, wait for the judges. winners, the first three. Are you ready? All right. I was about saying, just so you know, the first three winners will be going home with a lot of amazing prizes, right? Yes, you can. So it's about time that we know who goes home with this amazing prizes. Is it Ibrahim Faridat, Oladuni Treasure, Adams Oyindasola, Obashola Temitokwe, or Joshua John? So right before we announce the winners,
Hello, everyone. Thank you, sir. So, I think that what has just happened here, any of us could have been in that position to share ideas with different people, and having worked with young people from more than 140 countries around the world, I think I would be like in a very good position to share this. So some of the things that other judges would talk about, general feedback specific to the ideas, I would not be touching on them. I will talk more on how a pitch should be, right? How a pitch, when you're pitching your ideas, either as a social entrepreneur or you run a non-profit, you want to share your ideas with a couple of people. How exactly should you go about it? So I would probably just share three things because of our time. One thing that I'm sure everybody understands here is what a pitch deck is, right? Your pitch deck has to be as solid as what you're saying. And when you look at your pitch deck, you should be proud of what you've done. And I'm not saying they're not proud of what they've done, right? Your pitch deck should contain fewer words, right? It should contain fewer words than more words. Fewer words, more pictures, more illustrations. And the reason is that judging, being a judge in this particular context, I'm seeing a lot of words. I'm not following what you're saying. I'm reading the words on your slides. And so you're losing me already when you begin to speak, and then I'm trying to catch up. I'm not even done, and then they're moving into the next slide. So a pitch should naturally be more of a journey. It should be a story, right? You're sharing, you want to inspire you're trying to inspire someone to action, or you're trying to inspire someone to give you money, right? Because it's inspiration that makes funders give people money. So if you're not carrying them along, there is no way that they would feel connected to what you're saying. So start with the statistics, start with a story, something that you feel personally connected to. Not necessarily for you, it could be someone around you, it could be just something that gets people excited. And stories do that for a lot of people, right? So don't just go into the problem, ensure that you don't lose the people that you're pitching to. So your slide deck is just as important as the things that you're saying. Number two would then be that never close out a pitch without a clear ask, all right? A lot of times, we heard a couple of people say so many things. They talked around the points of what the problem. A lot of people spend time on the problem. Did not get enough time for the solutions, and then we did not even understand what they were asking for. So you should never close out a pitch without a ask. And then the final thing is that please, whenever you're sharing, and that's why I'm sharing this last, because I feel like many times we live in a society that we are conscious about problems. My pastor would say that people compete on who has the most problems. So you've not had light for 1 week. The person is and says, me, 2 years now, they've not even. So we live in that kind of community where we are all competing on who has the most problems, right? And so that translates into most of the things that we do. Whereas when you're pitching, what you should do is to talk less about the problem and more about the solution. Because either as a funder, either as an ally or a supporter, what I want to hear about is the solution that you've developed. So with this, we can create like a masterclass out of this. But with these three, major points, I think when we share our ideas with people, when we talk about our solutions to people, either to inspire others to action or to generate money from people, garner support and donations, or even fund away from the non-profit side. All those 3 points would drive your points home to the people that you're sharing with. Thank you very much.
All right. Yeah, the next judge also gave a comment.
Okay, thank you so much. I think Tomiwa mentioned a lot of things I wrote down. I wanted to talk about the PowerPoint. I was telling Tomiwa that this is word points. This is not PowerPoint. Please make it very brief, and in fact, it will be interesting to see pictures, something very interesting to look to, and statistics. I was seeing a lot of statistics without source. In academic, we say that's plagiarism. You need to be able to quote who you are quoting. Like, tell us, so I can verify. You cannot just come and tell me 64 million people, and you cannot tell me where you are getting it from. So you need to be able to put source there. So I see a lot of statistics, but there's no story, aside Farida that mentioned Alagbado. Because I grew up in Alagbado, and honestly, the story is true. I was glued to our presentation, because I grew up in the midst of drug addicts and all, and children prefer to hawk and teenage pregnancy and all. So I could relate to our story because I grew up there. And another thing is, Joshua, yes, I love your app. It's very great, although you could not finish, but it is an interesting one. But I just want to ask you to think about, how do you intend to prompt people? Let me say it in pidgin. Person no one want read, no go read. Yes, even if you have all the app in this world, picky way no one read, no go read. So how do you intend your app to prompt people to read? Because people can have app on their phone and they will not open it to do what you intend it to do. So will there be a prompt? Is there something? I think there's Duolingo or something. I was learning French. Thank you. That thing can harass me in my email. It will be crying. It will be doing a lot of things just for me to open the app. So if you can have something like that, because you just need to have something like that will prompt them to be able to open the app. It's there, but unfortunately you cannot tell us. And Farida too, and Treasure, I want you to look at what impact looks mean for the children and for yourself. So I understand you want to do mentoring, I understand you want to do this, but what will be the outcome? What will be the impact story that you will tell? So it should not be, your work should be beyond output. It should be beyond, we reach out to 25 people or we train 25 people. Those are just outputs. They are not impact per se. So what the 25 children, what did they get to do? Or what will they be able to do in the next 5 years? So I think you should just reflect on that too. Simi, Tokme, I love your board game, and I think I'll be reaching out to you after this because I'm working on something related for an organization. So I'm very curious to know if you have a product already. That is my curiosity because I'm planning on out of school children. I know we want all the children to be in school, but what are the alternative way? That's what I'm working on. So I'm thinking of using gamification to attract them. So it will be interesting to work with you. Do you have a product? What are your target audience? Who are you targeting? How do you intend to even reach out to them too? So I think you should think about all of those things. Only interesting idea because I have an issue with graduates. I've interviewed some graduates that they can't use PowerPoint. I kid you not, first class today. I don't want to mention school, but I'll mention OAU. I'm sorry. First class OAU, the guy cannot use PowerPoint. But because he's sound and I'm interested in his growth, I have to tell my CEO, let's just employ this guy. I will teach him how to use PowerPoint. And in 3 weeks, I was surprised. So if he had access to the right training, he'll be able to do well. So I'm so interested in your idea too, but I want you to think through, will there be payment for it? Will I need to pay to access the courses on your app? And do you have a name for your app already? I did not get that. Do you have a team for it? I know you mentioned team, but what is the quality of your team? So you just get people that can do some things for you for almost free that you don't need to pay. And also, is it possible for you to make it more discipline specific? For instance, now, for economic students, the issue they have is they cannot reconcile their curriculum, what they learn in class, with what they need to do in the workspace. I want to employ people when I was working in the corporate sector, and the only thing they can tell you is GDP exchange rate, but they cannot relate that GDP exchange rate to how to advise a client. So there's just that mismatch, like you mentioned, Oyedasola. So I would just want to know if, aside from making it a general discipline like soft skills, can you make it more discipline specific so that we can at least link classroom to the workspace? That's all. Well done, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Amalola Likpede, thank you so much. By the way, you're from Ogun State.
Yes.
Of course you can.
Yes, I am.
All right. Thank you very much for those that pitched their ideas. It was quite good. For me, I do a bit of edtech, do a bit of development as well. So I might be a bit, tilted towards digital skills and all. So I'm curious to know that how do you plan to measure the proficiency of the teachers, right, and determine where to start from? Where are you going to start from with them, right? What do they know, and what have they been doing with what they know? Right? It's quite important for you to know that, because if you are compounding knowledge, I mean, if you give them something else, would they use it? How have they been using what they have at their disposal? Then also, when it comes to sustainability, right, what organizations do you want to partner with? What are their names? I heard, partner with organizations that are focused on this. What is the name of the organization? Like, specificity will do you a lot of good when you are pitching. And also, specific ways you want to partner with them. Do you have an existing relationship with them? Have you volunteered with them in any way? Because when you're working on an idea, one of the things that helps you is that maybe you've taken their course or you've volunteered with them. Like for me now, I used to volunteer with School Inca. I volunteered for about 5 years. So if I come to School Inca today, Oluwaseun left not long ago, and I say I want to partner with you, I'm sure he will be willing to, because of the quality of the work that I've done with him before. So I think it's good to start investing in those relationships. And also, specific outcomes you want to achieve. What will the children be able to do? What will the teachers be able to do? What will the community members be able to do? Right? You need to be specific. You need to state what they will be able to do. From all of your ideas, they are quality, but I think you'll do more good if you have like a lot more specific examples. Like, okay, you want them to be able to do this in the community. You want them to be able to do this in their schools. So that's my own plan. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Sunday. Please put your hands together for it once again. So we are way behind schedule. We're just going to call the first 3, out of 5 participants that came up stage here for, the pitch contest. Please, Joshua John, please come forward. Put your hands together for him. Can we do that louder and better? Thank you. Temitokpe Obashola, put your hands together for her. She comes forward. And then Oyindasola Adams, put your hands together for her also as she comes forward. So right now I'm going to be reading out the prizes for this, the winners. Then we'll call up Sunday, right, to present their certificate and of course the prize to them. So the second runner-up goes home with 50,000 worth of data. That's great. Then the first runner-up gets to choose between brand identity design or 2 branding sessions. Together. I'm sure that 2 branding session is going to be with like a consulting firm also. And then the winner also gets to choose between business registration or website design. That's great. If I were you, I would go for the website design. But anyways, all right, please, Mr. Sunday, can you come up stage then to present this? All right, the second runner-up is Joshua John. Put your hands together for him. Please, can someone bring the other? All right, the second person, the first runner-up goes to Temitokpe Obashola. That's the great one. I hope that, young people now get to like math, like you pitched. Then the first, of course, goes to none other than Oyindasola Adams, the very first position. DJ. All right, that's awesome. Also gets this with it. Awesome. I'm sure that sure that the leadership of Third Circle and of course the Erioluwa Adeyinka co-creation hub will get back to you, on how to receive your prizes. Please, once again, put your hands together for our judges, Olatomiwa, Omolola Likede, and of course Sunday. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you once again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's my absolute honor and delight to let you know that we have come to the end of the very first edition of Festival of Change. Please, this is a reminder that this is brought together by the Erioluwa Adeyinka co-creation hub and of course in conjunction with Third Circle. Once again, my name is Praise Ganiyu, and it has been an honor, mastering this big auspicious event. You can follow me on all social media handles at praise_Ganiyu. Also, if you are taking pictures, videos from this event, do not forget to please use the relevant hashtags. Use the relevant hashtags, right? Hashtag Revive, hashtag Festival of Change, and of course, hashtag Teach or Third Circle. Now, to give us a closing remark, the same person that gave us the opening remark, the convener of the Festival of Change. Please put your hands together once again for Erioluwa Adeyinka as it closes the very first edition of the Festival of Change. Do that better and louder, please.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I think it's evening now. It's 4 p.m. Thank you so much for attending the Festival of Change this year. And I would like to close by saying a few things and also giving a few announcements. So I want to say thank you to every single person for attending this. So please, if you are still here and your hands are not too busy, please jam your hands together. Also, because we've had a lot of people who have supported us in one way or the other, so I had to come up with a list, right, to ensure that I do not miss out, saying thank you to everyone. So it's been amazing, and I want to thank the core team, most especially, some like the consultants on this project, the assistants, and the entire volunteer team. So I'd like to speak a very big thank you to Doinsola Olabi. I think she's somewhere outside, and also to thank you so much for that clap. She actually deserves it. They work tirelessly to ensure that we have this, and also to Olabisi, who has also contributed in various ways. Also, I would like to say a big thank you to Angela, who has been ensuring that we have the designs, the social media posts, and every single thing. To every volunteer, it's very interesting that people came from far places. A very special shout out to Divine. Thank you so much, Divine. Divine came from Onisha to this place. People came from Ife, people came from Ibadan, people came from Abeokuta for this program. So I'm just really want to say thank you so much for your sacrifices, and thank you so much for your contribution to ensuring that education becomes better. Also, I'd like to give a very big thank you to some of the organizations that we invited and they came. A very big thank you to Ashoka, a very big thank you to Inspiration FM, a very big thank you to the Lagos State Youth Parliament, a very big thank you to other organizations. Modupe Code, I don't know, earlier today you saw some inclusive students. So just ensure that this space is very inclusive. A very big thank you to the management of Modupe Code for bringing participants who contributed to this conversation. A very big thank you to our partners who gave us like the VR. I'm very sure many of us had virtual reality experiences today outside. A very big thank you to our artists and the creative leads for painting and for doing very interesting things that we had today. Also, I'm very sure that by now you have little cards on your hand. So that's the application and information for the Third Circle Social Innovation Program. We have a 3-month intensive program where we actually build development professionals and social innovators. So if you are a social innovator or you are someone who wants to be a social innovator, like Oluwaseun said, social entrepreneurship is important. So that's where you put impact before profit. So we teach you how to make impact and how to also make profit alongside, and also understanding the place of policy and every single thing. So if you are interested, the information is on those cards that have been given to you by our volunteers. So please do well to register. Registration ends September 30th, 2024. So please do well, and you can also check the website at www.teach.co/apply.
So thank you so much. For every picture you take today, please use the hashtags. And also, because this is an annual event, and this year we had Revive, I am pleased to announce that we are also going to have another one next year. And I want to announce the theme for next year, and most likely when it is also going to happen next year. So, thank you very much. So this year we have Revive. In 2025, the focus is going to be Connect. And what we are going to be looking at next year is how we are going to connect every sector and every imaginable possible solutions to ensure that we build a proper ecosystem. What we are trying to do for the next 1 year is to see how we can actually revive the education system. So the publications that we are going to take out of this, every single thing we are going to take out of this, will be used to influence policies with hopes that education will be revived by next year. So once we revive those tiny sectors, those tiny areas, private sector, the government, the development sector, then the next thing is to see how we can connect them. So anticipate this. Information will be coming out very soon. But thank you so much for your time once again. And I look forward to seeing you next year. Don't forget to follow us on social media. If you missed any part of the keynote speech, please, you can check it. It's on YouTube. You can always look at it. You can always share with friends. We had very insightful conversations today from our keynote. In case you have a friend that I missed, share with them. Don't forget to use the hashtag FOC 2024, hashtag Revive, and hashtag Festival of Change. Thank you once again. I remain Eriolu Adeyinka.
All right, put your hands together for him once again. Please do that better. Put your hands together for Eriolu Adeyinka. We have come finally to the end of Revive. That's the first edition of Festival of Change. You can do alternate walk before you go back home. Just get someone's number, talk to somebody, that you are looking forward to see again next year. Just talk, connect. Next year is Connect, so you can start connecting from now. And we really do hope to see you next year by God's grace. All right. Thank you so much once again for attending. Do have a lovely week ahead of you. Thank you.
In my place, yeah.